worship him in return. That was too much, and Sienna knew it. She and Thane had truly been friends, and on some level still were, but it was a level she could no longer reach. Her study group leader kept talking. Sienna sat there, hearing but not listening, remembering the way she and Thane had sat in the fortress for hours, sharing their secrets and dreaming about the stars. A few weeks before graduation, the commandant announced that a handful of top cadets would attend a reception and ball at the Imperial Palace. The thought of it took Sienna's breath away. Of course, there was little chance the Emperor himself would preside over the gathering. Yet the Imperial Palace was one of the grandest and most elegant structures on the entire planet. Apparently, it had once been a temple of some kind. Hundreds of senior military officers would be there, not to mention many members of the Imperial Senate. Any cadets invited to a gathering such as that were being noted for more than mere good grades. It was a sign of favor, an investment in those future officers. Their introductions to powerful people in the military and in politics could change the course of their careers. So when Sienna saw her own name on the list, she felt like cheering out loud. Only much later did she realize who else would be in attendance. Thane Carell and Ved Foslo, she said, flopping back on her bunk. Of all the guys in our class, those two had to be invited. Any logical analysis of class performance would suggest them as likely candidates. Jude never looked up from her computer console, her fingers dancing on the screen as she finished her latest long-form computer operations project. Their invitations, like ours, were all but inevitable. "You're just rubbing it in," Kendi said from her bunk, good-naturedly. This close to graduation with their future assignments, all but guaranteed a sense of calm had settled over the academy. With the ruthless competition at an end, people could not relax, precisely, but stop worrying about the here and now and start looking avidly toward the future. "Just tell me you're not going to wear your uniforms." Sienna Honey. Undoubtedly, you wish to wear a dress uniform because you do not have adequate credits for appropriate civilian attire. Thank goodness her skin tone was dark enough that nobody could see her blush. Sienna tried to sound firm. "The uniform's fine." Jude sighed as she finally looked up at Sienna. "Your pride is usually a strong motivator, but there are times when it only gets in the way. Please allow me to purchase your attire for the event." "I couldn't," Sienna protested, hackles rising. Her valley upbringing had taught her to be prouder of her rags than the second waivers were of their silks, even when she had thought the silks were pretty. "More softly," Jude said. "We're friends. You've helped me tremendously during our time here. My mother holds patents on numerous devices used in Bespin's cloud, mining technology. As such, our personal wealth is more than adequate to our needs. Why shouldn't I get you a dress? My culture doesn't." Uncharacteristically, Jude interrupted. "I have a culture, too. We value generosity and the graceful acceptance of gifts." Sienna searched for the words to object. But if it was part of Jude's culture, well, Jude looked. "I don't need to own a dress, but maybe you could help me rent one?" Vanso, she found herself arriving at the grand ball in the only formal dress she'd ever worn. Surely it fueled the happiness bubbling within her, but she couldn't help it. The soft violet blue fabric sparkled subtly, and both the short cape and the long skirt flowed around her as if in an unseen breeze. Many of the women in attendance, and not a few of the men, wore finery much grander, such as thickly jeweled bracelets or headbands, or outfits made of embroidered silk and velvet. Yet Sienna knew she looked as elegant as anyone else there. Instead of resorting to tight braids as usual, she'd freed her curls, softening them slightly with light fragrant oil. Kendi had loaned her iridescent combs made of shells from Ilo to hold her hair back at the temples, and simple pearl earrings. Sienna looked right for the occasion, and yet she also felt like herself, not like an impostor, the way she would have in one of the grand, wide-skirted, elaborate dresses and robes she saw. "There you are," Jude said. Sienna turned to greet her, then stared. Since Jude hadn't said a word about her own dress, Sienna had assumed her friend's practicality would govern her choice of gown. Something gray or ivory, perhaps, simply tailored, appropriate for all occasions. Instead, Jude stood there in tight-fitting orange fabric, at least, apart from a few strategic cutouts that showed her flat belly and willowy back. Her military short hair had been gelled into spikes, and her gold earrings dangled all the way down her long neck to brush her shoulders in a way that was, frankly, sexy. As Sienna gaped, Jude frowned in what looked like genuine confusion. "What is it? You look great," Jude beamed. "As do you, Sienna." They flowed with the elegant crowd into an interior hall, surely one of the grandest public spaces within the entire imperial palace. The vast corridor stretched seemingly into infinity, with massive columns lining either side. Brilliant red banners hung from the ceiling, their hems weighted so they would remain motionless, never fluttering in any slight breeze. Shiny, well-polished droids rolled along with trays of drinks and hors d'oeuvres. They swerved easily through the throng. The air itself had been perfumed, though the heavy scent made Sienna cough a little at first. Brill, shaped fluidly from abstract forms into perfect imperial symbols. Lights had been trained on the sculptures; they would sparkle brightest at the exact moment of the transformation. 50. "This is astonishing," Jude said. "Think of the trouble this must have taken." "And the money," Sienna replied. What had been spent on this evening alone probably could have rebuilt an ore refinery on Jellican. But there she went thinking like a provincial again. Each world had to rebuild itself. Yes, the Empire was there to help and to govern, but in the end, Jellican and worlds like it needed to become strong on their own. Sienna meant to say as much to Jude, but that was when she caught sight of Ved and Thane. Ved had taken advantage of the occasion to wear Coruscant fashion, a long cape, silky shirt wide cut at the chest, and so on. Yet Sienna thought it was impossible for anyone to look at Ved while Thane stood nearby. He wore his dress uniform, like at least another 200 men in attendance, yet the rest seemed to fade next to him. Her reaction confused her, but not nearly as much as the moment when Thane recognized her, and she realized the sight of her had hit him with equal power. The way his eyes seemed to drink her in. "Look," Jude whispered, pulling Sienna aside at what was either the best or worst possible time. "It's the Junior Senator from Alder and Leia Organa, the princess." Sienna stood on tiptoe, eager to see someone so famous. She got a single glimpse of the princess, who was wearing a slim white gown, her long hair intricately braided. Then the crowds closed around Senator Organa again, hiding her from their sight. "Can you believe it?" Jude said as they joined the procession into the ballroom. "It makes sense that she'd be here." Yet Sienna found it intimidating that a girl almost exactly her age could already hold a place in the Imperial Senate, could be so poised, sophisticated, important. "I meant it surprising that she came to any official function, given her speech in the Senate yesterday." Sienna remembered then. Princess Leia had announced, on her father's behalf, impending mercy missions to planets the Organas claimed to be negatively affected by Imperial policies. "That was ridiculous," she muttered. "Pure grandstanding. Missions like that can't be necessary. The Empire would help the people own. That's what the Empire is for." Jude nodded in agreement, but said, "We should be generous. Even if the Organas are misguided, they're probably acting out of a spirit of kindness." Maybe so, but Sienna couldn't resist shaking her head at the arrogance of anyone who thought she knew better than the whole Empire. No booze. Dancing with partners was one of those habits Sienna had thought of as second waiver decadence before she came to Coruscant. Oh, they danced in the valleys, but dances were for the entire group as part of certain key rituals. Yet Core World's culture had taught her to think of the practice as civilized even between couples, for no purpose other than pleasure. She was grateful for that now, even more grateful that the class had also taught her the steps of the most commonly performed formal dances. The glittering assembly in that huge, ornately tiled and mirrored hall did not intimidate her. She walked confidently across the floor to her position, and awaited whichever partner the computers would assign to her first. "I guess they wanted the cadets to begin together," he said shortly. "Guess so." Sienna turned her head, trying to look anywhere else, but what she glimpsed made her smile. "Believe it or not, we're the lucky ones." Next to them, Ved scowled up at Jude, who stood more than a head taller than him. Jude attempted to look dignified, but Sienna knew her well enough to tell that she was stifling a laugh. Thane must have seen what she'd seen, because she heard him laugh slightly. "You have a point." Then the orchestra played the opening Measurica Calenata, Sienna thought, recognizing the dance. She knew the correct position to begin, and even held her hands up. But that didn't prepare her for the moment when Thane's broad hand curved around her waist. Their eyes met, and the dance began. The 1,000 people in the hall all knew the correct steps. They moved in unison, brilliant spinning colors, ever changing but always in set patterns, like the bits of glass in a kaleidoscope. Nobody set one toe out of place. Sienna imagined them as jewels gleaming in their settings, clasped tightly in metal that was all but invisible behind the shine. "W word, Bib," Nez said. "I thought you considered dancing." She had once, before Core World's culture had taught her to be less small-minded. Now it only annoyed Sienna that he would remind her of her vincial ways. "In your dreams? Pro." That made him laugh, but from contempt or surprise. "You seem sure of yourself." "I am." It had been banter, not quite an argument. But something shifted in that moment. Sienna had not realized until she spoke that she was in effect declaring her own beauty and attractiveness. That opening to be not merely irritating but cruel gave Thane Anne. Instead he said quietly, "You should be." Their eyes met again, and Sienna became newly, vividly aware of the warmth of Thane's hand clasping hers, the feel of his fingers braced against her back. They hadn't been this close to each other in a very long time. Every move in the Calinada required him to lead, her to follow, which added another layer to the intimacy of the moment. The gaudy swirl of the dancers around them faded until it felt as if the two of them were alone. Sienna parted her lips to speak, though she still didn't know what to say. But then, with a flourish, the song ended. She ended moments after everyone else had begun to applaud. Then it was time to switch partners, and Thane stepped away without another word. For the next hour, Sienna continued to play her role in the dance, to laugh and smile along with the rest of the crowd, but she couldn't have repeated anything anyone said to her. She couldn't have said which dances she performed, to which songs, or who her partners were. Her thoughts raced as she went over and over the rift between her and Thane, trying to somehow make sense of it. Finally, during a break in the dancing, Sienna hurried toward a server droid. She reached past the many glasses of wine to grab a tumbler of cool water. As she gulped it down, she heard, "There you are." Sienna didn't turn to face Thane. She could tell he stood very close. "Here I am. Listen, we should have talked about this a long time ago, and maybe this isn't the time or place." She wheeled around then. "Are you going to apologize?" "Apologize?" Thane's eyes could burn gas flame blue. "For what? Standing up for myself?" "For shutting me out." Already sloppy drunk, he laughed out loud. "You are so stupid. Guys, excuse me?" Sienna wrinkled her nose as she stepped back. Ved stank of Corellian brandy, which wasn't even being served at this party. He must have hidden a flask within the pocket of his cape. Stupid. You! Thane! Both of you! So stupid! Ved shook his finger at them, as if they were wayward children. "You keep arguing about that laser cannon thing." "Who cares about the laser cannon thing? And you both got it upside down anyway." At first the words didn't make sense. Then realization flooded over Sienna in an almost dizzying rush of shock and anger. "It was you?" That only widened Ved's grin. "No. Me? Why would it be me? You still don't get it, do you? Bumpkins from a rock on the edge of the galaxy. Of course you don't know how the Academy and the Imperial fleet really work." Thane put one broad hand against Ved's chest. Although it could look like a sober man helping his drunk friend to remain upright, Sienna sensed the veiled threat. Judging by the way Ved's smile faded, he got it too. In a low voice, Thane said, "Why don't you explain it to us?" "Reach," before he replied. "We attend the Academy to become citizens of the Empire. The instructors don't like it when cadets from the same home world stay close to each other. It strengthens your ties to your own world. It weakens your commitment to the Empire." "No, it doesn't," Sienna protested, but he wasn't going to listen. "They set you up." Ved laughed again. "They set you up so you'd hate each other, and you swallowed the bait." Thane's eyes narrowed. "When we both were marked down on that assignment, you moved up to number one. At least, until Jude Edivon overtook you 2 weeks later." "You still think I did it?" "No way. I can't hack like that. Even Jude can't. Only the instructors have that kind of power, and if I were going to frame somebody for anything, the last people I'd go after would be the Office of Student Outcomes. My father told me all about them." Ved's smile was both sloppy and smug. The fact that they were able to boost the rank of a general's son? "I'm sure that was an extra incentive." but they did it mostly to make sure the two of you would stop clinging to each other. And you Jellicani idiots reacted exactly the way they thought you would accept. Two to bicker about it, not get all. Ved's hand made a wavy motion in the air. You didn't just get angry. You practically started hating each other. So I guess that makes you two the perfect Academy cadets. Again. He seemed to lose interest then, lurching off toward the server droid to grab his next drink. Sienna felt as if all the shame Ved should have felt saying such things had settled on her instead. But she deserved to feel ashamed. She had lashed out at Thane for thinking the Academy was responsible, and he'd been right all along. The Academy's motives had differed, but still he'd understood the basics. And she had let that drive her away from the last person she ever should have let go. Thane didn't know where to begin. Sienna? She shook her head, though he didn't know what she was saying no to. Ved's story, the Academy's guilt, Thane being the first to speak. Anything. He put one hand on her shoulder, but she winced as if his touch hurt. What could he say or do? So then, of course, the damned orchestra started tuning up again, and Sienna swiftly walked away to her next place in the dance. She never once looked back at Thane. He had little choice but to join in, but throughout the rest of the ball, Thane could think of nothing else. Sometimes he wanted to go back to the Academy, go through every single corridor on every single floor until he found that office of student outcomes. Then look whoever worked there in the eyes and punch them in their faces. Hard. Other times he felt more like locating a time machine so he could go back and tell his younger self not to be such a total idiot. He even considered what such a ploy on the Academy's part said about the Empire and the way it treated its officers. More than anything, though, he wanted to talk with Sienna alone. When the ball finally ended, Thane pushed through the crowds, looking for Sienna's dark cloud of hair or the unique blue-violet shade of her dress. It was hard to see through all the fawning diplomats, laughing courtiers, and black-garbed military officers, and why was it so strange to remember that he was one of them? He saw Jude first. She was a head taller than most people in the room, and her vibrant orange gown stood out. As Thane walked closer, he could hear Jude saying, "As we have no curfew tonight or assigned duty tomorrow, this is an ideal occasion to explore the famous nightlife in this area of Coruscant. I've always been quite interested in the clubs here, especially the Crescent Star. Only Jude Edivon could make a night of partying sound like a science experiment." Thane had to smile at the thought, but then he saw Sienna, and everything else in his mind faded. "Actually, Jude," he said, seizing his chance, "I was hoping Sienna and I might, spend some time catching up." Jude looked back and forth between the two of them, one eyebrow raised. Sienna took a deep breath. "Thane and I should talk." "If you don't mind, Jude." "Not at all. I'll be with the others." Jude gestured toward a group of younger officers, several guys and a few girls who seemed to be waiting on her. "Abo." After Jude was out of earshot, Thane said, "Which one of them is she leaving with?" "Possibly all of them." Sienna turned to face him, her hands clasped in front of her in a gesture Thane recognized from the valleys. He wasn't sure of its significance, but he knew it was formal and important. "Thane, I didn't believe the Academy to be responsible, and argued with you about it, and in effect challenged your honor. Such a transgression. Sienna, at least not any more than it's on me. I guess we were both idiots together. But the real blame belongs to whatever monster at student outcomes did this to us." She blinked, as if in shock. "They didn't intend for it to get this bad between us. We did that to ourselves, galling as it was to admit. Sienna was right. Besides, think about it, Thane," she continued. "General Foslow probably bribed someone to do it, and Ved's lying to cover for his father. That seemed possible, though Thane wasn't convinced. At the moment it was irrelevant. Either way, you were right about confronting the academy instructors. It stung to confess how wrong he'd been. But this knowledge had crept up on Thane over the past few years, and it was past time for him to admit it both to Sienna and to himself. We would have been expelled for sure. I shouldn't have lashed out at you about it. I should have understood you were upset. Sienna was so determined to apologize. Thane didn't want to hear it. My point is, neither of us did anything wrong. I'm so tired of being angry with you. Can't we finally let it go?" She stood up, straight and formal again. "I'm willing to restore our friendship." That statement sounded like it should be followed by some elaborate valley ritual of reconciliation, but Thane neither knew nor cared what that might be. "Can't we just talk? Come on, Sienna. I don't care who should have known better, or why the academy did it, or any of that. I just want my friend back. The rest doesn't matter." It wasn't as easy for her to let it go, he knew. But he also saw the shadow of her smile when he talked about having her back. Where do we start? We start with tonight. Going out to nightclubs would mean shouting over dance music, not to mention shaking off the countless guys who seemed likely to approach Sienna while she was in that dress. Returning to the academy was no way to spend a free night. Neither Thane nor Sienna had any other ideas about what was available in the area, and rather than search, they wound up sitting on the terrace nearest the ballroom, on a low stone bench by the fountain, talking for hours as the cleaning droids whirred and buzzed around them. They did in fact start by talking about the ball itself, who and what they'd seen. Thane got to brag. "I even danced with the princess from Alderaan. Nash is going to choke when he hears that. He's had a crush on her since he was 9. "Princess Leia? What was she like?" "Even shorter than you," Thane replied, which got him a not very hard kick to the shin. He mimed pain even as he continued, more seriously. "I don't know. It was only a dance, and she wasn't even paying that much attention. She wasn't being rude. It was more like she was distracted. I guess someone like her must have a lot on her mind." Sienna opened up more when they talked about their future assignments. "Command track is an honor. Sometimes I think about having a ship of my own someday, and I just—" She shivered. "And not only for show." Thane noticed the goose pimples on her arms. "But that means I'm not going to spend much time in single pilot fighters. Not after the first few years, anyway." "Which is criminal," Thane said. Nearby, a golden server droid used its 5 arms to vacuum the broken shards of a dropped glass. "You're a phenomenal pilot, Sienna. You should always be in the sky." He'd forgotten how sly her smile could be. "I will be, only in a bigger ship." By the time it was nearly dawn, they were confiding in each other completely again. Sienna showed him how she kept, in a small pouch, the leather bracelet that still bound her to her sister. "I always wondered," he said quietly, looking at the soft, worn braid. It wasn't. Regulation. And you'd never break regulation, but I knew you'd never get rid of it either. No. Sienna's fingers closed softly around the small pouch. Its rough, woven fabric made Thane believe she might have fashioned it from a scrap of cloth taken from home. Never. By then the sky had begun to turn pink. The rush of sky traffic had never ceased throughout the night, but the ships came thicker and faster. Sienna's bare feet rested on the stone bench. Her sparkly shoes lay empty on the terrace tiles. The server droids had given them final glasses of wine before settling into their night recharging stations, and as Thane drank the last swallow of his, he watched Sienna yawn. As late as it was, as exhausted as they both were, she still looked beautiful. He wasn't going to act on that now. Maybe he wasn't going to act on it ever, given that they might be assigned to opposite sides of the galaxy within a couple of months. Besides, their reunion was too new to ask for anything more. Later, Thane decided. Later he'd think about Sienna and their futures. That night was enough on its own. We should go to the transport, he said, getting to his feet. Come on. Once Sienna had stepped back into her shoes, Thane offered her his arm. She took it as she rose to her feet. Weary as they were, he expected nothing but small talk about how much sleep they would, or wouldn't, be able to get. Instead, Sienna said, very softly, "I'm so glad to have you back." Later, he reminded himself more forcefully. Me too. Chapter 8. Tea today marks not an ending, but a beginning. Everything you have done during your 3 years at the Academy, and in some ways, everything you have done throughout your life, until this moment, was all for one single purpose, preparing you to become the best Imperial officers you can be. You have always been citizens of the Empire, but today you become a part of the Empire in ways no civilians can ever fully understand. The uniforms you now wear serve as a symbol of the Empire's power, and service makes that power ever greater. Sienna's heart sang with pride as she stood there amid the ranks of cadets, no new officers. She wore a command track lieutenant's uniform in gray and black, new insignia gleaming in bright squares just below her collarbone. Her new assignment had been given to her that morning, only moments before the ceremony began. The sun shone bright in the pale Coruscant sky. Enormous red banners waved gently in the breeze, and she felt as if the future had been laid out before her like a velvet carpet, soft and plush, defining her path. Several rows back, the elite flight graduates wore black tie fighter pilot gear. Thane found that kind of ridiculous. The armor was heavy and hot, too. It was designed to be worn in the upper atmosphere or outer space, not on the surface on a sunny day, and the same helmet that felt so necessary and so badass while he was flying. On the ground it looked ridiculous. Still, his irritation with the armor didn't come close to his annoyance with the speaker's address. He talks like the Empire just swallowed us whole. Plus, he keeps talking. Could he please shut up so I can go change into something else? Thane was pleased for her, but not surprised. He'd never doubted that she'd go far. Sienna's eyes shone with delight and hope. And you? What's your posting? I'm assigned to the Defense Fleet for a space station. Which one? That's the weird part. I don't know. Apparently this station is brand new and still classified. Exciting, she said, And I bet there's a good chance the Devastator will visit this new station. Yeah, sounds like it. Thane couldn't help hoping. If they'd each been assigned to opposite sides of the outer rim, he would have had to accept that his path might not ever cross hers, at least in the line of duty. But she'd be on one of the most important ships in the fleet, and he'd already gathered that this new station was top of the line. The kind of place important ships would be docked, which meant he might see her again before long. And when they were together again, not as playmates or cadets, but as fellow officers and adults, then what? Thane wasn't sure, but he thought he'd like to find out. Keep me posted, all right? You'd better send messages and hollows. All the time. Sienna tried to make it sound as if she were teasing, but he could hear the real hope in her voice. And maybe I'll even get to see you back home. Definitely. Then quickly he bent and kissed her on the cheek. Sienna's full lips parted slightly in surprise and pleasure. Thane realized he should have done that a long time before. He wanted to say something to her, but the right words wouldn't come. So he stuck to the basics. Congratulations, Lieutenant Rhee. Congratulations to you too, Lieutenant Kyrell. She held up one hand as she turned to go, but gave him a lingering look over her shoulder before she walked into the crowd. Thane watched her go. Even amid a throng of hundreds of students wearing variations on the same uniform, Sienna remained separate and unmistakable to him. Only when she'd passed out of sight did he turn away. Off back home, he thought. Although he hoped to see Sienna before their next furlough, he liked the idea of being with her back on Jellican. He'd planned to put any postgraduate visit to his family as long as possible, and hopefully forever. Now, however, he found himself willing to return at least once. It would be different if he and Sienna took the journey together. Maybe they could even see the fortress. Dust would have blown into their cave hideaway, but it wouldn't take much effort to make it nice again. Or they could travel down to Valentia together, as they'd always promised to do but never had. 3 weeks into her service aboard the Devastator, Sienna finally stopped feeling like a cadet imposter and started feeling like a true Imperial officer. The change came the first day she was finally thrown into action against the rebels. They're firing back?
Muy,
She
очень.
could hardly believe it. A tiny blockade runner trying to take on a star destroyer. It was beyond impossible. It was insane. Then again, weren't all the rebels insane? Close in, the bridge commander said. Their power reserves must be nearly depleted by now. Let's pull them into the docking bay and end this. Sienna activated the tractor beam, then looked up from the gleaming black console to witness the scene for herself. The small white form of the ship ahead was hardly more than a speck in the starscape, dwarfed by the desert planet beneath. View screens provided far more detail, but there was something fulfilling about watching the rebel ship's defeat with her own eyes. Once she would have taken that defeat for granted. The rebels were a ragtag bunch of malcontents reduced to terrorist acts because they lacked either popular support or military might, or so they had all believed. Until recently, when the rebels had struck at them from a hidden base, to the undying shame of whatever complacent imperial officials were responsible, the rebels had actually won the engagement. Not only did the Empire have to bear that incomprehensible defeat, but it also had lost vital intelligence information. Although the specifics were not widely discussed, Sienna had gathered that the intel had to do with the plans for a new, secret Imperial space station. That had to be the base Thane was assigned to. If these rebels had gotten away, would they have attacked that station, putting Thane's life at risk? Siena's eyes narrowed as she stared at the rebel ship and thought, you actually believed you could attack us and get away with it. You know better now, don't you? The blockade runner continued to broadcast its protest about being on a diplomatic mission, but Siena ignored that, as did everyone else on the bridge. With satisfaction, she saw the ship disappear from the windows, becoming only a green blip on her readouts. An officer nearby said, Lord Vader has given the order to board the Tantive 4, sir. The captain nodded. Excellent. They'll take the princess into custody in no time, St. Main Laser Canny. Orders. She had to disguise her shock at the thought of Princess Leia of Alderaan as a rebel, a terrorist, and a traitor. But her father had long been a troublemaker in the Imperial Senate, mistaking his planet's importance for his own. Too bad his daughter had inherited his arrogance. Today they'd shown her, and every other rebel, that they couldn't go up against the Empire without paying the price. One of the Tantive 4 escape pods launched. Readouts showed 4 life forms attempting to escape to the desert planet below. The pod was shot down easily. What could they have been thinking? Siena wondered as she quickly routed the reports from the boarding parties. How could they ever expect to get away from a star destroyer when they were already trapped inside the docking bay? I guess they were too scared to think straight. They deserve everything that's coming to them, but I can't blame them for being scared. Another escape pod launched, rousing her from her thoughts. The officer next to Siena muttered, There goes another one. The captain seemed bored. Hold your fire, there's no life forms. They must have short-circuited. Within moments, the escape pod was invisible against the yellow sands of the planet below. Delivered conies. Of the auxiliary bridge's hard data files to the ISB Internal Affairs officer on board, the Imperial Security Sus Bureau liked to monitor all interactions with pected rebel targets to ensure no one betrayed any lack of loyalty to the Empire through word or deed. On her way, she ran into Nash Windrider at the doorway to the main bridge lift. He was one of the few alumni of her class assigned to the Devastator, and while they hadn't been close there due to that stupid rift between her and Thane, they knew each other well enough to count as friends now. Nash still wore his hair long, though tightly braided in the back per regulations. Don't tell me, he stage whispered to her as the lift doors slid open and they walked inside. You're running an errand to make sure you don't get sent to that broiling lump of sand down there. Tatooine, she pretended to correct him. The lift began its swift ascent, the glass panels in its doors showing them layer after flickering layer of the vast Star Destroyer. I take it that's where you're headed. No, and thank goodness. Going down there in stormtrooper armor's as good as being baked alive. The lift would reach the main bridge within a few moments, so Siena took that chance to say something that needed to be said to Nash in gently. She began, I wanted to say, I'm sorry about your princess. You must feel so betrayed. Nash's grin faded. He drew himself up to his full lanky height and clasped his hands behind his back. Princess Leia can only have been misled by her courtiers. I feel sure that a thorough investigation will clear her of any real wrongdoing. Of course, I should have thought of that. Sienna didn't know if she believed such an easy explanation was plausible, but Nash knew more about the princess than she did. Maybe he was right. The lift doors slid open, and Nash stepped out. Until later, he said, turning away from her to return to his duty station. Sienna wished she hadn't said anything about the princess. It wasn't Nash's fault if one of his planet's senators had turned out to be a traitor. She hoped the internal affairs officer would feel the same way. Sienna had only been to the main bridge once before, on a brief orientation tour of the ship the day she'd arrived. So the sight still awed her, the impossibly long corridor, the enormous view screen, the countless monitors all whirring and blinking on the lower level as senior staffers worked furiously in the data pits. It was the heart of the Devastator, the soul of the machine. Quickly, she turned her attention to Captain Ronadam, who was sitting at his station in the unique white-jacketed uniform of the ISB. Sir, the data packets as requested. Ronadam took the packets without even glancing back at her. His focus was only for whatever long lines of text were scrolling down his monitor. Sienna could not leave the main bridge without being dismissed, so she stood at attention, waiting. "You're being lax in your protocols, Ronadam," said a dry, crisp voice behind her. Fortunately, the young lieutenant here follows procedure and has better manners. Sienna lit up as she turned and recognized Grand Moff Tarkin himself in the form of a hologram, flickering in gray-green light. He looked at Sienna with some interest. "You seem to know me, Lieutenant, but I doubt we've served together before. Who are you?" "Lieutenant Sienna Rhee, LP 888, graduate of the most recent class of the Royal Academy and native of Jelucan, sir. Wait until I tell Thane I saw Tarkin again." The Grand Moff nodded politely. "Jelucan, on the Outer Rim, yes? I was there for its annexation into the Empire. Met you that day, right after the ceremony when I was just a little girl." Tarkin's angular face studied her for a long moment, and then, to her astonishment, he said, "The two children sneaking around the shuttle grounds. Were you one of those?" She had heard tales of Tarkin's sharp memory, that he never forgot a favor or a slight, but the proof made her smile. "Yes, sir. You asked me that day if I'd like to serve the Empire when I grew up, and here I am. Well, well." Tarkin put his hands behind his back, clearly pleased with himself and with her. The power of diplomacy in action. "The boy with me that day just graduated from the Academy too, at the top of the elite flight track. Now he's Lieutenant Thane Kyrell." Tarkin's smile was thin, but unmistakable. "Apparently I should recruit on Jelucan more often. I shall make a point of keeping up with you both." Sienna struggled to maintain correct military composure, but she felt sure her delight showed on her face. Grand Moff Tarkin didn't seem to mind, however. As the hologram faded out, he nodded at her, as close to friendliness as any superior officer would ever show toward a mere lieutenant. If he'd remembered that incident with the Lambda-class shuttle all those years. Later, he'd definitely remember to look her records. Up and Thane's. Maybe Tarkin would be more than their inspiration for joining the Imperial Starfleet. Maybe he'd even turn into a mentor. Capturing a rebel ship and winning praise from a Grand Moff before lunchtime. Sienna grinned. This day was turning out to be spectacular. Thane hadn't realized exactly how enormous the Death Star was until the first time he had flown his TIE fighter on patrol. Immediately, he had had to adjust the thrusters for the kind of takeoff more common within a planetary atmosphere than on a space station, because the Death Star's enormity gave it heavy gravitational pull. Just the thought of that made Thane grin. He'd never imagined building something that colossal was even possible. Now the space station had become his home, and already he dreaded the day he'd be assigned somewhere else. The Death Star was meant to function as a world of its own, which meant it had creature comforts most other military postings didn't. Decent food, rec areas, cantinas with latest model bartender droids, commissaries with selections of treats and luxuries, albeit at a stiff price. Although Thane lived in a communal barracks, apparently there were enough private bunks that most people could expect to receive one within 3 to 6 months. Usually you had to make lieutenant commander to live in that kind of luxury. To be able to enjoy such a comfortable posting and have the thrill of deep space flight every day that went beyond Thane's wildest dreams. So did the message he received that morning. "You're coming here today," he repeated as he looked down at Sienna's face on the small screen, as in, "Now? See how we're communicating without a delay." The Devastator should dock within the hour. Her eagerness shone through the screen. Thane imagined his did too. "Will you have any free time?" "Yeah, definitely. I already finished my patrol for the day." As for the next day, well, trading duty shifts wasn't against rules if you got approval first. He'd fly any shift for anyone if it meant he could spend the whole day with Sienna. We could go to one of the cantinas. Catch up. "Nash can't wait to see you either," Sienna said. "Right. Definitely. Of course. Nash might have been one of his best friends, but Thane had never been less interested in hanging out with him. Fortunately, Nash was savvy enough to know when to excuse himself, Thane hoped. "And I want to see Jude," Sienna continued. "She's on board, isn't she?" "Minos Tastussel." "Yeah, Jude Edivon's assigned to the Death Star, but I haven't run into her once. This place is the size of a moon. It's like she's halfway across the planet from me." When Sienna's face fell, Thane hastily added, "But when you tell her you're coming, she'll find her way to you. Count on it. You will too, right?" "You'd better believe it," he said, smiling like an idiot. Maybe I didn't look like a total idiot, Thane thought several hours later as he went through his secondary duty shift as a maintenance mechanic. Every pilot had to be able to maintain and repair all single and dual pilot craft. And by then, twin ion engines were as familiar to Thane as his own hands. So he was able to go through his checklist, hitting every point, while still allowing his mind to race. She was smiling, too. So that's a good sign, right? He didn't ask himself what it was a good sign of. The excitement he felt at the thought of seeing Sienna again remained something he preferred not to examine or name. All he knew was that he hadn't dreamed of seeing her again so soon, and yet now even another day seemed like too long to wait. The Devastator's already here. "Sienna's on the Death Star right now. Why did I have to pull this stupid shift? I traded so I'd have tomorrow free, but what if Sienna can't get time off then?" Thane told himself to stop worrying about it. He took a deep breath and got back to work on the TIE fighter in front of him. The control panel actually needed some new wiring, a task detailed enough to keep him occupied for a while. Just as he put the panel plate back in place, however, he heard the announcement, All hands in Sector 417 to the auxiliary docking doors. That was his sector. Luckily, Thane already stood nearby, so he was able to get into formation first, right in the front line. His mechanic's jumpsuit bore a few grease stains, but that wasn't inappropriate for the middle of a work shift. Nonetheless, he felt shabby compared with the many officers around him in either officers' uniforms or gleaming stormtrooper armor. Probably the commander wouldn't notice, though. He strutted in front of them as he announced, as of today, "The Death Star is fully operational, and it is the will of the Emperor that we demonstrate its power to the entire galaxy." A few cheers went up from the group. Thane clapped a couple of times. He guessed they were going to bring the station close enough to planetary orbit for Ney. He'd felt the main engines at work, so obviously the station had traveled somewhere important, maybe Coruscant. The docking bay doors slid open. Although Thane fully understood the force fields that kept atmosphere in and the hostile chill of space out, he still felt a moment's awe when he looked out on the vast darkness beyond. Slowly, as the door opened, a world appeared. The soft blue sphere seemed to shine with its own light, and as always Thane thought about how beautiful and yet fragile planets looked from that distance. "Behold the planet Alderaan," the commander said. "Nash's home." Thane couldn't help grinning. What luck to be near that world while the Devastator was visiting the station. How many times had Nash promised to show Thane all the sights? It had seemed like no more than a dream, but now Thane might actually get to take a look at Alderaan for himself if he could wrangle the free time. He found himself remembering every story Nash had told him about the best places to go, the incredible natural beauty his world was said to contain. Where should we go first? Cloud-shaped Falls? The Asatabith rainforest? As some of you will know, the commander said, Alderaan is represented in the Imperial Senate by a member of the Organa ruling family. However, it has been discovered that the senator, her father, and we believe the entirety of the upper echelons of Alderaanian government have been secretly financing and supporting the rebel alliance. It took a moment for the words to sink in. Thane couldn't be sure he'd heard correctly. How could the royal family of Alderaan be mixed up in terrorism? His cynical nature told him nobody was too pure or noble to be corrupted. But it also told him people who benefited from the status quo rarely tried to change it. The commander went on. This station has been chosen to send a message to the entire galaxy. We shall demonstrate, now and for all time, that the Empire's strength is supreme. Long may the Emperor rule. Long may the Emperor rule, shouted all the officers standing at attention, Thane included. He hardly paid attention to the words, which by now were so familiar as to be rote. His mind was still trying to make sense of what he'd just heard. Then a deep vibration in the core of the station rippled through the decks, different and more powerful than any Thane had sensed in it before. His hair stood on end, though he didn't know whether that was from fear or the ionization of the atmosphere. What's happening, he wondered. And then the Death Star blasted Alderaan, and an entire world exploded before him. Chapter 9. In shock, almost numb, Sienna thought, "Look through my eyes." She was supposed to let Winnett see the terrible as well as the beautiful. That meant Sienna had to show her this. On the view screen, fragments of the planet Alderaan scattered in 1,000 directions, all the pieces glowing with the heat of their world's death. Sienna thought of the billions of people who had just died before her eyes, and thought she might begin to cry. But then she saw the officer next to her on the auxiliary assignment station. Nash Windrider had gone so pale she thought he might faint. He was a native of Alderaan. His entire family, every place he'd ever been, his home had just been obliterated before his eyes for disloyalty. Instantly, Sienna realized that if Nash did faint, cry, or show any visible sign of emotion, it would be seen as a protest. He would be thought guilty of the same treason as the Organas, and could be thrown in the brig, if not stripped of his commission on the spot. She couldn't help anyone else, so she would help Nash. Reaching out with one hand, Sienna touched Nash's arm to steady him. He responded by clutching her fingers and squeezing so tightly it hurt, but she did not pull away. Instead, she watched as Nash forced himself to breathe deep, even breaths, holding onto her hand as if it were a tow line to bring him to shore. To home, Sienna nearly thought. But she caught herself in time. Toshiest adds as Ilus. In the aftermath of the blast, Sienna walked Nash toward the lift that would take him back to the Devastator's docking bay, so he could board the ship, go to his barracks, and perhaps be alone. Nash said nothing the entire time. He didn't even make eye contact with Sienna before walking through the lift doors. In the last second before they shut again, she saw him lean heavily against the wall of the lift, as if otherwise he might fall. At least she had a few hours free to collect her thoughts, and an old friend to talk Thing GS through. Naturally, I understood the cannon's full potential, Jude said, as she and Sienna sat on one of the small observation decks, before a long line of windows. The superlaser is fueled by an array of giant Kyber crystals, which gives it nearly unlimited power. But I had thought it would be used to break up asteroids for mining purposes, or uninhabited worlds. Not this. Sienna glanced around to see if they were being overheard. Jude, do you think, what we saw today, what the Death Star did, is there any justification for that? Can there be? Instead of answering right away, Jude sat very still, considering. Sienna had always liked that about her friend, the calm, reasoned way Jude worked things through. When they were young cadets, sometimes her gravity had led her roommates to tease her, but now Sienna was grateful for it. Even though I've only been in active service for a few weeks, Jude finally said, it has already become evident to me that the Rebel Alliance is a far larger and more dangerous group than official broadcasts have ever acknowledged. We do not operate as a peacetime military. Our preparations are more appropriate for a time of war. Sienna had already sensed some of that for herself, but when Jude put it in those words, everything crystallized. The threat posed by the Rebel Alliance had become very real. Jude continued, the Organas are guilty of treason, but most of the citizens were not. At least it was quick, Sienna thought, but the rationalization sounded hollow even inside her head. She imagined herself as a child, looking upward, seeing the slate-colored sky turn red and knowing for one sickening moment that it could only be the end. The fear the children of Alderaan would have known. The horror. But it is incorrect to think of what happened to Alderaan as punishing the populace, Jude said, becoming more brisk. The only justification for such an extreme act is that this alone is capable of putting down an even more severe threat. The rebels must be reckless, even foolish, to attempt to conquer the entire Imperial fleet. So how can they be made to see reason, to understand the limitations of their power, and the inevitability of the Empire's victory. Nothing but a demonstration on this scale could ever accomplish that. Surely now the rebels see that their goals are hopeless and their tactics unwise. We'll be safe from war now. The billions of people who died today may have saved countless lives through their sacrifice. That had to be true. No terrorist cell in the galaxy, no matter how zealous or bloodthirsty, could believe it had the power to defeat the Empire now. But that sacrifice was one the inhabitants of Alderaan had never chosen to make. Jude sighed and stared down at her drink for a long moment. For some reason, the way the light fell or the lost expression on Jude's face, she looked younger to Sienna, like the girl she'd been when they'd met more than 3 years earlier. Her immaculately pressed and tailored uniform seemed like a costume for a child playing dress-up. Maybe Sienna also felt too young, too new, to go to war. No doubt everyone felt that way at first. Sienna said, "So what happened today? As many people as were lost, even more would die in a massive galactic war." Exactly, Jude nodded. Think of the billions who perished in the Clone Wars. But by ending the war now, before it truly begins, the Death Star will save more lives than it took. That was a hard thing to think about. The kind of dark calculus Sienna had hoped would never be required of her outside command ethics class. Yet now she had to face it and do her duty. If only the Empire had not been forced to take such dramatic action. If only the Rebel Alliance had never. Gance arisen from whatever mixture of discontent and arrow-fueled its leaders. These terrorists had gambled on the proposition that the Empire would never strike back. Now at last they had been proved wrong, but Sienna wondered whether their leaders would ever take responsibility for the horrible measures necessary to this rebellion, this war, before the entire galaxy had been plunged into chaos. Probably not. Stop. The rebellion had started this, even provoked it. Sienna felt better now that she understood whom to blame, Oy or Olive. An announcement sounded, echoing from the speakers as officers looked up. "Attention! The Devastator will depart from the station at the beginning of the next duty shift. All personnel should be on board and prepared for new orders." Oh no. Sienna didn't want to leave Jude just when her friend was helping the world make sense again. The last thing Nash needed was a new and more demanding duty shift, instead of some time to collect himself. And she hadn't even laid eyes on Thane, much less. "I doubt the Devastator will be gone for long," Jude said. "Word has it Lord Vader intends to remain until the current crisis has been resolved. The Devastator is his flagship, so you would undertake only a limited number of missions without him." Mission awaited the Devastator couldn't last more than a couple of weeks, not without Darth Vader on board. "Then I'll see you again soon." They hugged goodbye quickly before Sienna hurried out into the corridor. She hardly took in the activity around her. The station's enormity failed to awe. Already her mind was on the future, helping Nash through the next few days, returning for Lord Vader, and it seemed likely the Devastator would visit this station often, so she'd have plenty of chances to visit Jude. She'd be back to see Thane so quickly it would be as if she'd never gone. Thane stared at the screen of the communications monitor, willing it to light up with a response from Sienna. Only blackness stared back. He knew she was probably on the Devastator, maybe on duty. How could anyone keep going after witnessing the murder of an entire planet? But Thane had continued standing at attention along with the rest, a fact that amazed him more with every passing moment. We killed billions of people. We slaughtered billions, and afterward we were expected to applaud. Alderaan had been Nash's homeworld. If Thane was sickened by what he'd just seen, how must Nash be feeling? The guy had to be at the point of collapse. Thane didn't send a message to him, however. He knew the communications record might be looked over by the internal affairs officer, and any call to or from an Alderaanian would automatically be suspect. For his own sake, Thane didn't care. He knew how to choose his words carefully so the listener would hear what had to remain unspoken. It was a skill most people cultivated at the academy. But Nash had to be furious, and in his grief and rage, he might say something that would incriminate him. No, Thane would have to reach out to Nash later when it was safer. Anyway, it was Sienna he needed to talk to. She'd always been his touchstone. If he were with her, he thought, he wouldn't feel so nauseated, and he'd feel as if he could breathe again, angry. The communications monitor lit up, and Thane's spirits rose for the split second it took him to realize the message wasn't from Sienna. Instead, it was his company commander. Ordering them to report for duty immediately. Dantoon, he repeated to one of his fellow officers as they boarded the troop transport. That's in the middle of nowhere. The place was nearly as obscure as Jalokan. That's the whole point, said the other officer as she climbed the entry ramp. Where else could the rebels hide? They'd better hide, he thought. Now that the galaxy had learned what this space station could do, surely nobody would rise up against the Empire again. At least Thane had a couple of moments before boarding was complete to record a message, one Sienna could listen to whenever she got off shift. Bad news, some of us are being shipped out on a last-minute patrol. That's only going to take a day or two, but I don't know how much longer the Devastator's going to be docked on the station. The words Death Star were harder for him to say now that the death was real. I really hope I get to see you, he said, willing her to hear how deeply he meant it. If not next time on Jalokan, I promise. So you have to promise too. All right, Tyrell out. Probably he should have sent Nash a message as well, but he still had no idea what to say. During the trooplander's voyage to Dantooine, Thane kept wondering what to do for Nash, but he could think of nothing more useful than sitting his friend down with a bottle of Corellian brandy. Once they reached the planet, scans picked up evidence of a rebel base fairly quickly. Before Thane could get into battle armor, however, word came that the base was deserted. They'd do a sweep for intel, but no more than that. Sounded like they'd come a long way for nothing. But then the trooplander arrived at the abandoned base in the heart of Dantooine's gloomy badlands, and Thane saw not some ramshackle hangar or scrubby smuggler's den, but the remnants of a real military organization, of Glog. They could have had dozens of small starfighters in this area alone, he thought as he scanned the vast enclosure. Data scrolling past on his screen told him the installation had also held dozens of droid charging ports, sophisticated communications technology that would allow for near instantaneous cross. galactic information transfer, and bunks for several hundred rebels. And there seemed to be at least a dozen structures similar to that one. Plus, they found evidence of extensive digging underground, so apparently the rebels had at one point planned to expand the base. This was no small band of malcontents. The Rebel Alliance was an army. No, they're fighting for. Didn't have to be your equal. As long as its forces reached a certain critical mass, they had the power to cause real damage. It looked to him like the rebellion was nearly there. His usual train of thought about the rebels began. They're terrorists. They're thugs. The Empire has its flaws, but so did the Republic these guys worship. You can't trust power no matter what. It doesn't really matter who's in charge. He thought he was being so worldly and wise. Now, with the blaze of Alderaan's destruction still glowing in his mind, Thane knew how hollow his rationalizations had been. Terrorism could never be the answer, but as of that day, the Empire was as guilty of acts of terror as the Rebel Alliance was, if not more. His tour of duty post-graduation was 5 years. After that, technically, Thane could resign his commission and take whatever work he chose, but the vast majority of Imperial officers remained in service until they hit mandatory retirement age or died, whichever came first. He'd always figured he would be a lifer. Now it felt like he couldn't wear that uniform another 5 minutes. How many times had he said he'd stay in the Imperial Starfleet just so he'd get to fly the greatest ships in the galaxy? The words sounded so callow now. You don't really want to walk out, Thane told himself as he continued taking readings, his expression carefully impassive. What you've seen today proves we're on the brink of galactic war. They need you. But when he thought of they, he wasn't imagining the Emperor and his admirals needing him. He imagined protecting his fellow troops, the people around him he'd already begun to think of as friends. And Nash, and Chiena, although the Devastator had left the Death Star behind. The Star Destroyer's crew had been instructed to remain linked to the station's data feeds. The designated view screens were slightly to the left of Ciena's station, so from the corner of her eye she could see the febrile surface of Yavin, an immense red gas giant. Other screens showed one of the world's moons, Yavin 4, apparently the real location of the rebel base. So they sent Thane away to Dantooine based on bad intel. For nothing. She longed to talk with him about the terrible events of the past couple of days. Talking with Jude had helped steady Ciena. But she still couldn't sleep. Over and over again, in her mind's eye, she saw Alderaan exploding. Now she might be about to watch the death of a second world. But this is a military target, she assured herself. No civilians will be hurt. That explanation would make sense to her eventually. At the moment, her gut ached at the thought of seeing another planet's destruction. It was too soon after Alderaan. Her nerves were raw. The rebels realized their doom, and they fought back, but in the most absurd way possible. Unbelievable, muttered a commander standing near her duty station. The rebels sent a handful of starfighters to target the Death Star. That little uprising must be on its last legs, if that's all the power they can muster. It's uninhabited, she reminded herself. The only people there are members of the rebellion, the ones who are trying to start a war. They chose their path willingly. This is what war means. Yet she thought of the animals that lived there, small innocent creatures, and even the trees. One monitor showed X-Wing fighters racing through a trench with TIE fighters in pursuit. She wondered why they had even sent the TIEs out against such a pitiful attack. Then again, even minor damage to the station would have to be repaired. The ships zoomed past at such speed that the firefight was out of sight again. Maybe another camera would pick it up. Instead, a short time later, she saw an X-Wing and a clunky old freighter headed back toward Yavin 4 at top sublight speed. Sienna reported, "Sir, the rebel ships are flying away from the Death Star. Track them," her commander said. "We will want to provide the most complete report possible for Grand Moff Tarkin." Desanya brought a mom owed me Judbed. She continued logging every data packet that arrived from the Death Star, important or incidental. The auxiliary bridge continued its buzz of activity, but voices dropped and tasks slowed. Sienna knew everyone was waiting for the moment Yavin 4 would explode. Nausea welling inside, she attempted to brace herself for the sudden blazing light, when instead every screen connected to the Death Star went black. Instantly, simultaneously, Sienna realized the stream of data flowing from the station had stopped too. Did the circuits fail? Someone said, checking out those monitors. He thought the screens themselves were at fault. She knew better. "Dalam, the Death Star has gone silent, sir," she reported. "No incoming data." Her commander's face took on a strange expression, both confused and angry. "That's impossible, Lieutenant. The rebels have created some form of interference, or those fighters were sent to knock out the station's communications. X-Wing fighters couldn't do that to a space station the size of the Death Star. Could they? But the only alternative was unthinkable. Chapter 10. He hats it? They don't know anything else? Try again to get through to Coruscant. Every communication network is. Completely jammed. Voices echoed throughout the abandoned rebel base on Dantooine, which had become for the time being a makeshift Imperial station. Groups of officers huddled around some, still in full landing armor, but most by then wearing only pieces of the plating. Although their troop commander remained in charge, for hours no orders had been given to anyone but communications officers. There was nothing for them to do but wait and be afraid. Thane paced the length of the hall, which seemed to have been blasted from solid rock, making it feel a bit as if they were huddling in a cave. The pieces of information they'd been able to gather so far were contradictory, confusing, and ominous. Some said the Death Star had been destroyed, others claimed it was damaged and unable to communicate, still others said the news had to be false. A ploy meant to coax the rebels out of hiding so they could be more efficiently slaughtered. Most of the soldiers in the room seemed to believe the last scenario, which had led to a lot of cursing and big talk about how, when they were in charge, they'd never initiate an action like that without properly informing and preparing everyone down the chain of command. A few others protested, saying that spies could be anywhere. If even a member of the Imperial Senate as illustrious as Princess Leia Organa could turn traitor, anyone could. So this big diversion had to be kept secret until the last possible moment. Lem. Not everyone was convinced, though. Thane had exchanged glances with a handful of others who remained tense and silent. Vamos Goo. The Death Star can't have been lost. It would take a dozen Star Destroyers and attack cruisers to make any impact on a station that size. The Rebel Alliance is clearly more powerful than our superior officers let us know. But if they had a fleet that large, they would have provoked direct action before now. That part of his analysis felt rock solid to Thane, however. The rest was less certain. If the death Star has been damaged. How badly? It's the size of an entire moon. So how can all the communication systems be down? And why wouldn't the ships docked there be able to respond either? If the rebels had attacked the Death Star with a fleet capable of causing real damage, the big Imperial ships would have been launched. They would have gone into battle. Power! Thane leaned against the rough-hewn stone wall of the rebel base, canteen of nutritive milk in one hand. He thought of the Devastator in all its majesty, and he imagined its laser cannons blasting the rebel fleet to shreds. He pictured it over and over. The shards of metal, the spinning debris, the brief pulses of flame before they were snuffed out by the vacuum of space. If he imagined the Devastator winning, he didn't have to imagine what else might have happened during the battle he envisioned to the ship, to Nash Windrider, or to Sienna. After a few hours at her post, Sienna's ears rang with the squeals of badly filtered transmissions. Her head swam with the endless amounts of data she had to process. Fast. For now she had to give her ship and her empire everything she had. The Devastator's senior officers were in conference, as they had been for what seemed like hours. If any of them knew the reason behind the Death Star's sudden, terrifying silence, they had not yet shared it with the crew. For the time being, Sienna could do no more than continue to sort through the endless data packets sent from the Death Star before it went quiet. Many of these contained no useful information whatsoever, but until they had a full explanation, she could afford to ignore nothing. When she recognized Jude's number on one packet, she opened it immediately. She didn't care whether this one was important or not. Sienna needed to know what Jude had been doing before the Death Star became damaged or infiltrated, or whatever had gone so horribly wrong. But Jude's data was important. Sienna read a report from Jude Edivon to her superior officer and all local commanders, in which Jude explained that her analysis had shown the rebel attack with small starfighters did in fact pose a threat to the Death Star. She'd found a flaw nobody else had suspected, something to do with an exhaust port, and had sensed a weakness where everyone else saw invulnerability. Although the likelihood of a direct hit is remote, Jude had written, the consequences could be highly destructive to the station, even fatal. If anyone had sent a response to Jude's warning, Sienna had not yet found it. Fatal to the station? To the Death Star? No. Jude must have meant only that officers would be killed in some resulting small explosion. That made far more sense than the idea that an X-Wing fighter could destroy something the size of a moon. Yet the darkness and silence remained. Shortly after Sienna had sent this information to command, she received a message to report to docking Bay 47. Nash shot her a look as she walked out, clearly as curious as she was about what could possibly be going on. She hoped to be able to fill him in soon. Instead, she found she had a new assignment. A stone-faced commander told her and the other pilot, Lieutenant Ree, Lieutenant Sai, you're to take a Gozanti class freighter to the Yavin system to rendezvous with Lord Vader and bring him back to the Devastator. It was as though steel bands had been tightening around her, then were suddenly loosed. Sienna managed not to sigh out loud. Darth Vader is alive. He was able to contact our ship. So whatever happened on the Death Star wasn't the worst-case scenario. She still hadn't allowed herself to fully contemplate what the worst-case scenario might be. The commander continued, you are to disclose your mission to no one not during your journey, or at any time afterward. You will maintain communication silence unless otherwise ordered by Lord Vader, or if the rendezvous does not take place as planned. What was that supposed to mean? Sienna glanced sideways at her fellow pilot, whose expression might as well have been carved in stone N. Once they were alone in the freighter's cockpit, however, Lieutenant Sy proved to be anything but stoic. "What are we supposed to do?" she said just after their ship had gone into hyperspace. "Fly up to the totally silent Death Star without asking them any questions, or even getting permission to dock?" "It's going to make more sense when we get there," ASD Block Xiabe Chiena said. "Why are you so sure?" "Because it can't make any less sense than it does now." That earned her a laugh. "True. By the way, I'm called Bareece." Sienna Bareece turned out to have graduated from the academy on Lothal the year before. Her brilliant smile shone brightly against her tan skin. She was as stout as regulations allowed, with dark, shining hair she kept even more tightly braided than Sienna's. When she learned that Sienna had been on the Devastator only a few short weeks, she promised to show her around, and even offered some sympathy for Nash. "That's rough," she said. "Imagine finding out your entire planet turned traitor." "Even that can't be as bad as seeing it completely destroyed," Sienna nearly said, but that was when the sensors began to chime. "Yavin?" she said, swinging back into position at the controls. "Dropping out of hyperspace?" "Dropping out of hyperspace," Bareece confirmed. G2 was back in official mode. The dread Sienna had kept at bay by chatting with Bareece returned, stronger than before. She told herself that at least now she would know how bad the situation was. She wouldn't have to worry about Jude any longer. Nothing could be worse than not knowing. The freighter dropped out of hyperdrive and into hell. Bareece gasped out loud. Sienna couldn't even catch her breath. They were on the outskirts of a vast debris field, twisted metal floating in every direction. Some pieces were enormous, the size of a light cruiser, but others were fragments even smaller than a human head. Splinters connected with the freighter's windows, and stuck to the transparency in patterns like frost or cracks. "I can't believe it," Bareece said, voice shaking. "It's gone. It's completely gone. Qua." The Death Star had been destroyed. Jude's warning echoed louder in Sienna's head. Fatal. Now she knew Jude was dead. And Todd. A few other classmates had been stationed aboard the Death Star. Just a dozen people Sienna knew had been murdered that day. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers, most of them not even roused to battle stations. They would have been sleeping, eating, getting a drink in one of the cantinas, with no idea that moment was one of their last. But Jude had known the danger. Was she frightened? In her last terrible moments, had Jude known it was the end? The idea made Sienna's throat tighten and her eyes fill with tears. Lord Vader's signal. Bareece snapped out of her shock to get back to work. "Let's go." Numbly, Sienna steered the freighter around the edge of the debris field. She wanted to cry, she wanted to scream. The command officers had to have known what happened. Why hadn't they told the fleet, the entire galaxy? But maybe they had believed this as impossible as she had. Sienna finally recognized that her mission was also to confirm that the worst had happened. They had sent her to bear witness to another massacre. Her sorrow for Jude flooded her mind until she couldn't feel anything. Sienna went through the motions as they approached Lord Vader's damaged TIE fighter, grateful for the training that had taught her how to respond even when she was falling apart. Vader's ship slowly took form in the darkness. She first saw the strange rotation of several pieces of debris, as if they were being shoved back by repulsor beams. Then she saw the form of a TIE fighter with angled wings. Vader was flying just beyond the ever-expanding debris field. Initiating airlock sequence, Sienna said. She was grateful Bareece didn't know her very well yet, so she wouldn't hear how strained and unnatural her voice had become. 3, 2, 1. Bareece hit the controls that would release one of a quartet of docking umbilicals from the ship's belly. Carefully, they extended the tube to the top of the TIE fighter's spherical cockpit. Met Lord Vader yet? Bareece said lightly. No. Sienna could hardly focus enough to speak. I'm going to let you go back there and greet him. Normally, Imperial officers strove to be the first to talk to anyone of higher rank. Those were opportunities to stand out from the pack. Sienna had never cared less about advancement, and yet she had the impression Bareece wasn't doing her a favor. They say he is a great man, she reminded herself as she stood at the airlock, waiting for the all clear to enter the bay. That he has the Emperor's favor, and they say he can bend the Force itself to his will. Though Sienna believed in the Force, she was doubtful that anyone could control it so completely. She wondered if she would be proven wrong. Sienna needed a superior officer she could respect, someone who would take charge, someone in whom she could put her trust. She walked into the airlock corridor just as the pressure door hissed open. Reassured, she stepped forward. Fabib S. Then stopped as she saw Vader for the first time. Black armor sheathed him entirely. This was no TIE pilot's gear, however. Instead, Sienna recognized a life support suit, one more comprehensive than she'd ever seen or imagined before. Nothing of Vader's human skin or face remained visible beneath his gleaming carapace, and a black cape shrouded him from shoulder to floor. As he stepped forward, she realized how tall he was, taller than any other human she had even encountered. In the cramped corridor, his stature was even more intimidating. But worst of all was the sound of his breath. The harsh rasp of his respirator system echoed until it seemed to fill the space. What is he? Sienna wondered. Her splintered mind refused to accept Lord Vader as human. He seemed more like a nightmare vision, or a creature from the scary stories Mama used to tell around the kindred gathering fires. Evil seemed to ooze from him, to pool space until there was no more air. Sienna's uniform collar felt too tight within them. Only a few moments before she'd been determined to greet her superior officer with dignity. Now she only hoped not to faint. As Darth Vader stepped away from the airlock door, she heard his deep metallic voice for the first time. Are you here by the Emperor's command? We received our orders from the command staff of the Devastator, sir, Sienna managed to respond. She had to fight the instinctive need to draw away from Vader. I have no information regarding their contact with the Emperor. Vader took this in for what seemed to be a very long time. Sienna's nervousness continued to grow until he ordered, You and your fellow pilot will remain in the hold for the remainder of the voyage. I will take command of this freighter until we have returned to the Devastator. Yes, sir. She didn't care about being hauled back to her Star Destroyer like so much cargo. Sienna was grateful to sink down to the floor, put her head on her knees, and take deep breaths. At least now she didn't have to act, even to think. She tried to forget she'd ever seen Darth Vader, and almost succeeded. Her battered mind could hold on to nothing but the scene of devastation she'd witnessed, and her grief for Jude. 1,000 memories of her friend shone in Sienna's memory like candles. The times they'd laughed and talked in their bunks late at night. How Jude had rushed to defend Sienna when she'd been accused of sabotaging Thane's laser cannon, and then comforted her after the argument that followed. Even how unexpectedly glamorous Jude had looked at the reception. One of the best friends she'd ever had, or would have, had been annihilated, blasted to atoms. Berenice was apologetic when she joined Sienna. Lord Vader can be a little overpowering when you first see him. Yeah, Sienna said faintly. I didn't feel like I could take it. Doesn't mean it was any easier for you. Sorry. Berenice leaned back against the wall like a puppet freed from its strings. I know he's just wearing a life support suit, and it's stupid to be frightened of someone who has different needs, right? But that respirator. He could be monitoring us right now, Sienna pointed out. Berenice fell silent. When they returned to the Devastator, Sienna was grateful to finally be off duty. She went to the deck where her crew quarters were located. She freshened up. She spent a few minutes crying into a towel for Jude. Then she pulled herself together and walked back toward her bunk, only to pause as she saw another junior officer in the corridor, heading to the auxiliary bridge. Nash? Nash Windrider nodded. He still moved slowly, a bit like a man sleepwalking, but his uniform was regulation neat and his voice calm. All hands are needed. You're sure you're ready? I have to be, he said simply. She put one hand on his arm. Are you positive? You've been through a lot. How inadequate. His entire planet had been destroyed in the hopes that it would end a war, and those hopes had proved futile. Nash had to be profoundly devastated. His voice low, he said, The Empire is all I have left. I need to be of use. I want to serve. Sienna still wondered whether Nash could handle it, but she decided to stop fighting him. He deserved the chance to try. Okay, I'll walk you up there. Nash nodded, his silence perhaps a tacit acknowledgement that he remained on the emotional brink. She noticed then that he'd cut his hair, the long braids he'd worn tied at the nape of his neck throughout his academy years had been shorn completely. Maybe the braids had carried meaning on Alderaan, or maybe the change was symbolic for Nash, something he'd done as a kind of farewell. Regardless, Sienna knew better than to ask. The corridors of the Devastator were eerily silent. Only a few courier droids and a handful of guards walked along the metal mesh floors. Without the usual bustle of activity, the few sounds remaining were amplified to strange effect. The echoing of their footsteps, even the faint hiss of the ship's ventilation system. Despite her misery and fury, she realized that deep within her was a small sense of reassurance. The Death Star will never destroy another world. She would always mourn Jude and the others who had died aboard the Death Star, would always recognize its explosion as the act of terrorism it was. Yet Sienna took some comfort from the fact that no other planet would suffer Alderaan's fate. Its destruction had been the Emperor's last-ditch effort to end a bloody war before it began. That effort had failed. War had come. The devastation to follow would no doubt be terrible. Sienna expected to see constant combat and war readiness for a long time to come. She would have to kill and risk being killed. But that was war. The combatants would be soldiers prepared for battle. that Sienna could accept. Shortly before they reached the auxiliary bridge, Nash said, "Sienna, do you need out of this duty shift?" Exhausted though Sienna was, she would volunteer to work the next few hours in Nash's stead if it would help. "No. It's just before I left my cabin, I was thinking of Thane. I wanted to talk with him. So I searched for information about the Dantooine transport." Nash hesitated before finishing. They'd received orders to return to the Death Star. The blood in her veins froze. Sienna stood stock still in the corridor, unable to take another step. She swallowed hard. And Thane? He would have been aboard. "Do you know if the transport docked before the explosion?" No. All that time, Sienna had kept going by promising herself that she'd be able to talk about everything with Thane soon by, reminding herself that at least her best friend in the world had escaped. But what if he hadn't? What if Thane had been killed too? It took almost a week, the longest and most agonizing of his life, for Thane's ship to receive new, definite orders. His vessel, a short haul transport, hadn't been stocked with nearly enough provisions, so they'd had to commandeer foodstuffs from the nearest town. Although the ship had bunks, they were intended more for emergency use by the injured than for actual sleep. Rather than lie on those, Thane and several others had moved into the bunks the rebels left behind. How strange it felt to lie on the enemy's bed, to see where someone had drawn a crude figure of an X-Wing fighter on the wall, and to know an X-Wing like that had been the weapon that destroyed the Death Star, maybe Sienna with it. So Thane should have been relieved to be back aboard his own ship, fully armored and with his blaster at his side. Nothing was worse than not knowing, he told himself. Once they'd rendezvoused with the Imperial fleet, he would finally find out for certain what had happened to all his friends. But when he tried to imagine what he'd do if they told him Sienna was dead, his mind went blank. It was as if his brain refused to show him anything beyond that point. "Kyrell," his commander said as they prepared for lightspeed, "did you not send family messages confirming your survival? I show you as a yes, but we've got no responses." "You wouldn't," Thane said without much emotion. He didn't think his family actually wanted him dead, though maybe Dolvin wouldn't have minded, but writing back was apparently beyond their interests. What did I ever do to them besides being born? He thought for the 1,000th time. Yet thinking of that made him want to talk to Sienna, the only person who'd ever really understood how screwed up his family was. The pit of fear in his belly grew heavier, and he spoke hardly one word on their way to rendezvous with the fleet. When the transport came out of lightspeed, a few people muttered, and one person emitted a low whistle of surprise. Outside hovered more ships than Thane had ever seen in one place, even over Coruscant. TIE fighters swarmed like gnats scurrying over the surface of every larger vessel. Countless transports and smaller ships had been pulled into rough formation around the dozen or so star destroyers that obviously formed the new core of the Imperial Starfleet. Was one of those star destroyers the Devastator? From the outside, the ships were as identical as slices of the same pie D'Esmo ate. Even as their transport rose into the main docking bay, their commander was shouting their new orders. "NO 718, you're to report to the Star Destroyer Eliminator immediately. To Lieutenant Commander Sherrick. NY112, same orders. AV 547. Thane lifted his head. "You transfer to the troop ship Watchtower for transport and deployment to Karev Doi." He was being sent to a spice, Mining world? The order sounded absurd to Thane for the instant it took him to put the pieces together. Wherever spice was a commodity, finances became shady. If you wanted to hide money, vast sums of it, the kind of funds that could support an entire rebel army. Karev Doi was one of the very few places in the galaxy to which you could turn. They were being sent to shake the place down, maybe to cut the rebellion off at the source. That made sense. Yet he found himself thinking of Karev Doi in a very different light. Spice worlds were heavily trafficked by ships both legitimate and criminal. Even many of the legitimate vessels didn't keep careful records about their trips there. Every storybook or holo about running away from home featured one of the spice worlds and colorful images of the exotic ships and traders who might whisk anyone away from the life they had known before. Karev Doi was a place where he could get lost. Thane caught himself. It wasn't like he was actually planning on leaving the Imperial fleet, at least not yet. Not until he'd learned what had become of Sienna, Nash, and the rest, and maybe not ever. But he was perhaps testing the idea, getting used to it. If Sienna had died, what was left for him there? Nothing. Sir? He said to his commanding officer, who looked annoyed at the interruption. Which Star Destroyer is this? Does it matter, Lieutenant Kyrell? It does to me, sir. His commanding officer wasn't impressed by any show of independence. You're on the Devastator. But if you're not on the watchtower within the hour, you're out of the fleet. The Devastator. Thane breathed out. Okay, Sienna's probably fine. She was safe and sound on her ship the entire time. Unless maybe she stayed behind on the Death Star for a duty. Assignment, or she was visiting Jude and the Devastator pulled out too quickly for her to rejoin it. He disembarked with only a wrist communicator to tell him where to find the watchtower's docking berth. From the looks of things, he didn't have much time, but maybe enough to stop at a communications panel. Even if the system informed him she was on duty, it would be proof she was alive. How was he supposed to get on another ship and fly away from the Devastator without even knowing? Thane! He turned and saw Sienna, halfway across the crowded bay, and it was like the hard shell around him cracked and crumbled away. He forgot about Karev Doi, about escape. It was impossible to think about anything but the sight of her there. Then, alive. Jenna? Then all that mattered was pushing through the crowd, shouldering aside stormtrooper grunts and senior officers alike, so he could get to her. Sienna flung her arms around Thane's neck, and he embraced her back so tightly that she could barely breathe. She didn't care, not now. You're alive, she said, her voice breaking. You're alive. We didn't know whether your transport had returned to the Death Star. I didn't know if the Devastator made it. And nobody knows what the hell is going on. It's so terrible. Did you... They stopped trying to talk over each other and just laughed for a moment out of pure joy. Sienna looked up at Thane, and she saw the man he had become, the one she was in some ways only beginning to know yet, who was already as much a part of her as her bone or blood. I'm supposed to report to the watchtower within the hour, Thane said. Are you free? She could have groaned. Already she was late to report for her next shift, but then to the side she saw Baris gesturing at her, clearly saying, Go on! I've got it. Sienna turned back to Thane. I have a few minutes. They worked their way through the busy docking bay to a side corridor. It led to a recreation area, and as such was currently deserted. Though the roar of activity continued only a few meters away, there the two of them could be nearly alone. No, are you all right? Thane brushed a loose curl back from her cheek as he framed her face with his hands. Sienna knew he wasn't talking about battle injuries. Nash Windrider is safe. He's torn up about. Alderaan, it was hard even to say the planet's name. Thane winced when he heard it. Still, he's on duty. But Jude died on the Death Star. I'm sorry. He pulled her back into his arms, and she leaned her head against his chest. Or, they'd never touched each other like that. No doubt Thane was as vividly aware of that as she was. And yet embracing him, being held by him, felt natural. Right, I really thought I'd lost you, she whispered. Everything else I could handle, because I had to. But when I realized you might have been killed, I knew I couldn't get through that. Not ever. Sienna expected him to say something like, Of course you could. You're strong, or don't worry about me. Instead, Thane folded her deeper in his embrace. This whole week, I didn't know if you were dead or alive. The Empire has been turned upside down, and we're going to war, and not one damn bit of it mattered. You were the only one I could think about. Sienna stood on tiptoe to hug him tighter. Thane's fingers traced along her jawline as he brushed his lips against her forehead, then tilted her face up toward his. But it was Sienna who brought their mouths together for their first kiss. Oh, she thought as their lips opened against each. Other. It's not whether he's my friend or someone I love. He's both. Thane's always been both, since the beginning. This wasn't the start of something, it was their discovery, their admission, of what had been between them for a very long while. When they pulled apart, Thane took a deep breath. That was very. Yeah. Then they both laughed, more gently this time, and he kissed her forehead again. She slid her arms down his shoulders to take his hands in hers. Thane's crooked smile made Sienna feel as if she were melting inside. Why couldn't this have happened at a moment when they could really be alone? But a few stolen minutes in a noisy docking bay were all they had, and she didn't intend to waste them. Listen to me, Sienna said. As crazy as things are, we'll be together again. I don't know where or when, but it's going to happen. It will, he answered, brightening. No matter what, I'm going to find you. That was a strange way to put it. Once they worked past this initial confusion, Imperial Records would be able to connect the two of them at any time. But Sienna didn't care. She was too overcome, already yearning, for the next time they'd be together before they'd even said goodbye. How can I miss you when you're still here? Because I already miss you too. But it's not forever, not even for long. Thane kissed her again, and after days of holding strong against loss, grief, and terror, Sienna let herself surrender to a moment of happiness. Then she walked him to his transport, kissed him once more at the ramp as a few officers inside whistled, and finally ran like hell for her duty station. When she got to her console, Boris stepped aside with a motion like a waiter presenting the dessert. I owe you one, Sienna breathed as she tried to steady herself. You owe me way more than one, Boris answered. Sienna glanced sideways at Boris. The two of them started to smile at the craziness of it all. Amazing how, in situations like that, you could become good friends in only a couple of days. She got back to work, But on one view screen she brought up the docking bay feed so she could see the watchtower disengage and set off for the infinity of space, taking Thane with it. And the adventure stories and swashbuckling hollow, series Thane had watched as a child. Spice worlds were exotic lands peopled with beautiful dancers, wisecracking gangsters, and daring pilots who flew souped-up starships as they outran those no-good old Republic enforcers. The stories all suggested that spice smugglers longed for a day when they could trade their goods fairly, and that the Empire had delivered the spice worlds from their more dangerous, yet colorful past. Thane no longer believed in the Empire as anyone's salvation, and he knew he'd learned all that from tales told to children. Yet the romance of spice worlds lingered until the moment he set foot on Karev Doi. This. He didn't know what he'd expected, but it wasn't. Karev Doi's pink skies no longer spread over vast open land. Instead, they had turned darker and hung over a grim, disheartened populace. People didn't wear fancy outfits or trade quips. They hid within heavy cloaks and said as little as possible. Spice farms dominated the landscape. Everything about the planet that wasn't ordinary was profoundly depressing. Okay, so your childhood stories didn't pan out, Thane told himself roughly. Get over it. This is reality. His duty would have been easier if he'd had more to do on Karev Doi, but the Watchtower's role was primarily to ferry the officials in charge of shaking down the planet's notoriously corrupt banking system, and to provide a show of strength. So Thane's tasks were limited to taking out his TIE fighter every day, and flying low over areas that needed a reminder of the Empire's power and reach. Once, Thane might at least have found it funny, the way people cowered and scattered as he flew overhead. After Alderaan, seeing people scared of the Empire, well, he no longer felt like laughing. On a free night, he went out to the Blue Convor, local nightclub famous from many of the hollows. That was where heroes and heroines met each other, exchanged soulful glances over drinks that glowed in the radiant light, and made plans that would earn them money beyond imagining. Thane held out little hope for the place. At worst, it would be as seedy and run down as most of what he'd seen of Karev Doi so far. At best, it would be a tourist trap. But somehow, the Blue Convor turned out to be relatively close to what Thane had pictured. The ambiance was low-key. Low couches were cushioned in deep orange and rich pink, and hanging plants dangled their lush blooms overhead. Levitating candle droids illuminated only their immediate surroundings, leaving plenty of inviting shadows. The music was excellent. Low, sultry rhythms played by a long-snouted guy at a circular keyboard. Thane's drink came in a tall glass and was just strong enough to soften the edges. I'll tell Sienna about this in my next message, he thought. She used to like those hollows too when she got to see them. It would make her happy to know at least one thing about Karev Doi is just as good as we imagined it. Thane felt himself grinning and tried to stop, but he couldn't. Even the thought of Sienna blew his mind these days. Ever since that day on the Skyloop when Thane had first realized the new potential in his relationship with Sienna, he'd resisted it, even when he hadn't been. Angry with her about that dumbass incident with the laser cannon, he'd been afraid of what would happen if the bond between them changed. But it hadn't changed. That was the amazing thing. They'd always belonged to each other in ways that were difficult to define. Thane felt as though they'd simply acknowledged what had been true from the start. And she too was considering leaving the Imperial Starfleet. That made sense, of course. Sienna defined herself by her honor, and there could be no honor in what the Empire had done to Alderaan. Obviously, the Rebel Alliance was no better. It had blown up the Death Star with nearly 2 million people on board, but one didn't excuse another. She had probably thought about abandoning her post even before he had. Wrong. Once again, Thane replayed those few incredible minutes in his mind, the one and only time he'd been able to hold Sienna in his arms and kiss her. She had said, "We'll be together again. I don't know where or when." She wouldn't have said that if she thought they'd both remain in the Imperial Navy, where they could find each other through any database. Surely she too wanted out, but wanting out and getting out were two different things. Abandoned his post? He would immediately become a wanted criminal, a low priority criminal. Maybe especially with the rebels out there as a more dangerous threat, but he'd still be at risk of being thrown in the brig the first time an Imperial officer performed a scan and realized he was a deserter. Plus, Sienna would find it incredibly hard to break her promise to serve the Empire. She believed in both oaths and honor as sacred. What happened when those oaths and her honor were at odds? I guess we have to wait, he thought tiredly. Do our 5 years. Try to get assigned to the same station or ship for a while. Maybe put down this damned rebellion and avenge Jude before our tours of duty are up. Then we can resign and walk away. And after that, Thane didn't know. They wouldn't return to Jellicoe. That much was certain. But it was a big galaxy. The possibilities were endless. All they had to do was search for their future together. He sipped his drink and daydreamed about this night as a scene from one of the Hollows. Now he was a swaggering spice pirate, all ego and charm. Sienna could slink in dressed like one of those classic femme fatales, in a deep red robe that clung to her body, and whisper to him that she needed help from a man who was afraid of nothing. "That's me," he whispered to the Sienna in his. Mind! He imagined kissing her again, and the next daydreams lasted him until he had paid for his drink, left the club, and returned to his bunk. Thane's 5-year plan fell apart 8 days later, when he flew over the lower Sea Province. He did a few dramatic swoops and dives for the best effect. The distinctive scream of a TIE fighter's engines would echo in the canyons. No one who heard it could doubt that the Empire remained strong and omnipresent throughout the galaxy. By the time he landed to meet with the local garrison and grab his midday meal, Thane was feeling fairly pleased with himself. But as he walked toward the local HQ, his smile faded. A line of workers trudged along the trail leading up from the mine crevasse. In most of the spice mines Thane had seen up until then, droids and lesser automatons served as the main labor force. There, however, the miners were all sentient beings. He even recognized their species, a pale reptilian people called the Bodaki. Their planet had continually resisted Imperial regulations. Everyone knew that, as the Bodaki had been open in their defiance, but some months before it had been announced that order was restored and new sanctions levied. Thane had imagined that sanctions meant fines or trading penalties. He had not realized it meant slavery. The Bodachi wore restraint collars and wristlets. On their own, the restraints were no more than heavy and cumbersome, however. Any deviation from the programmed tasks or paths would result in electric shocks or even metal spurs jabbing into the wearer's flesh. I thought those restraints were for violent criminals, not for regular people, Thane said to himself, dazed, as he walked slowly along the border of the Imperial outpost. Beyond, the Bodashi staggered under their burdens, unable to stop and rest. They were monitored by Imperial stormtroopers who stood many meters apart along the line that seemed to stretch into infinity. A few townspeople watched, either in silent fear or complete apathy. Thane couldn't tell the difference. Nausea tightened his throat and belly as he saw the Bodaki struggling. Most of them weren't even fit laborers. There were youngling Bodaki there, hardly big enough to carry the burdens they'd been given. Elders, too, their scales gone dusty with age. This was wrong, worse than wrong evil. If the Bodachi had defied the Emperor, sanctions might be appropriate, but not this. Nothing could justify punishing an entire race this way, enslaving them. Why doesn't someone help these people? Thane wondered, as he scanned the blank expressions of the locals. Their collars could be unfastened during the night, their escapes covered up. Then it hit him. Nobody helped the Bodaki because these people all feared the Empire. And when Thane had flown overhead, showing off his TIE fighter and letting the populace hear its engines scream, he had made them even more afraid. The crushing weight of that truth settled on him, and for a moment Thane felt as if he could hardly breathe. One of the local children had begun jeering at the Bodachi. That's what you get. You think you can push the Emperor around? Showed you! One of the stormtroopers nodded in approval, then patted the child's head. That boy could be no more than 7 or 8 years old. The age Thane was when he'd decided to join the Imperial fleet. That was how evil magnified itself. It took root in the young and grew along with them. Each generation provided the next level of abuse. We're teaching children to approve of slavery. We're teaching them cruelty as a virtue. But the worst part was Thane had been that kid. He'd sat in the pilot's seat of a shuttle and felt proud, felt big. All because he might be part of the Empire someday. He'd followed the path that led from there, and where had it taken him? Now he flew ships only to frighten people, in the name of an empire that slaughtered entire worlds. If he could go back, would he have the strength to choose a different path? Do I have the strength to do that now? Another stormtrooper cuffed one of the Bodachi, who staggered to the side. She had lost many scales and her tail dragged along the sand, even though the rough terrain had to have nicked and bruised it countless times by then. The creature's weakness lanced Thane through, especially because there was nothing he could do. Absolutely nothing. Not against an entire garrison of stormtroopers. He had to just stand there and watch, and know his part in the evil he beheld. That night he paid the exorbitant amount of credits it took to buy a holonet message. If Sienna didn't get the signal in time, or wasn't free to respond, he'd just have to try again the next day. But to Thane's relief, she signed in almost immediately. He took his seat in the dark hollow booth, felt the warm beams of light scanning his face and body, and Sienna materialized before him. Her hologram was nearly life size. The soft blue light caught every facet of her, the curls half loosed and falling down her back, her full lips, the way she smiled to see him. I wasn't expecting this, she said, her voice only slightly blurred by the transmission. She wore uniform trousers but had stripped down to her singlet, exposing her arms and shoulders. I can't believe you sprang for the holonet, but I'm so glad you did. It's so good to see you. Even better to see you. The sight of her now had lost none of the power of that first moment he'd glimpsed her on the Devastator. It won't be long before we're together again, Thane promised, so confidently that she had to believe him. In fact, he seemed so sure that Sienna wondered if he'd already received his next orders, whether he knew something she didn't. Thane looked down at her hand, carved a flickering blue light, reaching toward and through him. I hope you're right, Sienna said, her voice echoing slightly within the booth. I wish it would only be a few days. No, as long as I'm wishing. I wish you were with me right now. Me too. The meter began to blink, signaling that their time was almost up. Thane wanted to stuff more credits into it and buy another few minutes, but they'd said all they could, and now more than ever, he needed to save his money for more important things. Gotta go. I'm sorry the call's so short, Sienna. It's all right. I'm so glad I got to see you. Sienna kissed her own fingertips, then held them out until they seemed to brush his lips. Thane imagined he could feel the energy of the beams, electric and warm. Goodbye. Good. Bye, he said in the last instant before her image blinked out. As he walked from the hollow booth back to his barracks, Thane kept replaying their conversation in his head, marveling at how they'd managed to say everything and nothing. Sienna had agreed with him about the tragedy of Alderaan, and felt the same desperate, futile longing to save the lost. More than that, she'd agreed they couldn't just hang around in Imperial service, doing what they were told. They had to take action immediately. Thane had already known what his path must be, but now that he knew Sienna was with him, nothing could hold him back. The next day, he completed his morning flight pattern as usual, then managed to switch to a night flight instead of his usual afternoon run. He used those afternoon hours to withdraw as many credits as possible from his account, trade them in for spice, and then trade the spice in for unmarked credits. Thane used the money to buy civilian clothes, a dark blue jacket, black pants and boots, and a gray shirt that would look at home on any world in the galaxy. Then, and only then, did he go to the spaceport and find an independent freighter. I want to get to the nearest hub world, Thane said, trying to sound as confident and cocksure as the characters in those hollows from long ago. That's all you need to know. Ask no questions and you get 2/3 of the fee up front, 1/3 at landing. The reptilian Feline pilot laughed. Silly human. I don't ask questions anyway. You ready to go? We blast off within the hour. For one moment, Thane hesitated, thinking of Sienna. Would she know where to find him? Of course she will. She might even have left the Empire before I did, and got there before me. We're both heading in the same direction. Nothing in the galaxy can stop us. Yeah, Thane said. I'm ready. As Sienna lay in her bunk a few nights later, she whispered, Do you think we should do something for Nash? Oh, Barissa's voice was hoarse from sleep. You do realize this is the middle of my down shift. Sorry, I'm just worried about him, that's all. It's like Nash is sleepwalking through his duties, only half alive. Sounds about right, after what happened. Baris leaned over the edge of her top bunk. Her long black hair streamed around her upside-down face. You're thinking about Nash, mostly, because it's the only thing that keeps you from thinking about Thane, aren't you? It isn't. Sienna rolled over on one side, flipping back her gray blanket so she could gesture for emphasis. I've hardly been daydreaming on my shifts. They even let me handle auxiliary navigation yesterday. I didn't mean on the job. Put you at your duty station, and you're flawless. It's only every other waking moment that you're dedicated to Thane. You're just teasing me because I wouldn't stop talking about his hollow the other night. Exactly. So shut up and let me sleep. Barisa's face vanished, and above Sienna heard the rustle of blankets and mattress. Still, Baris wouldn't be asleep again yet. We really do have to do something for Nash. I meant that. He's hurting terribly and won't admit it. He's doing about as well as can be expected. Nash is picking up extra shifts, keeping busy. Best thing for him. Probably that was true. Still, we could figure out other ways to fill his time. Maybe invite him to work out in the gym someday, play grav ball, that kind of thing. Sure, give it a try, Maurice mumbled. By then she was deeply drowsy, barely conscious. No doubt she had idea what Sienna had even said. No. Grav. Ball. The suggestion was so trivial it embarrassed Sienna. That was no consolation for the loss of a world. Then again, what was? Nash would have to rebuild his life day by day, even hour by hour. For now, as a friend, all Sienna could do was help fill some of those hours. She rolled over and clutched her pillow as she tried to settle down. But she remained worried about Nash, miffed that Baris had accused her of thinking about nothing but Thane, and happy to keep thinking about Thane. That was the time to think of him, though. No duty, no distractions, only the memory of the extraordinary hollow message from a few days before. Janet smiled to herself as she thought of the way they'd said so much in so few words. Thane had agreed with her about sticking to their duty, concentrating on fighting the war to the best of their ability, and finding ways to be together again as often as their service would allow. She fell asleep amid a vision that was half hope, half dream. Thane transferred to the Devastator as a TIE pilot, flying alongside Lord Vader himself, coming back to her at the end of every shift. That dream suffused her entire night, which was one reason why the news the next morning came as such a wretched shock. There has to be a mistake, Sienna said, staring at Nash. You got the names wrong. I was his roommate for 3 years. Trust me, I know his name. Nash even turned the tablet around so she could see for herself. They stood outside the commissary. Nobody was around to overhear except a few groggy pilots staggering in to get their breakfast and caff. Lieutenant Thane Kyrell, designation AV-547, deserted duty as of 3 Karev Doi days ago. She clutched at the sleeve of Nash's uniform. He wouldn't desert. His ship crashed, or he's been taken prisoner by some local roughs, something like that. You'd think his superiors would have checked that out. But perhaps you're right. It's not like Thane to. Run? Nash stepped closer to her, lowered his voice. I didn't tell you this to frighten you. One of the ISB officers questioned me this morning about Thane's loyalties, political beliefs, all the rest. I was able to assure them that Thane is no rebel, but I can tell they're not satisfied. Sienna understood now. They would question her next. So she walked straight to the office of the senior ISB officer aboard, Captain Ronadum, and had herself announced. She stood in front of him at attention as she said, I've come to volunteer what information I have about Lieutenant Kyrell, sir. Our vagabond on Karev Doi, or once on Karev Doi. Ronadam squinted at her. Do you think he's a traitor? or merely a deserter? He is no traitor, she answered with as much force as she dared. It was important that the general understand they were on the same side, all three of them. Thane, Lieutenant Kyrell has repeatedly described the rebels as terrorists, sir. In our last communication, he expressed his deep sorrow and anguish about the destruction of the Death Star. Then why, Lieutenant Commander Ree, has he abandoned his post? I can only think that he is in despair, sir, overcome by the loss of so many friends. Sienna hesitated before continuing. This came close to betraying Thane's secrets, and she had almost done that once before, when she'd mentioned his problems with his father in front of Jude. But she needed to save Thane and his commission now, any way she could. Lieutenant Kyrell grew up in extremely difficult circumstances. His family provides no support whatsoever. So his fellow officers, we're his family, all he has. That loss has affected him profoundly. He's not the only one who lost people, Ronadum snapped, but then his expression grew more thoughtful. And he's not the only officer we've seen falter. The same offenses that would have gotten a man cashiered 2 years ago are now handled on a case-by-case basis. For now, there will of course be a penalty to be paid. But if Lieutenant Kyrell returns to duty in short order, he can continue his career without undue difficulty. Sienna breathed out in relief. At least there was still time to save Thane from a terrible mistake. Do you know where he is, Lieutenant Commander Ree? If so, you realize you must report that information. No, sir, I don't have Lieutenant Kyrell's current location, but I know where to begin looking for information. Our homeworld, Jalukan. Very well, Lieutenant Commander. I'll put through orders for you to travel to Jalukan on the next transport. Her eyes widened. Me, sir? Ronadum snapped. Do you think such duty is beneath you? No, sir. I simply thought an ISB officer. Our agents are busier now than at any other time in our history. You're already familiar with the area, so sending you instead is a better use of resources. His voice had acquired a dangerous edge. Unless, of course, you have superior ideas. Sienna was almost glad for the misunderstanding. Better if Ronadam didn't realize how badly she wanted to be the one to find Thane. No, sir. I'll leave for Jellican immediately. Search for him high and low. Use whatever resources you must. Ronadam's eyes narrowed. And if you hear so much as one whisper of Carol's involvement with the rebellion, you will follow that whisper, wherever it leads, and report every word. Do you understand? Sienna had a chance to rescue Thane because the Empire wanted to use her as a spy. She'd never wanted to inform on anyone, for any reason. Duty demanded loyalty, but loyalty was owed to friends as well as superiors. For the first time, she realized how dark the tasks that fell to her in this war might be. But that was the price of finding Thane again. Yes, sir, she said, thinking. Whatever it takes. He was the fourth and final freighter haul that got to Thane. He'd kept his head down, remained quiet, and made it off Karavdoi easily enough. The ships he had boarded for the next few trips gave him no trouble either. On a passenger ship, he would have had little pry and an overly interested crew to deal with. On freighter, however, the few extra berths were sold to workers who wanted cheap transport and no frills. Thane didn't have to worry about being noticed there. Vasey. But when the last freighter came out of hyperspace near Jelukin, Thane grabbed his bag and headed for the disembarkation area. Long metal benches bolted to the walls had a few harnesses for those worried about a bumpy ride down. He strapped himself in and waited. Another passenger did the same, then another, and a fourth. None of these people behaved markedly different than Thane himself. They wore the sort of nondescript clothing that could be purchased on almost any world. They showed no undue interest in the people around them, and yet any one of them could be an Imperial spy. The idea latched onto Thane so hard he could scarcely breathe. The woman with the long salt and pepper braid, had she just glanced at his face? The Ottogan, with his wide, set eyes, who knew what he might be observing? Or the Volpi there, with all the fingers on all four of his hands tapping at his data feed? Was he reporting Thane to the authorities even now? Everywhere else, Thane had known he possessed the advantage of surprise. There was no way for the Empire to predict his earlier moves, but they might have guessed he'd return to Jellicon. So someone could have traced him to that freighter, or an entire platoon of stormtroopers might be waiting for him in the landing bay. Instead, the freighter landed without incident. The other four passengers dispersed without even looking at Thane. He laughed. His bag. You're on familiar ground now. Soon you'll feel like yourself, Grain. Yet he didn't. At first, Thane believed he was only suffering from reverse culture shock, the strangeness of home after a long time away. Valentia, the grand city he'd admired as a boy. Of course it would look small and provincial after he'd spent 3 years on Coruscant. If people seemed guarded and less friendly, probably that was because he was contrasting their reactions to the small boy he'd been with the more reserved reception they'd given adult. And he was still on edge, his unease deep in the shadows. But the longer he looked around, the more certain he was. His world had changed. The Empire had changed it. The senatorial building everyone had been so proud of on the day Jellicoe joined the Empire that had been taken over by the military to sequester troops. Thane kept his distance, but he could tell that it was no short-term emergency measure. Already engineers were constructing a high surrounding wall, and the perimeter force field overhead glinted when sunlight broke through the gray sky. Valentia might never have approached Coruscant's polish in sophistication, but it had been a vibrant, bustling city. Now the entire place seemed more crowded and emptier at the same time. Ramshackle, makeshift shanties had been built next to the older, stone, carved buildings. These clearly served as housing for itinerant workers who had come out of the mountains looking for new opportunities that never materialized. Lamadul Blotu, or had these people been forced out? Thane wasn't sure. He could tell from the clothes they wore that both Valley Kindred and Second Waivers were among the new vagabond population. Yet the two groups were harder to tell apart than they'd been before. Both the brilliant silks and plain homespun cloth had begun to be replaced by cheap mass-produced garments. A dense, stultifying sameness had settled over the land. Even the entertainment was affected. Thane's rented room stood on the higher floor of a building that also housed a cantina at ground level. When he was a boy, his father had sometimes taken him into such establishments, promising to have just one drink. So Thane had spent many long hours sitting in a far corner watching Podrices or the Spice World Hollows he enjoyed so much. Davo knew the cantinas were rougher Nautilus neighborhood. Characters, outworlders seemed to have crowded them out. As Thane nursed his ale, he stared at the screens in disbelief. Every single program was imperial propaganda of some kind or another. A documentary ostensibly about the Empire's successful building programs on Thurhana Minor was broken up by recruiting calls for stormtroopers or news items about Emperor Palpatine receiving guests as he smiled and nodded. Worst of all was an ad for a special report scheduled to air soon, in which the full extent of the treasonous acts of sedition on the planet Alderaan will finally be exposed. Thane had thought everyone would be talking about Alderaan. No one did. The silence about an entire core world planet's destruction told Thane more than any gossip would have. Everyone is thinking about it. Everyone is afraid. If the Empire would destroy a world as important and prosperous as Alderaan, no place in the galaxy was safe. The Imperial broadcasts were vague about the Death Star's destruction, speaking only of an unprecedented attack by the Rebel Alliance. Thane had first thought the Empire would play it up as a rebel atrocity, but then he realized that it was more important for the populace to believe that the Empire could destroy another world at any moment. When he walked outside, he was disturbed even by the color of the sky. Jellicon's atmosphere usually showed itself as more gray than blue, but the air had always been clear and sparkling, and the overhead gray had the sheen of a fine mineral. Now the skies were darker even when they were cloudless, as if expecting a storm that never came. Had the mining begun to affect the atmosphere? Thane had argued with himself about whether or not to contact his family when he arrived. Little as his father cared for him, and as much as his mother wanted to curry favor with the Empire, he couldn't believe they'd actually turn him in. Even if they wouldn't have protected him, they wouldn't have wanted to endure the shame. At home, he could have saved his credits, taken his time, and waited for Sienna. He could even have ridden his old line down to the fortress, tidied it up, made it nice. It seemed so right to meet her there again. In the end, though, Thane had decided against contacting his parents. He had no need for his father's drunken contempt, or his mother's outrage, least of all. Did he want to hear them talking about how Dalvin was doing? But as the days went on, his spirits sunk lower. Sienna still hadn't appeared. What if she'd tried to desert but been captured? The thought of her in jail, feeling shamed and hopeless, sickened him. The scant funds Thane had managed to escape with had mostly gone to pay for his freighter trips. His rent on the tiny room already seemed like too much, and he was living on nothing but street food thin slices of suspiciously sourced meat cooked on small makeshift grillers outside the shanties, or thin stews thickened with ground grain. Like most cadets, Thane had dreamed of having a few days to sleep late, ignore military discipline, and do whatever he wanted. Yet without the strict framework he'd lived within for the past few years, he found himself rudderless, bewildered and irritated by more freedom than he knew what to do with. Instead of fulfilling his assigned tasks at a preset schedule, he did nothing. Stubble appeared on his face as the beard suppressant wore off, and buying more didn't seem worth the credits it would cost. Every night he had nightmares about Alderaan, the Death Star, his father, or Sienna in danger. The only thing that separated him from the down and outers around him was that Thane didn't spend all his money on ale, though by now he understood why some people did. With each day he sunk deeper into melancholy. At first he'd thought it would be easy to find some kind of employment. There was always work for pilots, even unlicensed ones. But now he realized he couldn't do that on Jelucan. The Empire's presence there was too strong for a deserter to wander through the ports asking for a job. No doubt he could indenture himself to one of the less savory freighters that passed through. They never looked into people's backgrounds. But that was only one step removed from selling himself into slavery. Very few things seemed worth trying any longer. It felt as if his entire life were frozen in time, waiting for Sienna to arrive. And if she never came, he didn't know what would become of him and didn't much care. As he sprawled on his bed in his sleep tunic and pants, the pale plaster walls of his room were blank, his coverlet a light beige without any pattern. Given its price, the space was surprisingly comfortable, but Thane felt as if it were taunting him with its emptiness. In the Academy's security protocols and interrogation techniques class, they'd taught that one of the most effective methods for breaking a person down was simply to make that person stare at a plain wall without ever sleeping. That sleep deprivation and boredom did what pain and threats could not. A prisoner's mind would split itself open, spilling every word hidden inside, just to end the exhausting monotony. Thane had never understood how that worked until now. A commotion outside made him sit upright. It sounded like some of the street merchants were folding up their not quite legal wares in a hurry. Thane went to the one small window in his room and pulled back the screen. On the ground a few floors down, he saw an Imperial patrol cruiser that had obviously just pulled up. Then, on the stairs outside, he heard the thump of boots as someone headed his way. All right, think fast. That's a single-person cruiser. They only sent one guy? You can take one guy out. Not without a weapon, though. Was there anything he could use? But the few items in the room were all either too big to be lifted or too small to do any meaningful damage. Maybe he isn't coming for you. There are dealers in the neighborhood, prostitutes, smugglers, plenty of people to arrest. But then they'd send one of the local paramilitaries, not an Imperial officer. Thane took a deep breath as he ran his hands through his short hair. He'd have to bluff his way through it as best he could. If he denied being Thane Kyrell and acted completely confused, he might throw the guy off for a minute long enough to grab the officer's blaster. But could he shoot a guy who was just doing his job? Someone who had been his fellow officer just a few days ago? A fist thumped on Thane's door. He mussed his covers as if he'd been asleep, went to the door, and said, as if groggy, yeah? Who is it? The reply, I'm here on official business. He knew that voice. Instantly, Thane opened the door and saw Sienna standing there in uniform. The sight of her felt like the first breath he'd taken in years. You made it. He pulled her inside his room, locked the door behind them, and hugged her tightly. As he breathed in the scent of her skin, he had to marvel at Sienna's brilliance. She hadn't deserted. She'd come here on official business, making sure the her and delaying any other Purempire would pay way suit. You're a genius, you know that? I kept waiting, and I thought they might have stopped you, but here you are. Here you are. Zobezium W. damned Gray Thane kissed her then, long and deeply. That uniform was too stiff against his hands, but they could worry about that later. Sienna kissed him back just as passionately. But when their lips parted, she looked so troubled that he wondered if he'd done something wrong. Or maybe she was worried about their safety. Did the Empire send anyone else? Ved Blue Oteil Sail. No! They were sure you'd go somewhere besides Jellicon. I knew you'd guess that, so of course you'd come here. Has Delode Mo Enjdoy. Thane grinned. she understood him so well be, but Sienna looked even more distressed than before. Thane, what have you been Ogd Indu done? And then he finally began to realize how far apart they still were. Witnessed, maybe even turned in, but Thane had shaken his head. Trust me, he told her. The kind of people who come here, they give imperial officers a wide berth. Nobody we know is likely to show up. It's not worth the risk, she'd said. But Thane's square jaw had set in the way that she knew meant complete determination, or just plain stubbornness. If I don't get out of this room, I am going to lose it. Trust me. We'll be safe. Sure enough, they had the entire corner of the place to themselves. Most of the patrons were newcomers to the planet, not natives, and they crowded at the front near the view screens. She and Thane sat at their small table alone, merely being in a run. Down cantina like that would have unnerved her a few years ago, or even now, if she weren't so wrapped up in trying to stop Thane from making the worst mistake of his life. You can come back, she repeated. I know you think they'll arrest you, and at any other time they would have, but they badly need qualified officers after what happened. I don't want to come back, he said, not for the first time. Sienna still refused to believe it. 3 years in the academy, all that work, all that effort, for nothing. You think I'm about Thin? But, after what I've seen what the Empire is doing to the Bodahi, after Alderaan I can't wear that uniform any longer. Thane leaned over his glass of ale, head in one hand, like a man with a headache. I thought we agreed about this. Many I thought we agreed that after what happened to so of our friends aboard the Death Star, we needed to stand together. The rebels killed thousands of our fellow officers. They killed Grand Moff Tarkin. Tarkin was nice to us, Thane admitted. Meeting him changed our lives. And they killed Jude, Sienna continued. Do you condone that? B. I'm not joining the damned rebellion, Sienna. I'm not condoning what happened to the Death Star or what happened to Alderaan. Are you? That's impossible. You'd never think destroying an entire world was the right thing to do. Miserably, she shook her head. No, I understand the thinking that led to the attack on Alderaan, but I don't condone it. The thing is, I don't have to. Sienna leaned closer, looking into Thane's blue eyes and willing him to understand. The Emperor and the Moffs have to see, now, that destroying Alderaan did no good. It didn't stop the rebellion. If anything, it made the rebels more desperate. So 2 billion people died in vain, Thane said, and nearly 1 million aboard the Death Star. Sienna refused to ignore Jude's death. She still had nightmares of running through the station's corridors, screaming for Jude to get on a shuttlecraft, but never finding her friend. Now the Death Star is gone. Even if the Emperor wanted to do something so drastic again, he couldn't. Besides, the only reason to attack Alderaan was to prevent an even more devastating war. The war has begun anyway. It's too late to save the galaxy from that. All I can do is fight on the side of law and order and stability. Thane's laugh was harsh. Things fall apart, Sienna. Our parents saw the Republic self-destruct. The Empire might last another year or another decade, but eventually there's going to be a brand new order and brand new law. Who will you serve then? You don't have to be cruel just because I won't, because I can't desert my post. She couldn't even be angry with Thane. Her sorrow was too great. Of course he would rage against Alderán's destruction, but that didn't have to change everything. And of course he hated slavery, she did, too. But the empire had scarcely invented the practice. What counted now was bigger than any individual incident. This was a matter of the deepest principle. Ourselves to the empire's service. We can't break that, not ever. Thane shook his head. The amber lights in the cantina painted his hair a deeper red and cast shadows on his face that showed how much he was struggling. You're still the girl from the valleys. You won't go against your word, even when you've promised yourself to a leader and a fleet that don't deserve you. And you're still the second waver. You find it easier to break your promises than to keep them. But Sienna was ashamed of the words as soon as she'd spoken them. That was her father's prejudice talking, and her own misery at the thought of losing Thane. He wasn't offended. Instead, he whispered, "It's not easy for me to leave you. It's the hardest thing I've ever done." She turned away, unable to look at him any longer. Thane seemed to think she was reacting out of rather than grief, because he spoke more formally when he asked, "Will you report me?" Anger? What could she say or do? She was trapped now between her loyalty to Thane and her loyalty to the Empire. As angry as she was with Thane for deserting his commission, she couldn't imagine sending him to jail. How could she ever do something like that to the person she loved? I don't know. You don't know. Great. He ran one hand through his hair. Do you at least know if you're going to report me tonight? Something within her broke. Of course not. Thane's voice had turned harsh, cutting. That won't be breaking your oath. Destroying your precious honor? Sometimes we're loyal to more than one thing. When there's a conflict, we have to choose which loyalty to honor. Sienna had begun trembling. She felt as if she were being torn in two. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow, but tonight, right now, I choose my loyalty to you. All the anger melted away from Thane then. His hand cupped the side of her face, and she couldn't hold back any longer. Sienna leaned closer, clutching at his jacket so he wouldn't get away from her. She wanted nothing but for him to stay with her now, tonight, however long they could have. She wanted to believe he wouldn't go away. Thane kissed her again, more deeply than before. Sienna closed her eyes, wound her arms around him, and imagined that she could stop time. This moment would be crystallized and eternal, his chest pressed against hers, the soft rasp of his stubble against her cheeks, the low, rough sound he made as his hand found the curve of her waist. When they pulled apart, breathing hard, she leaned her forehead against his and whispered, "Upstairs." It took Thane another couple of breaths to answer. Are you sure? In that moment, she felt as if she could be sure of nothing. Thane, one of the constants in her life, her pole star was leaving forever. The world had turned upside down, and she suspected it could never be put fully right again. But that was why she was determined to take everything she could have, to live completely in this moment, this night with Thane, to stop time. Yes, she whispered against his mouth. Yes. Thane couldn't sleep. It was the dead of night and he was worn out, but it didn't matter. All he could do was look at Sienna. She drowsed against his shoulder, not entirely asleep or awake. Her tightly curled hair, set free, spread around her head on the pillow like a dark halo. Her full lips were swollen from their kisses. And even though he'd spent the better of the last 3 hours part learning absolutely every detail of her body, it still exhilarated him to see her lying next to him, wearing nothing but a corner of the sheet. As he lay beside her, Thane for the first time asked himself if he could do what Sienna asked. Could he return to base, admit to a moment of weakness, and go back into service? Probably Sienna was right about the current crisis absolving many sins. What would have earned him months in the brig a year ago was now likely to be no more than a smudge on his record. If he returned right now, he could stay with Sienna. But he couldn't go back. Not after what he'd seen. He'd spent his entire childhood suffering under the cruelty of one hypocrite. He refused to inflict suffering on behalf of another, even if that person was the emperor. For Sienna it was different. Her loyalty, once given, was absolute. The empire didn't deserve her, yet it had her in its grasp forever. She didn't remain a part of the emperor's machine because she was ambitious or corrupt. No, the empire had found a way to use her honor against her. The strength of her character was the exact reason why she would remain in the service of evil. It was as if she were already gone forever, even as he felt her soft breath against his shoulder. Thane hugged her tighter, burrowing his face into the curve of her. Consciousness, her hands slipped around his waist to deepen their embrace. "You awake?" he murmured. "Mm-hmm." Then she stirred again and answered more believably, "I am now. I love you." He couldn't believe he'd never said it before. It was like stating that the sky was overhead so obvious, so fundamentally true, that verbalizing it ought to be unnecessary. She lifted her face to his. "I love you too. Always have, one way or another. I love you in every way. Yes." Sienna smiled, but the expression was so sad that it hurt Thane, a literal ache in the center of his chest. "In every way. If I begged you to stay with me, it wouldn't make any difference, would it?" She shook her head. "If I begged you to get on the next transport back to Coruscant, you wouldn't, would you?" He didn't have to say anything. They both knew the answer. "So that's the end." The words came out more harshly than Thane had intended, but he trusted Sienna to understand his anger wasn't aimed at her. "The Empire takes us from each other forever. If it weren't for the Empire, we would never have come together in the first place. Think about it. Would you have ever made friends with a girl from the Valley's other way?" Any. Thane had been so small when Jellican was annexed by the Empire that his earlier memories were jumbled and unsure. In some ways it felt like his life had truly begun that day with his dream of flying for the Empire and with Sienna. "I guess not." Sienna sat up, as if she was going to get out of bed, but Thane pulled her back. She wouldn't look him in the face any longer. "I should go." "Stay." "If I stay, leaving will only be harder." "Would leaving now be any easier? Really?" "No." Finally Sienna met his eyes. "Thane, you have to get off Jellucan within the week, because at the end of 1 week, I'm going to report you." Thane felt it like a stab wound between the ribs. What happened to choosing which loyalty to honor? "I chose you tonight. I wish I could always choose you. But if I covered for you forever, my oath of loyalty to the Empire would be worthless. This is the only time. Do you understand?" By now her voice had begun to shake. "This is the first time and the last. Somehow, deep inside, Thane had still been convinced he would see Sienna again. He wanted to believe they could find each other no matter what. But now he realized that was foolish, the dream of a child. "Do you understand?" Sienna repeated. "Yes." The word was bitter. "So you'd throw me in a military prison, even after this?" Thane gestured at the rumpled bed, their discarded clothes on the floor. Her insignia plaque shone slightly in the dim light. "I gave you fair warning, just now. Besides, you have to get on the move sooner or later. How much you wasted here?" "Time have? Wasted?" "I was waiting for you." He hadn't known he could be so angry at someone and still love her. "I guess that was wasted time after all." Sienna winced, but she kept on. "You can't get a job on Jellican. Catch the next freighter to an independent world and don't even think about indenturing yourself, okay? Find yourself some work somewhere else in the Outer Rim, where they'll never look for you. I don't need your advice. You need someone's advice. Otherwise, you're just going to stay here in Valentia, moping and losing your way." That stung, but Thane began to realize she wasn't completely wrong. "Okay, fine. I'll ship out of here soon, within the week, because after 1 week, she would report him. The woman he loved would report him to the Empire." He said flatly, "Within the week." Blent ate. She took a deep breath. "So there's nothing more to say." But Sienna made no move to leave. Instead, she brushed her palm against his cheek. Her thumb traced the line of his cheekbone. He ought to tell her to get out. To tell her he was done sharing his bed with someone who cared more about the Empire than she did about him. Cruel words like the ones his father and Dalvin used came into his mind fully formed, as if the wickedness he'd known from them had been buried deep inside, waiting to hatch. "I've already had everything I want from you. Gave it up easy, didn't you?" But he said none of that. Instead, he asked himself what he'd regret more, leaving her now or going to bed with her again. Either way was going to hurt. Their gazes met, and when she leaned closer, he cupped his hand around the back of her head to bring her in for a kiss. The time Thane had left with Sienna could be measured in mere hours. They wouldn't waste it. Ronadum scowled down at her report on his screen. "You're quite sure of this, Lieutenant Commander Ree?" "As certain as anyone can be without finding a body, and in the crevasses, it's difficult for even scanner droids to search." "The sky burial takes the dead within days, sir." "Sky burial?" Sienna wished she could have taken back those words. Her thoughts were too much on Jellican, and all she had left behind there. "On Jellican, sir, we put our dead in open cairns at high altitude. Birds devour the body, taking both the flesh and the soul of the deceased into the sky with them, forever." "Barbaric?" Ronadem said with a sniff. She managed not to flinch. "But I suppose the same thing would happen with an accident or suicide, as it seems we have here." Sienna nodded. Lieutenant Tyrrell was overcome with grief after the loss of so many fellow officers and friends aboard the Death Star. Based on my interviews on Jellican, I believe that he originally deserted and returned to his homeworld in an effort to restore his will to live, but it didn't work. He leaped from one of the higher cliffs in our home province, leaving his ridge crawler behind. Still running. She shouldn't have added that. Lies were best kept simple, or so Sienna had been given to understand. but she had lied so little in her life. The dishonesty tasted foul in her mouth. When she'd parted from Thane, Sienna had fully intended to live up to her word and report his desertion after 1 week. A week was long enough for him to get his act together, escape to some obscure world, and vanish from her life forever. That also gave her time to go home to her parents, who had been happy and surprised to see her, and no doubt even more surprised when she burst into tears at the door. Although Sienna had pulled herself together well enough, and had said not one word about Thane to her family, she knew they sensed that this was no routine visit. Mamma had sat up with her late into the night, asking no intrusive questions, simply braiding Sienna's hair the way she'd done when Sienna was a little girl. Her mother's touch had been comforting, but nothing could assuage Sienna's misery at the thought of turning Thane in. In the end, she hadn't been able to do it. If the Empire made any effort to track, minimal, it was possible they would find Thane and bring him back to stand trial. So she chose her loyalty to him once again, and texted him with the best lie she could create. Pro. Any very well. Ronadum signed off on her report without even fully reading it. Had Thane deserted at less desperate time for the Imperial fleet, Sienna realized, her story would have been scrutinized much more closely. Now, all Ronadam wanted to do was cross a task off his list. You handled this well, Lieutenant Commander Ree. The praise felt like stones on her back, growing heavier throughout the day. Sienna burned with shame to have been commended by a superior officer for violating her oath of loyalty. Never again, she promised herself. From that day on, her service to the Empire would be more than her duty. It would be her atonement for loving even one person in the galaxy more than her honor. 7 months after the Battle of Yavin, T-Hane turned down the blue-white flame of the welding torch, lifted his goggles, and frowned at the snarl of metal he was attempting to fix. The independent freighter Moa had been old before he was born, but kept going thanks to a series of makeshift upgrades installed over the decades. Right then he was trying to make a 60-year-old power cell work inside a 20-year-old processor with limited success. Cursing under his breath, he shut off the torch and walked through the Moe's corridors until he reached the bridge. It wasn't the dark, angular kind of space Thane had learned to expect on Imperial vessels, but a small, brightly lit chamber where console panels glowed in 5 different colors, each testifying to a completely different origin. Everything on the ship had been pieced together from parts to suit the very particular needs of the Moa, or, more precisely, the ship everyone on board usually called the Moa. That was only an acronym for its full name, Mighty Oak Apocalypse, a title that apparently sounded a lot more badass to Wookiees, such as their captain. I'm still only getting 60% charge, Thane reported to Logara. When we dock at Zaytuan, we've got to pick up a better power cell. Logara growled, wanting to know where, exactly, they would get the credits for a new power cell. I know we're broke. Technically, Thane was only a hired co-pilot and navigator, but Logara treated her crew members with respect like members of a team. He could bring up objections, he could say we, but it doesn't have to be a new power cell, just one that's not quite as old. Adi Wanave, Balsteni Asbo. Logara asked whether Thane thought all old things should be thrown out. That was a joke at her own expense. She was elderly, even by the standards of the long-lived Wookiees, her fur by then almost entirely white. Biologita. Thane leaned against the wall and smiled. Most things don't age as well as you do, Logara. Lad. That earned him a dismissive wave of her hand. She agreed to give him a budget to search for a newer battery for the aft sensor array, but warned him with a growl that Zeytuin might not be the cheapest place to pick one up. I know, but we're not going to do much better in this area of space. We'd find something less expensive in the outer rim. Being within the inner rim of the Empire made Thane uneasy. He'd signed on to the Moe precisely because Logara and her crew mostly stuck to the outer rim or the expansion region. Working for her had seemed like a good way to hide out for a while. Logara transported only legal cargo, but she operated on the fringes, where imperial oversight was rarely an issue. Although Thane hadn't outright told Logara that he was an imperial deserter, he could tell she'd guessed right away, and that she didn't care. Even though her dark blue eyes had gone slightly milky age, her vision and mind were still sharp. Logara hired crew members who were not only competent, but also easy to get along with, and not driven to make money by any means possible. The jobs they took were determined more by Logara's character than by any quest for riches. A lucrative run of luxury goods might be followed by a zero-sum haul of emergency generators to a troubled outpost. She said she needed people around her who could be trusted privately. Thane believed she was too trusting. But it was her ship and her business. She'd run a freighter for a couple of centuries without his help, so he figured she could size people up well enough. As he'd learned to understand Shiriwook better, he'd realized how intelligent his captain was. And when Logara really took a crew member under her wing, as she had Thane, she could be affectionate to the point of acting maternal. It was a little ridiculous, but he didn't mind. At least he worked for someone he could respect. Always perceptive, Logara had obviously picked up on his unease. She reminded him briskly that Zeytuin was a jungle planet with only a handful of large cities, and not an active trading center. Yeah, I know, Thane admitted. We'll be fine. But he still felt uneasy and probably looked it too. The only other crew member on the bridge at the moment was their astromech droid, a JJH-2 model in purple and black. Thane was grateful that nobody else would see his discomfort at the thought of landing on a world with an imperial presence. Logara had to remain the only one who really understood what was going on. Concerned, she leaned forward to peer at Thane, squinting her blue eyes, then said he'd become too thin and asked if he was getting enough food. He managed not to roll his eyes. Yes, I'm eating. But Logara knew it could be difficult, finding rations that would provide adequate nutrition for all the different species aboard. I promise I'm fine. Don't worry, all right? Thane turned to go. As the bridge door slid open again, Logara whined on a low, scolding note. He laughed in exasperation as he walked out. My coat is plenty shiny. As he walked down the corridor, he thought, I just called my hair my coat. Before too long, I ought to spend some time with other humans again. Even then, he didn't consider returning to Jelucan. He had no reason. Every once in a while, he'd watch news holos from home, but never out of a sense of nostalgia, only to make himself even happier he'd never have to go back. His family was no doubt glad to be rid of him, and Sienna, He had to close his eyes for a moment when he thought of her. She wouldn't be there either, not given the intensifying war between the Empire and the Rebel Alliance. He doubted Sienna had gotten more than 3 days, leave in a row since they'd said goodbye. If they never went back to Jelucan, he would imagine Sienna as a little girl in any of the small flyers darting through the skies. The mountain trails would remind him of how they had explored together as children, and had found the cave that became the fortress. And Valentia would never be only a city to him. It would always be the place where they'd come together for one night, and where they had parted forever. It's been a while now, he told himself. You ought to be over it. That was a lie. You didn't get over losing your first love, your best friend. But Thane had thought it wouldn't always hurt as badly as it had that last terrible morning in Valentia. So far, he had been wrong. Zeytun was a cold world, not one of the ones trapped in perpetual winter, but chilly enough that Thane and his crewmates stepped out into a hard frost. The spaceport stood at the edge of the city, so in the distance he could see tall, deciduous trees, all bare of their leaves. His breath made clouds in the air. Times like this, it's good to have fur, said Brill, their Tarsund engineer, who had dyed her long-haired pelt shocking pink. Don't know how you humans do it. Sometimes I wonder myself. Thane turned up the collar of his coat. Let's just get this job done, okay? That was met with a thumping purr of agreement from Methwat Tan, the Ithorian maintenance officer. His enormous curved head and neck were wrapped in a scarf specially knitted for him by Logara, but he too was shivering. Their job on Zeytun was simple enough. Delivery of several constructor droids. Thane helped Methwat and Brill unload, then hurried deeper into the spaceport to locate a vendor of second-hand parts. Usually could find one or two hanging around. After a few minutes without any luck, he finally dared to ask someone, who told him the nearest place was 10 minutes. Walk away. He frowned, checked his chrono, and decided to go for it. Better to run a little late and get chewed out for it than to work with that damned antiquated power cell any longer. So he cut through the town, going as quickly as he could, until he came to a crowded town square, and stopped. Nobody was walking, or even moving, and then he saw why. You're under arrest, a stormtrooper captain said in a bored voice, as at least a dozen of his men stood around, using their blasters to keep everyone back from the scene as people were dragged out of a nearby house. A family, Thane realized with a jolt. The daughter couldn't have been more than 13, and she wept as a stormtrooper pulled her after him so fast she could barely walk. His fist was clenched in her hair. Please, the mother said, on her knees in front of the captain. Please. We'll pay the fines. You can sell our house, all our possessions. The stormtrooper captain sounded bored. Repeated violations of the prohibition against independent publications are punished with imprisonment without term. Another stormtrooper brought out an even younger girl, perhaps only 5, small enough to be tucked under his arm. This girl didn't cry, she was too terrified for that. Instead, her wide eyes stared into the crowd, as if looking for someone to help them. Nobody made a move. The stormtroopers' blasters saw to that. Less than a year ago, I stood by while slaves were beaten, Thane realized. Once again he remembered prowling the sky in his TIE fighter, all so the people of Caravdoi would be afraid. The mother continued begging, not the children. My husband and we did this. The children are innocent. Why should they... Her words choked off as the captain smashed the butt of his rifle into her face. She fell to the ground, crying, as another stormtrooper bent down to cuff her. Do something. But Thane was powerless. He couldn't act against that many armed men. He couldn't even speak up. By deserting the Imperial Starfleet, he had put himself in a position where he could never draw attention to himself or step out of line again. The invisible cage around him was of his own making. Sickened, he turned away and headed back to the spaceport. As he walked toward the Moa, Brill caught sight of him. "Hey, where's that new power cell?" Thane snapped. "They didn't have anything in our price range, okay?" Behind him, he could hear her mutter. "Sorry I asked. That wasn't how you made friends with your new shipmates." But Thane didn't want to make friends. He wanted to lock himself in his bunk, turn off the lights, and try to forget everything he'd seen or been. Big! Sienna stared at the scene before her on the planet Ivarujar and thought that this could only be hell. In the distance, the volcano continued to spew ash into the air, so far up that no one on this world would be able to see the sky for years. Lava glowed orange and ominous on the horizon. Already the capital city had been completely overrun. When Sienna looked through her quadnoculars, she could see yet more buildings blackening as they crumbled to ash from the heat alone. As the closest ship in the sector, the Devastator had dispatched several troop transports to evacuate the Imperial garrisons on Ivarujar. Their own ships had been badly damaged in the original eruption, so they were trapped. And, if she didn't reach them soon, doomed. Sienna had been put in charge of the transport flying closest to the volcano itself. Hazardous duty, but she found herself energized by the experience. It wasn't that she didn't like working on the bridge of a star destroyer, but she'd been overdue to get her boots on the ground. "Lieutenant Commander Ree, we have visuals," said the stormtrooper pilot. She turned back from the transport window to see the screen image of stormtroopers atop a building. They stood in formation, rigid and motionless as they awaited rescue, though by then the heat had to have been unbearable. "Good work," she said. "Bring us in." The pilot hesitated, then double-checked his instruments. Sienna understood why he was uncertain. The intense heat was starting fires, creating backdrafts, and whipping up winds that could destabilize a larger craft than their transport. "You got strange winds up in the mountains sometimes." "Here, I'll take the helm." Sienna motioned him out of the chair. "Ma'am, I'm capable of the flight." "I know you are. But you have the strength to carry any injured men onto the craft. And I don't, well, not more than one or two." Assured he wouldn't be reported for cowardice, the pilot joined the other stormtroopers in the back. Sienna took the transport in low, through urban canyons, where lava ran over what had recently been streets. The hellish red light from below contrasted with the black sky. Although it was a bumpy ride, she could stabilize them well enough. Funky thing, she thought, wishing briefly for a ship with some agility to it. Still, the transport could endure the heat, and nothing else mattered. Gray, she set the transport down on the roof of the garrison building, and as soon as they'd opened the doors, the troops began crowding in. Their armor had gone from volcanic ash, and several of them coughed and stumbled. Within another half hour or so, they would have passed out or died. Sienna remembered them standing in formation holding, true to discipline to the last, and felt such pride her heart could have burst. All right, she said, and she was about to utter the words moving out when she saw another building farther away. People had huddled on that roof. Too Ivoryjarian. Citizens who must have failed to make it to the civilian transports in time. Or maybe there hadn't been enough room for everyone. Lieutenant Commander? The pilot had returned to the cockpit. Are we ready for takeoff? Yes, she said. We're going to make one stop before returning to the Devastator. A stop? No orders had told her she could rescue civilians. But no orders had told her she couldn't. Make as much room back there as you can. We're picking up more passengers. When Sienna took off again, she could feel the unsteadiness of the air currents around her. Biting her lower lip, she took the transport higher up, so they'd have to dive into the worst of it only at the very end. The volcano rumbled again so loudly that the sound vibrated through the entire ship. They'd been given warnings about a potential secondary eruption, which seemed as if it could happen at any minute. You don't have the right to risk the lives you're responsible for to save those you aren't, she thought, her old academy training kicking in. After a moment, though, Sienna shook it off. Lives were lives, and besides, she could do this. Once again, she alighted on the corner of a building, and then she left the cockpit to help civilians on board. They were coughing even harder than the stormtroopers, since they hadn't been wearing helmets with ventilation masks. A few of them were only semi-conscious. Sienna held her arms out for a small child, lifted him into the ship, then put her hand out to help the father in too. Around her, the stormtroopers did the same, following their commanding officer's lead as always. By the time the last person had been pulled on board, the ship was filled to capacity and then some. Sienna had to push her way back through to the cockpit, where the pilot was no longer even attempting to fly. He stood aside, saying, "At this weight, I don't know if we can." "We can and we will," Sienna said, with more confidence than she felt. The transport was capable of carrying that much weight, but its maneuverability would be compromised. A serious risk when dealing with superheated gale force winds. She took the engines to full power and soared into the air. At first the transport rocked beneath her so violently that she nearly fell from her chair. She could hear the rescued Ivoryjarians crying out in fear from the hold. By then buildings were flaring into flame like struck matches. In another moment it would become a true firestorm, and her ship could be caught in the middle of it. Sienna pointed the nose straight up. They were ascending more slowly than they should, but they were moving. On the horizon she saw flames whip up higher, then begin to swirl in a cyclonic current. If the transport got caught in one of those, they were dead. But she remained steady, fighting the terrible winds every centimeter of the way, until at last they were out of danger. Sienna breathed out with relief, and from the back of the transport she heard cheers. Ski. If she couldn't resist a smile, who could blame her? The answer turned out to be Captain Ronadum. "You were tasked with retrieving the soldiers in that garrison," he said, pacing the length of his office while she stood at attention, still in her soot-grimed uniform. "Not with a civilian rescue. My orders did not forbid me from doing so, sir." Ronadam's eyes narrowed. "Looking for loopholes, Ree? A dangerous trait." "No, sir. I reacted instinctively and saw no obstacle to doing so." "You reacted instinctively," he sneered. "In other words, you failed to clear your plans through your superior officers." "We had no time," she wanted to protest, but she knew better. I'm sorry, sir. I should have cleared my mission before undertaking it. I won't make that mistake again. See that you don't." Ronadam stared her up and down before adding stiffly, "You have no other demerits on your record, so your punishment will be lenient. Only 5 weeks of double duty shifts. Next time, however, we will not be so merciful. There won't be a next time, sir, and 5 weeks of extra duty was a small price for 40 lives." As she walked out of his office, Sienna breathed out in relief. At first, she'd been angry that they planned to reprimand her for saving lives. But now she understood that they were displeased only because she'd subverted the chain of command. It wasn't as if she had actually done something wrong. Rescuing those people, the Empire would never object to that. Besides, that was some of the best flying she'd done in her life. If only she could talk to Thane about it. In Sienna's mind, she could see his face as she told him about the cyclonic fire. He would have been so jealous he didn't get to fly in that himself. Even the thing she was proudest of felt hollow without Thane to tell them to. 18 months after the Battle of Yavin, Tehimoa's cargo holds were filled with medical supplies for the far southern peninsula of Ulan's single megacontinent. Megacontinent. A month before, a massive earthquake had struck, devastating virtually every structure over a vast radius. However, the Empire had sent no medical aid. An economically unimportant planet didn't merit such attention. A few wealthier Ulanists who lived on other worlds had offered what they had. The medical supplies the freighter carried were only a fraction of what was needed, but they would help. Thane strongly suspected Logara had agreed to do the run for free. As they came in through the very highest levels of the atmosphere, Thane checked the climatological sensors and whistled. Not good. Logara wanted to know what they were in for. "We're looking at a massive storm. A mega hurricane covering a good quarter of the land area." JJH2 confirmed this, beeping in alarm. Methwatt made a vibrato sound of dismay. "Like these people haven't got enough trouble already," Brill said, shaking her furry pink head. Thane added, "And now we've got trouble too." Normally, storms weren't an issue for spacecraft. Anything that could take the ravages of space could handle little rain and lightning. However, a cargo ship as overladen as the Moa currently was could become unwieldy in the atmosphere, and winds this extreme would have the power to overwhelm their stabilizers. They could simply have headed to the nearest safe port. In this case, though, that meant being thousands of kilometers away from the disaster. The medical supplies were probably needed now more than ever. So when Logara asked Thane if he could land in those conditions, he said, "Damn right I can." Methwatt turned toward Thane with a worried look on his face. He was too polite to question anyone outright, but it was clear he didn't like the look of this. "Trust me," Thane said. With that, he strapped into his chair and took the ship in. The blackness of space brightened into sky still blue, but not for much longer. Beneath them swirled the storm. The ominous spiral clouds sprawled out like the tentacles of some vast ocean creature. As the winds began buffeting the ship, the hull shuddered around them. Logara growled for all crew members to brace themselves. JJH2 swiftly fed Thane's station all the atmospheric data it could handle. Brill muttered, "Hope you know what you're doing, Kyrell. That makes two of us." He dived into the eye of the storm, the calm patch at the center of any cyclone, As the broad white wings of the moa stretched over the churning sea, the view screen displayed the surreal image, sunlight on the water as they sped toward black clouds and sheets of rain so thick they blinded Thane to the world beyond. The sensors would tell him all he needed to know. He aligned the ship, decreased speed, and took them so low they could make out the whitecaps on the restless waves, and then the debris strewn on the rocky shore below. The entire ship tilted hard, as if it had been punched by a giant fist. Damn! The wind shear was. Even worse than Thane had thought. Come on, he whispered as he steered them into the angle where that current could work for them instead of sinking them. We can do this. Are you talking to the ship or to me? Brill said. Instead of answering, Thane asked, Did you lock the system onto the hangar coordinates? Brill's pink hair stood on end. You want to take this in on Autonov? From her captain's chair, Logara growled her disbelief, and JJH-2 whistled the high note of droid panic. Not just Autonov. By then the moa was shuddering so strongly that Thane had to shout to be heard above the rattling and groaning of the hull. This boat's so old we've cribbed its systems from a dozen different spacecraft. So turning on the Autonov doesn't deactivate the manual navigation. We're going to use them both at the same time. Brill's fingers tapped on the controls, doing what Thane asked. You realize, if you can't sync your movements with the Autonov, you'll rip us in two. I've got it. Thane felt the Autonov kick in. It was a bit like having another pilot try to wrench the controls away from. But he'd spent most of his childhood learning how. To fly with a partner. You didn't fight for control, you built it together. The Autonov remained locked on its target, oblivious to severe wind conditions. That made it Thane's job to tilt and steer the ship in ways that would fight that wind while they stayed the course. At one point, the disconnect between the two jerked the ship hard, shaking everyone violently enough that even mild-mannered Methwat yelped. But Thane got them back within a few moments. In sync. When the hangar appeared on the horizon, Thane finally felt like he could breathe again. Dampers, slow thrust, hover down, and the moa settled safely onto the ground. As Brill and Methwat began to applaud, Thane folded his arms behind his head like he hadn't been worried at all. That's right, he said. I'm good. You're lucky, Brill insisted, but with a huge grin. All right, I'm lucky. Whatever worked. You wouldn't have believed it if you'd been there, he imagined saying to Sienna. Then again, if you'd been there, you would have insisted on taking the controls instead of me, and probably would have brought us in for an even smoother landing. Thane kept storing up anecdotes to tell her someday, even though he knew that day would never come. He tried to stop, but he couldn't help it. Logara told Thane she was very, very proud of him, and wrapped her huge furry arms around him in a hug. Then she showed the highest form of praise and affection. For a Wookiee, she started grooming him. Thane sighed as she got to work on his hair in earnest. This wasn't how they did things in the Empire. The next day the storm had moved along far enough that they could start distributing their supplies. To Thane's surprise, another group of pilots had landed a few days before, with a substantial haul of medical gear and emergency rations, so they wound up working side by side. You brought that ship in yesterday? Said their leader, a black-haired man a few years older than Thane. It was a nice piece of flying. Thanks. You do a lot of hauls like this? To worlds in trouble? Sometimes. Logara gets the credit for that, Thane said as the two of them unloaded crates. But I like that she does it. Less money in it for you. Never cared much about money. What other runs have you been on? Thane hesitated before answering. If he was suspected of disloyalty to the Empire, he could be reported. But there was no way to talk honestly about his experiences of the last several months without making his feelings clear. He'd known the Empire was rotten, but he hadn't realized how deep the rot went. The plight of the Bodaka had disturbed him deeply, and yet now he knew they were only one of hundreds of entire species the Empire had subjugated for labor. He'd flown the mighty oak to worlds mined so savagely that new seas had been carved into what were once cities and farmlands. He'd looked down at cities strafed to rubble and ash by imperial laser cannons as punishment for even mild defiance. Zaytuin, Thane said, and Dinwa Prime and Areali. More recently, Ivira the Tenth. He spoke evenly, but was aware what he'd said was in effect a list of the Empire's war crimes. The other man met his eyes evenly. Then you've seen a lot. Yeah, when we get done here, you and I should have a chat. I've been to several of those worlds. Good to hear what other people believe should be done. Is he thinking about reporting me? Thane knew it was possible, but his gut told him no. Slowly he nodded. Sure, we'll talk. I'm Thane Cairo, by the way. The black-haired man smiled and held out his hand to shake. Wedge Antilles. They wound up sharing a couple of ration trays just inside the hangar doors. The worst of the hurricane had passed through by that time. Heavy, silvery sheets of rain still fell, but the winds had died down until the palms and jungle trees merely swayed. The sound of rustling leaves and raindrops on the metal roof remained loud enough to drown out their conversation if anyone attempted to listen. Bolul Babni. You showed courage, Wedge said. Leaving like that? Thane shrugged. I laundered my credits and sneaked away. Not the bravest thing anyone's ever done. You defied the Empire alone. You gave up the life and career you'd built rather than violate your principles. I'd call that brave. Stop trying to get on my good side and say what you're trying to say. This was met with a sharp look apparently Wedge Antilles wasn't used to not being taken at his word. Maybe Thane was being unfair, but so what? He had to. Be careful about whom he chose to trust. Logara and the rest of the Moa crew had earned that. Sienna would always have his loyalty to some degree, even if he never saw her again. But this guy? He needed to come out with it already. Evenly, Wedge said. We could use pilots like you in the Rebel Alliance. The Rebels? Here? Thane wouldn't have dreamed they'd dare show themselves only to help a planet in distress. But he knew Wedge was telling the truth. No, sorry, you hate the Empire. After what you've seen, you couldn't help it. True, Thane admitted. But I don't care much for your rebellion either. We're fighting to free the galaxy. You started a war, and a lot of people are going to die because of it. Wedge's dark eyes blazed with intensity. Palpatine began the war. We're going to end it. The strength of the man's belief was slightly unnerving. Against the Empire? I'll grant you this much, you're brave. But you're fooling yourselves if you think you can take on a force like the Imperial fleet and win. We destroyed the Death Star, didn't we? With a handful of single pilot fighters? I flew on that mission and I'm still here. A lot of Imperial officers can't say the same. Including some friends of mine, Thane said quietly. He hadn't been that close to Jude Edivon, but he remembered how kind she'd been, how bright. She deserved a longer life than that, and a better death. And the fellow officers he'd just begun to know, young guys like him who were starting their careers together sometimes, their faces flashed through Thane's head at night when he was trying to sleep. Listen, I get why you did it. I know the Death Star had to be stopped, but don't fool yourself. That was bloody work. I know, Wedge said quietly. It's like you said. The Death Star had to be stopped, just as the Empire must be destroyed. If that's going to happen, some of us have to get blood on our hands. We have to be willing to kill, and willing to die. It's not easy and it never will be. But I can tell you this much, Kyrell. It's easier than standing by and doing nothing. Thane remembered that day on Zaytween and the family he'd seen dragged away to prison. He'd felt so useless, so powerless. As long as he remained a refugee from the Empire, he would never again be able to act on his beliefs. He would never be able to stand anyone again up for, unless he did not stand alone. Late that night, after hours of work, hours more of talking with Wedge, and a couple of Corellian Alistane returned to the Moe. He walked toward his bunk quietly, knowing both Methwat and Brill would be asleep. But Logara sat in the galley, munching on an enormous slab of cheese. "Hey," he said, "can't sleep?" Logara admitted she'd woken up hungry, then said Thane looked worried. Worried isn't exactly the word. The number of people he trusted enough to share this with could have been counted on one hand with fingers left over, but Logara was among them. Lieutenant Commander Antilles, from the unaffiliated group earlier today, he wants me to fly with them. That earned a roar of indignation. How dare that man try to steal her best pilot? Taking advantage of a crisis like that was unthinkable. She'd see to it that Thane got a raise, if that was what it took to keep him. No, no, Logara, you don't understand. Thane lowered his voice. There with the rebellion. She fell silent. Was that shock or disapproval? He leaned forward, trying to put his thoughts into words not only for her sake but also for his. I never thought about joining the rebellion. You know, I understood the Empire was corrupt, but I thought so was the old Republic by the end. So would be whatever other government might follow. I told myself it was all the same. But what I've seen these past several months, it goes beyond corruption. The Empire wrecks worlds and enslaves entire species, and doesn't give a damn about anyone under its rule. I mean, as rich as Coruscant is, they couldn't send any humanitarian aid here? Logara quietly said the need on Ulan was great. Exactly. The Empire didn't come here, but the rebels did. These guys are fighting a war, always on the run, and they still shared their supplies. None of it made sense to Thane. Most people didn't do the right thing even when they weren't in danger. But he'd learned from Sienna that there were actually a few idealists out there. He continued, "See, this girl I knew believed the Empire would never destroy another world once the rebellion had been defeated. But that's because she's so good she can't even recognize evil when it's staring her in the face." I mean, why would the Empire go to the trouble of building a space station that could destroy planets if it wasn't going to use it? And if the Empire would do that, there's nothing it wouldn't do. Thane straightened and took a deep breath. I don't know what comes after the Empire. I can't say that whoever gets power next will be any better, but it can't get any worse. That's not possible. If there's even a chance I can do something that helps take the Empire down, I feel like I have to do it. After a long moment, Logara quietly said that her own people had been enslaved by the Empire. Kashyyyk had been such a beautiful place when she was young. Now it had been turned into a hell. She found it difficult to speak of her homeworld's tragedy, but she never forgot it. Thane thought about the sheer level of brutality necessary to conquer a species as powerful as the Wookiees. Is this your way of telling me you're joining the rebellion too? She shook her head. The Moa was hardly in shape to haul cargo, much less go into battle, and for Brill and Methwat it was not only a ship but also their home. A decision to join the rebellion would have to be unanimous, and Logara felt Thane knew as well as she did. That was true, but we could put in somewhere, refurbish the ship, talk to the others. Nobody here has love for the Empire. In a month or two, I bet we could bring them around. Any? Probably, Logara admitted. After a pause, she asked if he wanted to wait to join the rebellion, if he wasn't ready right away. Thane flushed. I'm not a coward. Her massive hand petted his head. Logara knew he was brave. Yet she also suspected Thane had other reasons to hesitate. All those months Thane had tried so hard to keep his past and his feelings to himself. He should have known his captain was too perceptive not to guess at some of the truth. It's just that I used to serve in the Imperial Starfleet. A lot of my friends and classmates are still with the Empire, including someone who means a lot to me. On some level, attacking the Empire feels like attacking them. Logara pointed out that he had accepted the risks of combat when he joined the Imperial fleet, and so had everyone else. Yeah, I know. He leaned back in the creaky seat and took a deep breath. But joining the rebellion, leaving the Empire is one thing, but taking up arms against it is another. The friends I served with before would never forgive that, especially the woman I was telling you about, Sienna. She'd never speak to me again if she knew. Not that she's likely to anyway, I guess. With a soft whine, Logara told him the Force had a way of bringing people together when the time was right. Oh, great, the Force. My best bet is this crazy magic old Valley kindred still believe in. But Thane said nothing, knowing Logara's beliefs were important to her. Instead, he asked, is this your way of saying it's all right for me to go? Since the Force will make sure we meet again? His answer came in the form of a big hug that enveloped him in white fur. As he hugged Logara back, she told him to promise her he would eat well. He had to laugh. I promise. I'm really doing it, he thought. It still seemed unreal. I'm going to war against the Empire. I'm joining the Rebel Alliance. Why our service these past 2 years has been exemplary, Lieutenant Commander Reed. Sienna stood at attention in front of Admiral Ozzel, hands held firmly at her sides. Junior officers did not make eye contact with superiors during evaluations, so she stared fixedly at the metal-tiled wall behind him. You frequently volunteer for extra shifts or to help train newer officers on Star Destroyer protocols. Aside from the unfortunate incident on Eva Rujar, you have received no punishments or reprimands, and it does not escape your offense then has never been repeated. You've never even been admonished about your uniform. Notice that. The leather bracelet she carried for Winnet remained in its cloth pouch in her pocket. No, regulation said she couldn't keep something in her pocket. You were transferred to the executor from the Devastator at the request of Lord Vader himself. A high honor indeed. Sienna did not respond. Privately, she thought Vader's request had been more threat than reward. She had seen him adrift in space, nearly helpless. He would not want anyone to think of him as vulnerable in any way, so he had to remind Sienna that she remained forever vulnerable to him. Ozzel continued, although you are far too senior for TIE fighter duty, you put in the simulator time to make sure your piloting instincts stay sharp. Sienna decided she could speak. We never know what a crisis may demand of us, sir. Noises. She also loved flying for its own sake, and sometimes dreamed all night of swooping through the canyons of Jellican with Thane by her side. But it wasn't against regulations to love what she did, or to remember what she had lost. Very well said. Admiral Ozzel came as close to smiling as she'd ever seen from him. In short, Lieutenant Commander Ree, your performance aboard the Executor exceeds expectations on every point. Keep this up, and you'll make Commander before long. Commander. Sienna wasn't as wrapped up in the idea of advancement as she had been 3 years ago, but she could take satisfaction in having done her duty so well. Even with the unnaturally fast rate of promotion following the Death Star's destruction, making Commander less than 5 years out of the Academy was a major achievement. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Afterward, as she walked through the dark metal corridors of the Executor, she mulled over her likely promotion. It ought to have been cause for celebration. She should have messaged Nash and Bareece immediately, telling them to meet her later for a cup or two of ale. Instead, the praise from her superior officer only reminded her of how she had failed the Empire once when she had lied to protect a friend. Worst of all, Sienna knew if she had to make the same choice again, she would still pick Thane. As she walked past one of the observation decks, she looked out at the stars and wondered where he might be. Surely he'd left Jellican as she'd told him to do. Their world was dangerous for him. Those snakes he called family would turn him in for a 2-credit piece. Yet Sienna remained haunted by the vision of Thane Trap, where she'd seen him last broke, stuck in a tiny room above a seedy Valentia bar, with that lost look in his blue eyes. Stop it, she told herself. Thane's smart. He's a talented pilot. By now, surely he's found work and a good place to live. Probably he's happy. You're not small enough to begrudge Thane a happy life without you. Right? Sienna straightened up and smoothed her hands down the front of her uniform jacket. The shadowy reflection she saw silhouetted against the stars in the window was once again that of the perfect Imperial officer. The excellence of her service had long since ceased to be only a matter of honoring her oath. She also thought of it as the price she paid for giving Thane his freedom. No one would ever be able to say she hadn't paid in full. I know. I'll tell Mama and Papa I might be promoted. Most Imperial officers limited their messages to and from home as a symbol of their commitment, but Sienna figured that was easier for people from core worlds. who could expect to see their families in person more than once every 5 years. She still communicated with her family at least once a 10-day, telling them about everything from grab ball tournaments to Barissa's jokes. Well, the jokes that were repeatable. The only subject her family never discussed was Thane Kyrell. Sienna didn't want to lie to her parents about him also. She knew they'd realize she was lying. Right away. The fewer people who suspected the truth about Thane, the better. Her parents always seemed happy to receive her messages, especially Mama. But lately, Sienna had begun to notice that their replies were almost entirely about her life, not theirs. They no longer knew all the valley gossip, or no longer cared to share it. Mama would sometimes speak about her supervisory job at the mine, but over the years her tone had shifted from pride to a matter-of-fact weariness. Maybe that was only natural, but Sienna couldn't help noticing it, as well as the fact that her father rarely mentioned anything about his own life or the Greater Valley at all. "There you are," said a pleasant, cultured male voice. Sienna turned to see Lieutenant Nash Windrider walking toward her with a slight smile on his face. During the 3 years since Alderaan's destruction, he had gradually recovered some of his old wit and dash. No, he would never be the same again, but she no longer saw the terrible shadows under his eyes that had scared her so in the beginning. Both he and her friend Barisai had been transferred from the Devastator to the Executor. When Darth Vader chose it as his new flagship, they were also posted to the same quadrant within the vessel, so she saw them often. "I've been looking for you, Sienna." "Why? Is this about Barissa's birthday?" Sienna folded her arms and glared at him. "You ruined the surprise, didn't you?" "You don't give me nearly enough credit, either for my expertise with surprise parties, which is considerable, or for knowing what's important enough to merit pulling you back onto the bridge when you're off duty." The hairs on the back of her neck prickled with a sense of both danger and excitement. "What?" "One of the probe droids picked up a very interesting signal on the ice world of Hoth," Nash said with relish. "We may have finally located the rebel base." Sienna sucked in a sharp breath. "And we're going in?" Nash's grin widened. "With 5 Imperial-class Star Destroyers by our side." The image of Jude's smile flashed through Sienna's mind. At last, they had a chance to avenge themselves on the people who had destroyed the Death Star and murdered her best friend, and to stamp out the rebellion once and for all. Thane groaned as they opened the bay doors again and a blast of frigid air swept past them. "I'm going to my Chubby's off. Freeze." The guy showing him a round Dak Ralter laughed as he unsaddled another of the Tauntauns. "There are easier ways to switch genders, you know. I didn't mean I wanted to freeze them off. I just meant it's so cold." After a childhood spent in the high mountains of Jellican, Thane had thought he knew how to handle being cold, but Hoth was on another scale together. "Don't talk about it. Don't even think about it," Dak said earnestly. "Just keep your pants on and focus on the big picture. I know. We made our base on this frozen hunk of rock because the Empire would never think to look here. Because who in their right mind would subject themselves to this?" Thane's gesture took in the ice walls of their base, the bitter chill that pierced to the bone, and the pungent odor of the Tauntauns they were currently freeing. "Nobody could ever say we joined the rebellion for the fun of it." Nobody would say that. Dak Ralter's face fell as if somebody really had accused them of fighting a war just for kicks. Or they'd better not. Anybody who doesn't think we need to stand up to the Empire. Take it easy. I was just joking. Dak shot Thane a reproving look, as if to say this war was far too serious for anything as lowbrow as humor. Some of the new recruits were like that at first so idealistic that spending time with them felt like biting into pure sugar, or so the long-timers said. Thane outranked Dak by a grand total of 3 weeks, but he felt like he was 2 decades older than Dak, rather than 2 years. Thane had never been one of the idealists. He'd accepted Wedge Antilles' invitation, not because he believed the rebellion was pure good, but because he'd learned the Empire was pure evil. Even for him, though, the adjustment felt strange. Small as the Moe was, every crew member lived in a private cabin of his or her very own. Even in Imperial service, he'd never had to bunk with more than 7 other guys. In the rebellion, Thane slept in an enormous bunker with a couple hundred other people, the majority of whom seemed to snore. Rations were scanty, the odds terrible, and the risks even greater than Thane would have imagined, and so far he'd been in none of the epic battles he'd been anticipating. Instead, he had made a few supply runs while avoiding Imperial border controls. He'd helped set up the Hoth base, and now here he was taking it down again, setting their pack creatures loose so they'd be long gone by the time the Empire arrived, because apparently a probe droid had found them already on. They'd just gotten set up on Hoth, too. He half wanted to ask Rebel Command how they were supposed to win a war when the Empire could find the Rebel bases within a month. He looked over the back of the grunting Tauntaun nearest him to take in the entire base around him. Mechanics worked feverishly on fighters, their bluish-white welding torches lighting the murky repair bay. Princess Leia spoke intently to General Riakan, her intensity obvious even at that distance, Thane thought. Droids whirred through the fray as non-combat personnel ran for the first transports. Boarding had begun already. Thane knew only that his Group Corona squadron wasn't up yet. For now, he just had to keep freeing smelly Tauntauns. Dak's chatter broke his reverie. I still can't believe I got assigned as gunner to Luke Skywalker, the guy who single-handedly destroyed the Death Star. Somebody's going to be his gunner. Might as well be you. Thane was mostly glad it wasn't him. Yes, Skywalker had shown incredible courage and made a near-impossible shot. He deserved respect, but that particular act of heroism was one Thane preferred to adtance. Idi Night. Just like in the olden days, Dak continued, talking as dreamily as a school kid with a crush. Do you know he has a real, true lightsaber? He even learned how to use the Force from the great General Kenobi, the last of the Jedi. It was all Thane could do not to groan. Please, not more superstitious nonsense about the Force. In his opinion, the rebel troops needed to be motivated by the harsh truth about the Empire, not crazy religious beliefs. Then he remembered Sienna's voice so vividly that it was as if she'd whispered in his ear. Believing in something greater than ourselves isn't crazy. It's proof we're sane. Look how vast the galaxy is. Don't you have to admit we can't be the greatest power within it? She had said that to him during one of their final days on Jellu Khan, before they left for the academy. He'd laughed at her for suggesting that maybe the Force had made sure they went to the same school on Coruscant, to keep them together. By now, Even Sienna would have to admit they weren't lucky enough to share a destiny. So why was the memory of her still more real to him than the person actually standing a meter away? Let's just get this done, all right? We don't want to run off and leave these things to starve penned up in here. Thane patted one tauntaun on the nose before, slipping off its halter. The beast bounded away, eager to find a pack and burrow down for warmth. We have to haul out of here within the day, Rieken says. I don't want to get stranded on Hoth because we didn't finish Tauntaun duty in time. Sorry. Dak said so earnestly that Thane felt a twinge of guilt. So he gentled his tone. By the way, you must have impressed somebody to get assigned to fly with Skywalker. They wouldn't pair him up with just anyone. Really? Definitely. He glanced over at Dak and saw that the kid was smiling. With that, they cleared the stall of the final two tauntauns, as the beasts ran into the snow, leaving only their stink behind. Every siren on the base went off at once. The shrieking echoed within the cave walls. Thane jerked upright and dropped the harnesses within the first second. Dak yelled, "What does this mean?" As green as he was, Dak knew the answer. He just didn't want to believe it. Thane shouted over the din, "The Empire got here faster than we thought. They found us." After a quick briefing from Princess Leia, it only took Thane 4 minutes to suit up and run to his snowspeeder. 4 minutes was almost too long. "Haul your Jellicani ass up here," shouted Yendor, Thane's Twi'lek co-pilot and a fellow member of Corona Squadron. He'd already donned his specially fitted helmet, which allowed his blue laku to trail down his back. "We've got multiple Imperial walkers marching in. I trained on walkers at the Academy." Thane swung into his seat. Even as he put on his helmet, the overhead canopy descended and locked. "I know them inside and out. What can you tell me about these things?" Yendor flipped the switches that would prepare them for takeoff. "They're the most heavily armored ground vehicles in the Imperial Army." "So what you're saying is that you have a thorough knowledge of just how screwed we are." "Pretty much," Thane said. "Look at it this way. If even the Death Star could fall, there's nothing the Empire has that we can't take down." Yendor released the clamps. "Let's test that theory." Thane put his hands to the controls and felt the engines surge to life beneath him. "Here we go." The snowspeeder shot out of the base and into the fray. Laser bolts striped the silver-white sky, and rebel ships scattered wide to face the intruding army. Because that was what they had here. Not a strike team. They were up against the full ground forces of the Empire, at least. How many snow troopers are down there? Thane wondered. And they'll probably send flame troopers into the base to burn everything still inside and everyone. Worst of all, he could already see 5 AT-AT walkers on the horizon. Each one would carry dozens of soldiers and countless armaments, not to mention the deadly cannons mounted in front. It wouldn't matter how far the walkers made it if the rebels could just get the transports away, Thane reminded himself. Actually destroying one of those monsters would be a bonus. Yendor said, "Did your classes at the Academy tell you how to deal with the walkers, heavy armor? Because our blasters aren't worth a damn against these things." Thane took the speeder in fast and low, sending flurries of snow out in a plume beneath them. Not every place can be fully armored. Think about it. The legs are vulnerable exactly where any creature's legs would be. "Gotcha," Yendor replied. targeting the joints. The entire snowspeeder vibrated with the power of the fire they shot at one of the walkers, specifically its ankles. While their blasters didn't have the strength to destroy those alloys, it might be possible to weaken the bolts and fry some of the circuitry. We can make them unstable, slow them down, anything to help the transports get to safety. Each of those transports would contain nearly 100 rebel soldiers, the heart of their fleet. If the Empire triumphed today, it truly could be the end of the rebellion. But Yendor's aim was sure and steady. He kept hitting the AT-AT's lowest joints in the exact same spots, maximizing the damage. As Thane zoomed in with his sensors, he realized they even had a chance to take one of the feet off the thing, which would stop it dead. "Keep it up," Thane shouted to Yendor. "I'm taking us all the way in. I can actually target quite well from a distance, you know," Yendor joked, even as he started firing faster. By then the lowest section of the walker loomed large in the view screen. Thane looked upward to see the thing for real. At first he wished he hadn't. The monsters looked big enough when you were in them, but from below they seemed to outweigh the entire sky. But then he told himself, they're not as big as the mountains back home. You flew through those. You can make it through these. So he accelerated until the snowy landscape was no more than a blur, bringing them back in as fast as possible. Yendor kept firing with pinpoint accuracy, every hit now winning a puff of black smoke or a shower of sparks. They were within 200 meters, 100 meters. Thane made the decision in an instant. At the last second he could have swerved. He didn't. Yendor yelped, still firing, as Thane steered their snowspeeder directly at the AT-AT's feet. In the final moments before impact, he jerked the speeder's side until it was perpendicular to the ground, sliding between the AT-AT's legs until he spun out behind it, still in one piece. Ways? That was more than he could say for the walker, now hobbling on burning, damaged feet. One of the legs lifted minus its foot, then froze. That a TAT wasn't going anywhere. So that was not a suicide run, Yendor said. Thane laughed as he took the snowspeeder around for another pass. I used to turn side slips like that through mountain stalactites every day back home. You were safe as a baby the whole time. Remind me never to hire you as a babysitter. As Thane zoomed back toward the conflict, he realized that somebody else had managed to bring a walker down, as in all the way down, flat in the snow. The head blew as he watched, a cough of black smoke against the white ground. For a moment he imagined himself inside the walker. It would have been so unbearably hot just before the explosion. The heat must have cooked those guys in their armor. That's right, he told himself savagely. We're here to kill them, just like they're here to kill us. Better them than you, Yendor said. Got word from Commander Skywalker. They looped the walker's legs with a tow cable. That's faster, Thane said, and saves our energy for later, and doesn't make us do that damned death somersault thing. Don't knock the move that just saved our butts, Thane said as he headed straight for the next walker. Just get the tow cable ready. As they sped back into the thick of the battle, Thane saw a transport rocket through the atmosphere, preparing for its leap into hyperspace. Were they actually going to escape this mess after all? Some of them would, but there were crashed snowspeeders lying on the ground, cinders blowing in the wind around them. No matter how many transports got away, the rebellion had to leave behind a tremendous amount of ships and material. And all the work that had gone into building the base had been wasted. Now they'd have to wander through the galaxy again, looking for someplace even more obscure and unlivable than Hoth, if such a planet even existed. Maybe the rebellion brass had a long-range plan that would render the day's battle meaningless. But for now, the Empire was making them pay dearly for their defiance. Thane gritted his teeth. The larger strategy of the rebellion wasn't up to him. He had one job only, to cover the transports. For the next long while, he allowed himself to think of nothing but the targets, to do nothing but fly in as close as possible so Yender could make every shot. The ground troops beneath their speeder were sometimes no more than shadows, their white snowtrooper armor rendering them almost invisible against the wintry landscape. Once the last walker went down, the other rebels cheered. Thane stared up at the bleak sky above them. What are they going to send down next? Nothing came. No more Imperial ships descended. That meant they were waiting above the atmosphere to pick off the rebel fighters one by one. The moment the final transport streaked into the sky, Thane and Yendor rushed their snowspeeder back to base. By now they had mere minutes to get their individual starfighters off the ground. All Thane had to do was fly safely out of planetary atmosphere before going to lightspeed. But first he had to outrun the TIE fighters that had just zoomed into range. Damn! If he'd taken off 5 minutes earlier, the TIEs would have missed him entirely. Now Thane would have to shoot his way to freedom. But TIE fighters weren't as sturdy as walkers. They provided almost no protection for their pilots, which was the main reason why being a TIE pilot was so revered in the Imperial Starfleet. Flying one of those things took guts. Knowing that didn't make it easier for Thane to shoot the TIE fighters down. But he did it anyway. As his blaster bolts raked across one of the TIEs, a shower of green sparks flumed into the air, and then the ship was spiraling down, wings clipped, falling to its doom. Thane had experienced that in TIE fighter simulators. He knew what it looked like from the inside. This was a war. They'd all chosen their sides. So Thane accelerated upward, not bothering to watch on sensors as the TIE fighter crashed to the ground. As soon as the space outside his X-wing had turned black, and the sensors showed all clear, he laid in A, course for the rendezvous coordinates, and prepared for the leap to lightspeed. Only in the last moments did he see the Imperial fleet amassed off his starboard side, so enormous that even the darkness of space did not dwarf it. There was no time to study it in detail, hardly even a flash of silver before the stars changed from points into a tunnel, and his engines whined as his ship leaped into lightspeed. Thane felt as if he couldn't breathe. He knew what he'd seen in that final split-second view of the Imperial fleet. A superstar destroyer. When I left, Sienna was assigned to the Devastator. They'd never post her to any ship smaller than a star destroyer again. By now she probably isn't assigned on TIE patrols very often, but she could be, and she'd volunteer just for the joy of flying. He was being ridiculous. Of the many star destroyers under the Emperor's control, what were the odds that a particular one would be assigned to that battle on that day? But however remote the chances were, the possibility was real. And now, sickened by fear, Thane realized the TIE pilot he'd just killed could have been Sienna. It was no less likely to be her than any other pilot in the fleet. If so, he hadn't even bothered to watch her die. The worst part was that he would never know. The metallic rasp of Lord Vader's breathing echoed throughout the Executor's bridge. Sienna knew better than to glance upward or give any other indication that she even realized he was there. standing on the higher level only a couple of meters above. Although she didn't believe some of the wilder rumors about Darth Vader's vindictiveness, by now she knew it was wisest not to draw his attention for any reason. His rages when he was displeased were legendary. Right now he had to be displeased in the extreme. How could so many rebel transports have gotten away? Even coming out of hyperspace too early shouldn't have undermined their entire attack. The Imperial Starfleet had sent down a strike force that should have been able to paralyze the enemy's defenses. But instead of victory, they had 3 demolished ATS. 1 badly damaged 1, several dozen destroyed TIE fighters, and several hundred dead snowtroopers. The high number of rebel casualties they'd inflicted was small consolation. Later, Sienna resolved she would watch the recordings of the Battle of Hoth and study the rebels' tactics in detail. The Empire possessed every advantage in terms of manpower and firepower. Today ought to have been the day they dealt the rebellion a final fatal blow. Instead, their victory was incomplete. If the rebels could avoid being completely crushed by an Imperial strike force led by 6-star destroyers, then superior or at least surprising tactical moves had to be the reason. Analyzing those in greater depth might give the Imperials the information they needed to finally end this gruesome war, sailed by Digoresa. For now, though, Sienna and everyone else on the Executor had another, far more vital priority: capture the Millennium Falcon. If anyone on the bridge understood why it was so important to catch that antique piece of junk, nobody said so. Lord Vader wanted the ship towed aboard and its passengers taken alive. So instead of simply blowing up the Millennium Falcon, something they could have done in an instant, they had to try to pluck it from the sky. Unfortunately, whoever was steering the Falcon was one hell of a pilot. He'd gone into an asteroid field, apparently choosing suicide over capture. No small ship could hope to emerge from an asteroid field intact. The rebel ship at least had shields. TIE fighters didn't even have that much protection. Yet 4 of them had been sent in. While Sienna sat there trying to fathom the purpose of that suicide mission, Captain Piet said, provide auxiliary navigational assistance." Her heart sank even as she said, "Yes, sir." She went to the aux-nav post in the data pit and looked down at the 4 screens that showed her the TIE fighters, designations, and coordinates. Any assistance she could provide would be minimal, but if she could give those pilots a chance, she would. Her fingers flew as she set the triangulations between their ships and the Millennium Falcon, and then she yanked on the headset that would let her talk to the pilots directly. OL70, 1, adjust 37 degrees starboard and down NA8, 11, follow but go up. NA 811 was a guy called Penry, whom she talked to once in a while, a graduate of the Academy on Lothal. When he laughed, no one could help laughing with him, and since he seemed to find everybody's jokes hilarious, the laughter was constant. Although Penry was a couple of years her senior, he sounded younger as he said, "Affirmative. C. R9. 7-8. Pull up, pull up." But Sienna's order had come too late. One of the TIE fighters vanished from the grid. That was 1 dead man on her watch. Please, no more. OL70, 1. New trajectory linking to your nav computer now. Got it. JA189. Your computer isn't linking up. I can't. Then a burst of static accompanied the wild spinning of another tie on her screen grid. Clipped one of my engines. Can't steer. Need a tractor. Louder static was followed by silence as the image of JA-189's TIE fighter faded away for good. Sweat made Sienna's gray jumpsuit stick to her skin. She kept her eyes locked on the grid and her voice as even as she could manage. OL701 NA81. You're getting in really close to one of the larger asteroids. Target seems to be looking for cover. We're on him. That was OL 701. Through the NA811 uplink, Sienna heard only breathing that was too shallow, too quick. Penry had just seen two other pilots explode in front of his eyes. To Captain Piet, she said, "Sir, if the Millennium Falcon lands on a larger asteroid, we could focus our laser cannons on that and blow it away. We'd take the Falcon out in the process. Can I order the TIE fighters back?" Piet stood very still, obviously waiting for Lord Vader to countermand the order. Vader said nothing. He didn't even turn around. Finally, Piet said, "Very well, Ree." Hope rushed through her. At least she could save two of the pilots. NA8110L 701, abort pursuit. Chart your safest course back, and he's in one of the canyons, Old 70, I replied. We've almost got him. Sienna waited to hear from Penry. Instead, he screamed, a terrible short sound cut off too soon. In that instant, both of the remaining TIE fighters disappeared from her view screen, leaving it dark. 4 pilots dead, and it was partly her responsibility. Would Piet reprimand her? Worse, would Vader? What if those rumors were true about how Vader treated those who displeased him, but nobody paid any attention to her? Piet and Vader acted as if she hadn't let anyone down, as if 4 loyal officers hadn't just died for no reason. There was nothing for Sienna to do but return to her usual station and go back to monitoring the situation. To the commander who sat beside her in the data pit, she whispered, "Why aren't we at least firing on the asteroid?" No clear shot. The target could just as easily have changed course. We no longer have it on visuals or sensors. A wave of nausea swept through her. Those 4 TIE fighter pilots had died for nothing. No one would ever hear Penry's laugh again. In command track courses at the academy, the teachers had counseled them that they couldn't think of their troops as individuals. To do so would lead only to hesitation and thus defeat. They protected their people by forgetting they were people, instead viewing them as pieces in a vast, elaborate game. It was the only element of command track training that had ever given Sienna pause. She knew now that she would never be able to do that, not the way Piet and Vader did. Yet Vader could not have been totally devoid of emotion, because he then unbelievably ordered the Executor into the asteroid field, too. Impacts began to send shudders throughout the ship. Sienna winced as if the damages were actual injuries to her body. What Star Destroyers had in sheer power they lacked in maneuverability, they would take countless hits today. What registered as minor damage on a superstar destroyer could mean the demolition of 2 entire decks down for a few thousand meters and all the people stationed on those decks. More officers and stormtroopers would die needlessly, all because Lord Vader couldn't let one ratty old ship go. No, Sienna reminded herself sternly. The deaths she'd seen that day, the useless risk and damage, That was all because the Rebel Alliance had started a war. When her shift ended, Sienna stood to go and winced. Every muscle in her body had tensed so badly during the TIE fighter flights through the asteroid field that she felt as sore as if she'd run 30 kilometers. The doors slid open to let her walk out, or as it turned out, to let Piet return. Immediately she stood at attention, awaiting the reprimand she no doubt deserved. Piet said only, "Well done today, Lieutenant Commander." But was he thinking of someone else? "I lost all 4 pilots, sir. They had no chance, really. You kept them alive longer than they could have made it on their own." He was telling her she'd done a good job. On one level, she understood why he said so, but it didn't change how wretched she felt. There was nothing else for her to say, though, except, "Thank you, Captain. Oh, yes, you weren't on the bridge yet, for one." Piet drew himself up. "I have been promoted to Admiral, effective immediately, assuming Admiral Ozzel's command." What happened to Admiral Ozzel? The question died on her lips. In the Imperial Starfleet, sometimes it was better to be able to believe you didn't know the answer. "Yes, Admiral. Congratulations." Piet's expression looked bleak. "That will be all, Ree." With that, he returned to the bridge, the black doors sliding shut behind him. Sienna felt too exhausted to move, much less put in extra hours. Yet instead of returning to her bunk, she went to a spare analysis booth and pulled up all the footage from the Battle of Hoth available to someone at her clearance level. She intended to go over every single second of it until she figured out how a bunch of poorly armed ragtag rebels were outwitting the greatest military force the galaxy had ever seen. Was it arrogance to think she could come up with an answer that had eluded the Admiralty's finest tactical minds? No, she realized. It was desperation. She wanted this war to end, needed it to end so that the bloody, merciless methods of war would end too. Strong as she was, determined as she was to see this through, Sienna knew she couldn't endure years more of sending people to futile, meaningless deaths. It's not like Penry and I were friends, but he was more than a call number. I remember his laugh, his birthmark, so I can't forget that he was human, that somewhere out there he has a mother and father who want him home. When they hear the truth, it will destroy them, as surely as it will destroy Mama and Papa if I die during my service. That's just one little tragedy. Multiply that anguish and loss by the billions of people already dead in this war, and it's unbearable. Whenever Sienna spoke in her head like that, she always envisioned the same listener. If only she could talk to Thane for real, he would know how to advise her, how to comfort her. This hatred of the Empire, they would peace talks, or attempt to claim an independent star system where they could live under whatever governance they chose. But no. Instead, they killed again and again and again. For all Thane's strength, for all his skill in combat, he had never been a violent man. So how could he be a part of such horror? Propose. Maybe his father did this to him, Sienna thought, as she walked through the corridors of Cloud City. A few grunting Ugnaughts hurried past her, but she hardly even registered them. In her mind's eye, she stood behind Thane the day he'd collapsed on the ENA obstacle course, when she had bandaged him afterward. At the time, she had been moved almost to tears by the evidence of the abuse, the knowledge that his fathers, Cruelty had become physical as well as emotional, and by the full realization of how bravely Thane had endured his injuries until the very moment of his fall. Those who were brutalized sometimes became brutal in return. Was Thane now lashing out at the world that had hurt him first? No, he'd always sworn he would be nothing like his father. Sienna had always believed him, but that left her with no answers at all. I don't believe it, said Nash Windrider. Startled from her reverie, Sienna saw she'd reached the landing platform, where her friends stood in front of the Millennium Falcon. Their prey had flown straight to Bespin, as Lord Vader had predicted. So why did we even bother with the asteroid field chase, she thought. We could just have come here and set the trap for them even earlier. But she walked onto the platform where Nash stood, hands on his hips as he looked at the captured ship. When I saw it during the initial chase, I couldn't understand why that thing wasn't in the junkyard. Now that I study it up close, I realize no junkyard would accept it. It's a miracle the thing still runs at all. She felt a spark of grudging admiration for the Falcon, as someone who'd learned to fly on a V-171. Occasionally she got sentimental about clunky old ships. Our orders? We're to disable the hyperdrive. Why are we disabling a ship we've already captured? Lord Vader has his reasons, Nash said, raising one eyebrow. The subtext seemed to be, do you want to tell him he's wrong? Sienna nodded. Got it. She and Nash worked together for several moments in silence. Even in the tight confines of the engineering pit within the Falcon, it seemed to her that Nash stood closer than necessary. But maybe she was imagining things because she wanted so much to be alone while she worked out her thoughts about Thane. Disabling the hyperdrive proved simple. Before long, she and Nash were on the shuttle that would take them back to the Executor. They were cleared to fly openly now, because another pilot sought by Darth Vader, another target lured into this trap, had just landed. Within minutes, this entire chase would be over. Princess Leia would stand trial. Her fellow rebels would be made an example of. Perhaps the rebellion itself would be exposed. And Thane with it? She moved through the ship on autopilot, reporting to her bridge shift with gratitude that the next few hours promised to be uneventful. That promise didn't come true. Vader's suspicions did. Sure enough, the Millennium Falcon zoomed off its platform, nearly made its escape, then inexplicably headed back to Cloud City and dived beneath it. Where do they think that's going to get them? Nash's long fingers hit the toggles that would focus all sensors on the Falcon. Who knows? She could almost pity these people, believing in their freedom when in reality Darth Vader had been 2 steps ahead of them the entire time. Although the bridge of the Executor now buzzed with renewed activity, Sienna could do little but monitor these final moments of the hunt. Still, she felt oddly detached from everything that was happening, even when Lord Vader returned to the bridge. Admiral Piet said, "They'll be within range of the tractor beam within moments, my lord." Through the heavy rasp of his respirator, Vader said, "Did your men disable the hyperdrive on the Millennium Falcon?" "Yes, my lord." "Good," Darth Vader said. "Prepare the boarding party and set your weapons for stun." Sienna would normally have felt a little thrill of pride at her service being recognized. Instead, she felt detached, as if this were only a drill or a memory until the horrifying moment when the Falcon leaped into hyperspace and vanished. How the hell did they do that? Nash gaped at her in disbelief. Sienna might have shared his outrage if she hadn't caught a glimpse of Admiral Piatt's face. He had turned ashen, and even from her place down in the data pits, she could see the knot in his throat bob as he swallowed hard. We're about to be killed, she thought. The Admiral, Nash, and I, Vader, will murder us all. We completed our assignment, but it doesn't matter. Years for she'd been thankful she'd never seen one of Vader's eliminations in person. Now it looked as if the first one she'd ever witness would be her own. But Vader simply stood there a few moments longer, in silence, then turned and walked off the bridge without another word. When the doors slid shut behind him, Piatt sagged for a moment, like someone who had put down a heavy burden and whose body still felt the weight. Nash leaned onto his monitors, head in hand. Sienna waited to feel relief, too, but the dread only dulled and deepened until it felt as if it had sunk into her very bones. That evening, as they sat in a corner of the Quadrant cafeteria, empty plates in front of them, Sienna asked, "Why do you think people join the rebellion?" Burry shrugged. The same reason other people commit robbery or go into business with the Hutts. They can't fit into any normal society. So they hate those of us who do. Thane had been at the top of the elite flight track. If he'd stayed in the service, Sienna had no doubt he'd be looking at an early promotion to commander, too. She'd have to find another answer. What do you think, Nash? Who cares how scum like that gets started? He said too lightly. I only want to see them finished. Why do you ask? Maurice took another sip of her nutritive milk. While more regular meals were available upon request, only the most senior officers could indulge without being thought soft. Sienna had eaten her last piece of bread more than 2 years ago. Sienna shrugged. No reason. You're in an odd mood today, Nash said. His warm brown eyes studied hers. He had become so thin since they'd graduated from the academy, his frame going from wiry to gaunt, but his eyes, at least, were the same. What's wrong? She didn't dare tell. Could help her understand Thane's choice, it would be Nash. I've been thinking about Thane a lot lately. Burry slid an arm around Sienna's shoulders. Nash's smile faded into sadness. I still can't believe it, he said softly. Thane was the last person I ever thought would commit suicide. After the Death Star, none of us were ourselves, Burry said, shaking her head. But he had so much to live for. His commission, top ranking as a pilot, revenge against the rebels. And he had you, Sienna. Nash stumbled over the last part, though he covered it well enough. That ought to be enough for any man. Sienna didn't meet his eyes. I keep wondering why he felt so hopeless. Only a man without hope would go from the Empire to the Rebellion. It was one thing for Thane to walk away from his oath because he felt he could no longer keep it. But to join a group of nihilistic guerrilla warriors. He was no idealist, so he couldn't have been converted to whatever bizarre political dogma they used to sway the gullible. Thane could only be going through the motions, no more. Did Thane have any other close friends aboard the Death Star? Maybe someone you didn't know about. Burry hesitated, tucking a loose strand of black hair back into a regulation bun, like, well, a girl from the academy. From before he fell for you, I mean. He could still have been upset by her death. Suppose there it was Nash who answered. He was never with one while we were at school. I don't back on Jellican. Anyone any was? No. Sienna had occasionally seen him walking out with second-wave girls, but never the same one twice. With a shrug, Marie said, maybe it was something that happened on your home world. He was upset after the Death Star. He left his duty, but meant only to home and collect himself. And then the visit went terribly wrong. Go! I always had an inkling his relationship with his father was strained at best. Abusive at worst, Nash said. Oh, don't give me those wide eyes, Sienna. I lived in the same room as Thane for 3 years. You think I never saw the scars on his back? His expression had become set, hard. I'll bet his father lit into Thane at the worst possible moment, drove him over the edge. I wouldn't put it past Thane's dad. That much, at least, was completely true. But by then Sienna realized Nash had no answers to offer. Thane's choice to join the rebellion would remain an infuriating mystery, and arrow lodged in her flesh, one that couldn't be pulled free and so kept the wound open forever. She remained lost in thought until Nash had escorted her almost all the back to her room. Her door stood at the far end of the longest corridor of the barracks section, so they were far away from anyone else when he put one hand on her arm. Going to bed already? He said, his tone light, but nobody could miss his true meaning. Sienna had suspected this might be coming, but in her preoccupation had failed to see it would be tonight. No wonder Maurice had excused herself earlier. She was going to be in serious trouble for enabling him. Nash, it's a bad idea. On the contrary, it's a wonderful idea. His eyes danced with mischief and anticipation. Don't you think we deserve to have a little fun? As gently as she could manage, Sienna answered, I think you want more than fun, and I can't give it to you. Nash tilted his head, not disagreeing with her, but not withdrawing either. Could I perhaps persuade you to spend more rec time together? So we could get to know each other without Maurice or our other friends in the way. I realize the shift from friends to, well, more. It can be tricky, but I think it's worth trying. And for you, I'd be willing to wait. She took a step away from him. Her back bumped against the metal mesh of the wall. How ridiculous to be as bashful and clumsy as a schoolgirl. More firmly, she said, I can't. His face fell, and she could see he'd gone from flirty to aghast in only seconds. What an idiot I've been. We were talking about Thane only an hour ago. I ought to have realized this is hardly the time. Please forgive me. It's okay. Really. I miss him too, you know. Nash looked so stricken that Sienna found herself feeling guilty. The lie she'd told about Thane's suicide had saved his life, but wounded his other friends forever. I didn't mean to make light of how you felt about him. I know you didn't. Sienna managed to smile. So let's say good night. Nash sighed. Let's... He squeezed her hand once, just for a moment, and then walked away. As her bunk doors slid shut and locked, Sienna sagged onto her bed, so tired she felt as if she'd pulled 3 shifts in a row. She told herself that she'd turn Nash down, because she had no romantic feelings for him. So far as it went, that was true, but she couldn't deny that a big part of the reason was what she still felt for Thane Carell. I should hate him now. I have to learn to hate him. But I can't. I never could. The small communicator unit in her corner of the bunk blinked the blue light that meant the message was from a non-Imperial source. For Sienna, that could only mean a holo from home. Her fingers had almost hit the button before she caught herself. Should I watch this right away? Should I watch it at all? She still missed Jellicon. Even though she drank her nutritives, she longed for a piece of bread every single time she walked into the cafeteria. She spoke to her family regularly, by holo, instead of relying on the bi-monthly communiques suggested by the Internal Affairs officer. From her pocket, Sienna pulled the small pouch in which she kept the leather bracelet that tied her to Winnet. It had been a long time since she'd last asked her dead sister to look through her eyes. Too long, she thought with a surge of feeling that made her fingers close tightly around the pouch. I don't have to choose between being Jellicani and being a good Imperial officer. I can be both. Sienna was smiling as she started the holo and saw her papa's face looking out at her. After only a few words of his pre-recorded speech, her smile faded. Ranadam's gray eyebrows were arched so high they nearly reached his receding hairline. You want to return to your home planet for an undefined period of time. I've accrued 7 weeks of leave time, sir. I strongly doubt I will use them all. Ideal Imperial officers use no leave time whatsoever, unless they had to recover from a serious illness or injury. Sienna had never asked to take a single day until now. Ronadam rose from his desk and clasped his hands behind his back. His green eyes had a strangely milky quality, as if they belonged to a far older man. Your decision to use your leave time is your own. But I am not questioning the length of your absence. I am questioning your motivation to return to your home planet at all. My mother will be put on trial for embezzling funds from the local mine where she works. Worked as a supervisor. The words alone sounded surreal to Sienna, her mother, a thief? It was impossible. She cared nothing for physical possessions beyond the few things they already owned, and her promotion at the mine had made them all so proud. In the valleys of Jellicon, to have one's honor questioned is the most serious crisis an individual can face, sir. Those who believe in that person's honor must gather around them at that time. It is a sacred duty. Sacred, indeed. In Ronadam's mouth, the word became a sneer. You do realize, Lieutenant Commander Ree, that the charges against your mother would have been brought by the local Imperial authority. Are you questioning the judgment of a fellow servant of the Emperor? Of course not, sir. But my mother could have been framed for the crime, or there may be some other mistake that has led to a misunderstanding. Ronadam pursed his lips in sympathy, an expression that was meant to mock Sienna more than convince her. Do you hear your own rationalizations, Ree? I don't want to judge based on incomplete information, sir. I must investigate this for myself. She managed to look him in the eyes. No matter what the truth may be, I will face it. Slowly he nodded. Yes. This could be a learning experience for you. He paced in front of her, step by measured step. Step. Take your leave, Lieutenant Commander. Witness your mother's trial. Sienna tried to imagine her mother standing before a judge, hands shackled. She couldn't. Ronadam began to smile. And when you return, report to me immediately. Let me know the final ruling on her guilt or innocence. and tell me whether you believe that judgment to be justified. No matter what the judge ruled, Sienna would be expected to support it, even if he sent her mother to a prison camp. That won't happen. It can't. The judge will make the right decision in the end. So she told herself. She wanted to believe it. But for the first time, her oath to the Empire did not sustain Sienna. The feeling she had worked hard to keep at bay for the past 3 years, the one she had never allowed herself to consciously think of before, could be held back no longer. Doubt. Tehane angled his X-wing low until it nearly skimmed the thick canopy of trees covering the surface of D'Qar. In the twilight, he could see leaves thrashing beneath the other ships as if caught in a windstorm. If anyone were on the ground beneath them, Corona Squadron would be detected within minutes. We're not going to be here that long, Thane reminded himself. He opened the secure channel. Corona 5, this is Corona 4, do you copy? Copy, Kendi replied. Negative readings here. I'm not picking up any artificial power sources. Same here. Corona Squadron had been sent to check out D'Qar for any possible sign of a new Imperial outpost. Apparently deep. Cover spies on Coruscant had reported massive amounts of materiel being processed for the Imperial Starfleet. Nobody knew precisely what it was being used for, but there were rumors of a new large ship construction facility. But if the Empire had begun building new star destroyers or some other kinds of superweapons, it wasn't doing so on D'Qar. They'd run scans on every hemisphere, search planetary and solar orbits, and come up empty. Thane realized he'd rather have found something. At least then they'd have learned what the Empire was planning, and they could have taken meaningful action, sabotaging the factories, placing a few surveillance droids in key locations, and so on. For now, he simply had to endure the suspense. He said, Corona 2, do you also read negative? Confirmed. Complete negative on Imperial activity, Yendor replied. Unless the Empire's drafting small woodland creatures all of a sudden. Doubt it. Thane considered for a moment. We should list this planet as a potential base in future. The Empire's not interested. Not much space lane traffic in this area, and there's plenty of water. Plus, it beats Hoth, Yendor said. The belly of a Sarlacc beats Hoth, Thane began, punching in the navigational codes that would take him back to the Liberty. Corona leader apparently agreed. Let's get out of here. Once they had returned to their ship, the rest of Corona Squadron went through maintenance on their X-wings in the muggy repair bay of the Liberty, trading the usual banter back and forth. Come on, Yendor said to the squadron leader and the eldest pilot in the group, a stately woman who was addressed only as the Contessa. You can't tell me this isn't more fun than life in a palace. She gave in palaces. Him a look. You need to spend more time. You know I do, Yendor agreed. You can fix me up with that, right? Honestly, the Contessa huffed, but not without affection. You could learn from Smikes here. He never pretends we're having a better time than we are. We're never having a good time, Smike said from beneath his X-wing. He had a bandana tied around his forehead to combat the endless sweat suffered by any human who lived on a Mon Calamari ship. We're in a war. What's fun about this? So Frankie, Yendor said amiably. Someday I'm going to hear you laugh, and I hope a protocol droid is around to record it. Don't be so hard on Smikes, Kendi said, tossing her dark green hair over her shoulder. He's just grumpy. I'm not grumpy, I'm a realist, Smikes insisted. He was in fact always grumpy, but a great pilot. Thane shook his head as he looked at all of Thema's mixed up a crew as you were likely to find. People who wouldn't have spent time together outside this squadron or this war under any circumstances. But at least they had his back, unlike some people. Much later, once everyone else had finished up, Kendi said, I have to admit, intelligence work is a little less glamorous and dramatic than I always thought it would be. Thane didn't look up from the open panel in his wing. My guess is that the dramatic stuff is what's most likely to get you killed. We can deal with that when we come to it. I'll do whatever we have to do, but I'm not suicidal. No reply followed for a few minutes, during which Thane remained engrossed in his work. He'd almost forgotten he and Kendi were even speaking until she said in a low voice, You know that's what Sienna reported. He remained where he was, staring into the wires and chips that powered his ship. The wrench in his hand remained poised above the coupling he intended to work on. He didn't look up at Kendi. What did Sienna report? She identified you as a probable suicide on Jellucon. I heard about it through some other classmates of ours, and I sent a holo to Sienna right away because I couldn't believe it. She didn't really want to talk, though. At the time, I thought it was because she was hurting. Then when I realized you were here with the rebellion, I figured, hey, Thane covered his tracks pretty well. But the more I think about it, could have fooled anyone else in the galaxy more easily than Sienna. The two of you know each other too well. She covered for you, didn't she? You. Yeah. It was as if Thane were back on Jellican, shutting the door behind Sienna as she left. He'd believed she would turn him in no matter what. He did. Kendi whistled. Sienna Ree broke an oath. Sometimes we're loyal to more than one thing. He spoke from memory, haltingly, but still sure. When? There's a conflict we have to choose which loyalty to honor. I guess she chose me. Sienna had covered for him. She'd orchestrated that elaborate lie when she never lied all for him. Knowing her as he did, knowing where she came from, Thane realized what it had cost her to do that. The hard knot of anger he'd been carrying in his chest for the past 3 years finally went slack. But that made it worse, because his anger had been his only shield against losing her. The thump of boots hitting the floor of the hangar made Thane look up from his X-wing. Kendi had hopped down from her own starfighter to stand beneath his, hands on her hips. Then why isn't she here? Sienna? She always said an oath was forever. A promise is a promise. You had to be true to your personal honor, Kendi said, and she had begun to sound angry. I didn't even think she could lie. Now I discover that she broke her word to save you, but she still serves in the Imperial Starfleet. How can she do that? If she could defy them for your sake, why won't she do it for the sake of the entire galaxy? Sienna was never disloyal to the Empire. Thane hated that, but knew it to be true. One time back. Then she chose her loyalty to me. That doesn't mean she set aside her oath to the Empire. I don't see the difference. That's because you're not from Jellucan, and you don't know Sienna like I do. The coupling could wait. Thane shut the panel, stowed his tools, and slid down to face Kendi. Listen, You and I were in the Imperial Starfleet too, remember? Good people can wind up in the service of evil. Kendi shook her head as she folded her arms across her chest. The air smelled like welding tools and engine grease. Her dark green hair glinted in the harsh hangar lights. Good people can start to serve the Empire. But if they stay, they stop being good. You do one thing you thought you'd never do, follow one order that makes you feel sick inside. And you tell yourself, it's the only time. This is an exception. This isn't the way it's always going to be. Thane remembered how he'd tried willing himself not to notice the pitiful slavery of the Bodaki. Yeah, I know, but you keep going, Kendi continued. Her gaze had become distant. By now she spoke to herself more than to him. You make one more compromise, and then another. And by the time you realize what the Empire really is, you're almost too far down that road to turn back. I managed to do it, but if the others hadn't felt the same way, if I'd had to leave on my own instead of getting away with a group, I might have stayed. And I don't like the person I would have become. Trying by now, Thane had realized that Kendi was to warn him that the Sienna he had known, the one who had saved him, might not even exist any longer. Probably that was true. By now, Sienna might have participated in one of the punitive massacres the Empire inflicted on non-compliant worlds. She could have been in one of the Star Destroyers in the Battle of Hoth, coolly aiming their lasers at the many rebel starfighters that never got away. The Empire had probably corroded her honor into stiffness, snobbery, and ruthlessness. Knowing all that didn't make it easier to accept, Thane said only, "Guess we'll never know. Not like either of us is ever going to see her again." In the instant before he turned to walk away from the hangar, he glimpsed the expression on Kendi's face. It was pity. Although he continued working throughout the day, Thane brooded enough that Yender finally asked him who died, and even Smikes told him to cheer up. After they'd finished the full briefing about Dakar, he excused himself from the usual group meal, and, after shift card games, instead he holed up in one of the rare empty computer bays on the Liberty, so he could be alone. Solitude was a rare luxury for a rebel pilot, just as it had been for an academy cadet. He rarely got to be alone with his thoughts. As a boy, if he'd wanted to be alone, he was always able to sneak out to the fortress. Sometimes Sienna had been there, but her presence had never disturbed him. Before they were 10 years old, they'd known when to let each other remain silent, how to be close to each other without intruding. How many people ever understood someone that well? We wouldn't understand each other at all now, he reminded himself. She's been an Imperial officer for years. Everything good inside Sienna got poisoned a long time ago. If we met up again now, she wouldn't cover for me, count on it. I need to move on. Thane stretched out, wiped his brow, and pulled up the news feeds from Jelucan. Seeing his native world made him, whatever the opposite of homesick was. The planet changed month by month, always for the worse. It was impossible to read the reports without realizing that the rugged, primitive world he'd grown up on didn't really exist any longer. The girl he'd known and come to love, the Sienna who had been, was as lost as the old Jelucan. First few gloomy images play out in front of him, the desolation ironically easing the ache he felt inside. Until they reported on the upcoming trial of Varen Rhee. Thane sat up so fast the hollow rippled into static, unable to assess the ideal distance to project from its viewer. That's not possible, he told himself. I imagine that because Kendi and I just talked about Sienna, and I've got her on my mind. But then the face of Siena's mother again took shape. The label hovering beneath her image read the accused. You? Embezzlement? Impossible. Someone from the valleys might snap in a fit of rage and hit or kill. Crimes of passion took place there the same way they did anywhere. Perhaps they also fell prey to other criminal impulses, stealing from shopkeepers, that kind of thing. But a crime as premeditated and corrupt as embezzlement went against everything they believed. Surely there were hypocrites among the valley kindred, but not anyone in Sienna's family. He only had to know Sienna to be sure of that. Thane's lips pressed together in a hard, tight line. If anything remained of the Sienna he'd known, it wouldn't survive this. Once Sienna condoned her own mother's conviction and imprisonment, she would truly be lost forever. As lost to him as if he really had killed her that day above Hoth. Goodbye, he thought, remembering the little girl in her plain brown dress, the fallen autumn leaf. It was time to leave her behind forever. This can't be Jelucan, Sienna wanted to say to her shuttle pilot. You've brought me to the wrong system. Yet she knew too well that she was on the right planet. It was just that everything had changed. Thick fog seemed to have settled permanently the ground, and the air was thick with grimy soot. The mines that had carved gouges in so many of the mountains did not attempt to filter the byproducts of the work, so people simply walked through it, coughing, some with kerchiefs or light masks over their mouths and noses. At first, Sienna thought the masks were confusing her, making it harder for her to tell valley folk from second wavers. Although she'd seen more mass-produced clothing the last time she'd been home, the two groups had still been distinct. Now it was impossible to discern any difference. She'd never thought she would miss the gaudy long coats of the second wavers, but she searched in vain for even one flash of crimson or cobalt. No shaggy moonyaks wandered the streets any longer. People either rode ridge crawlers or walked. Valentia had seemed greatly changed to her 3 years ago, but it had at least been recognizable then. Now the migrant worker shanties had multiplied to the point that the original buildings carved of stone were almost invisible. The senatorial building that had become an imperial garrison was now a full military outpost, ringed by a force field that glowed a sickly green, and with a constant flow of officers and stormtroopers walking through its gates. Jellicani people walked more quickly past the outpost, Sienna noticed. They didn't want to attract notice. Nobody would meet her eyes. I shouldn't have asked you to come, Perrin Ree repeated, just outside the door of her old bedroom. I thought of myself, and not of what will your superior officers say. You! They'll say a mistake has been made, because it has. Sienna tossed aside her uniform jacket, which landed atop her trousers and boots. Her old clothes still fit and were only slightly musty. The mauve leggings and tunic seemed so impossibly soft. Had she really worn things like this every day? She opened the door and stepped into the main room, where her father stood, with his hands clasped, as if preparing to give a formal report. She took hold of his shoulders and squeezed. It's all right, Papa. The truth will come out. Her father's face remained tense and drawn. The real culprit is unlikely to be identified by the authorities. Because they haven't found him yet. Well, we'll see about that. If only she'd already made commander. That rank might have done her some good when she went to speak with the magistrate the next day. Forgive my saying it, Papa, but you don't look good. Have you been eating? With your mother gone, I lose track of time. Sienna paused. She hadn't realized until earlier that day that her mother remained jailed, and she couldn't believe her father when he said Mama couldn't even have visitors. That was another thing to take care of with the magistrate the next day. She'd requested an audience for first thing in the morning, so surely she would hear from his staff shortly. Surely. Her father had some meat and root vegetables in the refrigeration unit, so she started throwing together a basic soup. She hadn't cooked in so long, but she still remembered which herbs to crush and the way the scent clung to her fingers afterward. Her stomach growled, eager for anything that wasn't imperial nutritives. When the broth began to bubble, Sienna stepped away from the hearth and sat on the floor cushions beside the low table, across from her father. Only after she'd taken her place did she realize it didn't feel awkward at all. Even after years of eating at higher tables, sitting on benches or in chairs. Home remained home. Perrin shook his head slowly. It's good to see yo again, my girl. He touched the side of her face, Jew for a moment. I should have come earlier. No, I know there's a war on. You do what you had to do. The new gray hair at his temples surprised Cian, but not as much as his demeanor. Her father had Alwa been her rock unyielding and often tough, but Inva ably fair, forever strong. Now his spirit was weary, much so that she could see it as clearly as she could the new lines on his face. There aren't any flags out front, Sienna said. The kindred refusing to acknowledge the charge that was an act of defiance against authority Anatha. To those in the valleys, and yet truly unjust accusations sometimes earned that response. They acknowledge them. Her father's voice tightened. But no one has come. That couldn't be right. No one? He nodded. She remembered the days she'd remained at the home of the Nier family, standing by them in their darkest hours. They had all celebrated together when the accusers had finally backed down and accepted the imperial version of events. Though now that made Sienna wonder. How could anyone who knows Mama think she would ever steal? They know she didn't take the money, her father snapped. They all know it, but not one will say so. But to refuse to stand by someone wrongly accused. The Empire accuses her. We owe our allegiance to the Empire. To stand against it would be the most base dishonor. You can't stand against Moma. Sienna stared at her father in shock. Can you? Your mother understands the demands of honor, as do I. Have you forgotten them, Sienna? His piercing gaze caught her short, and she dared say no more. But what about the truth, she thought. How could the truth not matter any more? When did it become honorable to accept bald-faced lies? Forgive my temper, he said, and he sounded even more exhausted than before. These days have been difficult. I know. I'm sorry. But I'm here now. An hour passed. They ate soup and bread in silence, and all her fear and worry could not keep Sienna from relishing the taste of real food in her mouth. Sitting near her own hearth, being with her father, even hearing the cries of salt hawks. At moments she could imagine that she had never become an officer, never even left Jellicon. That it was all a dream. But she couldn't indulge in daydreaming for long. Reality weighed on her more heavily with every minute that passed, because the answering message from the magistrate's office never came, and neither did anyone from the Valley Kindred. Not one soul. The low trench of sand outside their home remained empty, advertising the depths of the Ree family's shame. The sky had gone completely dark overhead before Sienna dared to ask, Papa, why are you so sure no one will find who really did this? B. You know the answer. Don't insult us both by making me tell you. The embezzler was an imperial official, someone who ranked high enough to falsify the records. The magistrate won't publicly question imperial officials? Even then, prosecuting Mama Sienna. Listen to me. You are a member of the Imperial Starfleet, and I'm proud of that. All that is good in the Empire comes from you and those like you. He patted her hand. But every rule and every ruler has its bad side as well. Here on Jolokan, we have seen more of the bad, but we shall not waver in our loyalty. She thought again of the sooty skies, the mountains scarred with deep gashes that looked like the claw marks of some monstrous beast. Her father refused to give way even when everything around him spoke of corruption and ruin. It's only Julukan, the result of one dishonest governor. Higher officials don't know the truth because if they did, they'd take action. So Sienna told herself. But even within her own mind, the rationalization sounded so laughable that she could not believe them, much less speak them aloud. She kept thinking of Ronadam's face as he'd granted her leave, and how he'd been so completely certain that the imperial courts would make the right decision. He knew that because he knew the right decision would not be the one that arrived at the truth. It would be the one that justified any actions taken imperial officials. The appearance of fairness mattered more than the reality. And yet, not one person from the kindred, Papa? He gestured toward the empty sand, the lack of flags. After that, there seemed to be nothing more to say. Sienna moved through the house as if in a trance, putting away the extra soup and cleaning the pots. Once again, half her world seemed dreamlike, but now it was her own home that had become surreal to her. How could she be in such beloved surroundings and still feel so small and sick inside? She almost longed to be back on the Executor, where the recirculated air smelled of ozone and nobody ever deviated from the safety of the rules. The final transport journey to Jolokan had taken 10 hours. Sienna had been too agitated even to think of sleeping during the trip. Now, another 10 hours later, weariness had more than caught up with her. Her head swam and her eyes stung. But during times of trial, someone always remained awake at the house of the accused. Normally, loyal friends and family members took turns for the overnight vigils, but Sienna and her father were alone. As tired as she knew Papa was even more woe. Go to bed, she said quietly. I'll keep the vigil. You need your rest, and you don't. After you made the trip all the way here. But her father's voice trailed off. He lacked even the strength to fight her. Outside, she heard the humming of a ridge crawler. She was so eager for the approach of a friend that the sound made her ears prick up, but immediately she chastised herself. Many people travel this way farther down into the valleys. They haven't come for you. But then the ridge crawler stopped. Next, Sienna heard footsteps, and oh, thank the force, the unmistakable sound of a stick being thrust into sand. Smiling triumphantly, Sienna patted her father's shoulder and ran to the door. At least one person had been faithful. One person stood by them no matter what. Would it be one of the Niers, pale skin blushing scarlet as they apologized for coming so late? Would it be one of the elders, saying he took the risk of defying the imperial officials on behalf of all the kindred? She flung open the door even before their visitor could knock, then froze in shock. It was impossible to move, or even to speak any word besides his name. Thane? Sienna whispered. A S, often as Sienna had thought about Thane, even though he remained a part of her. She had genuinely believed she would never see him again. And yet, there he stood in front of her, unsure of his welcome, his pale blue eyes unfathomable. Her father spoke then. Yes, Mr. Rhee, it's Thane Kyrell. I heard about Sienna's mother, and I wanted to stand vigil with you, if you'll have me. Thane gestured toward the trough of sand, where a lone flag stood. Sienna told me once that people from outside the kindred could bring a plain red flag, since we don't have family banners. At least, I think that's what she told me. He hesitated for the first time, and the uncertainty she briefly glimpsed in him made Thane look more familiar, like the boy she remembered. But that moment didn't last long. That boy faded away, leaving a stranger behind. Did I remember the ritual correctly? You did. The words came out more evenly than Sienna would have thought she could manage. Thane nodded, acknowledging her words as rigidly as he'd once acknowledged orders. Then may I stand with you, or should I leave? The obvious subtext. Are you going to turn me into the Empire? She had sworn to do it. Her oath of loyalty demanded no less, especially now that she knew Thane had joined the rebel alliance. But the sanctity of standing vigil was supreme. Anyone who staked his honor on yours deserved the protection of your house. So when her father glanced at her, eyebrow raised, she nodded and took a step back from the door so Thane could walk inside. He had been listening more carefully than she'd thought back in those days in the fortress, when she tried to explain the beliefs and rituals of the kindred to him as they whiled away the hours. He addressed her father properly, bowing his head slightly in respect. Perrin Rhee, I believe in the honor of your family. I thank you for your decision to stand vigil with us. Her father hesitated. He had met Thane on only a few occasions and had never seen him as anything but a privileged rich boy who piggybacked his way to success on Sienna's shoulders. Certainly he had never shaken Thane's hand before, but he did so now. Sienna shut the door, her hands so numb with shock that she fumbled with the bolt. It had been 3 years since they'd said good. Bye. She'd made it down to ground level that night before she'd begun to cry. She doubted Thane had lasted much longer. I told him I would turn him in if I ever saw him again. I told him if he ever returned to Jelucan, he would be captured, imprisoned, possibly killed. Even lesser treasons had become capital crimes in the past few years. But Thane had returned anyway. All right. Thane stood in the center of their main room, tall and imposing in a domed room that seemed too small for him. What do you need me to do? Her father gestured to the table. Your presence is enough. Have you eaten? We have soup, thanks to Sienna. I don't want to impose. You're standing vigil, Sienna said. The words came out more sharply than she'd intended. You stand with our house. That means you're entitled to our hospitality and our protection. While you're here, then I'll have some soup. Thank you. Thane lowered himself to the floor, folding his long legs beneath the low table with some difficulty. Papa took it upon himself to get Thane's meal, both as part of the ritual welcome of their one ally, and because he must have felt Sienna and Thane wanted to talk. They should talk. Sienna knew that much, but she had no idea where to start. Best to begin with what mattered most. "Thank you," she said, "for standing with our family." Thane nodded toward the trough outside. "I didn't see any other flags. The kindred have abandoned us." A bitter smile twisted her lips. "No one else came. Only you." He hesitated before saying, "I know your mother is innocent. Nobody from the valleys would ever do something like that, least of all anyone connected to you." Their eyes met for a long moment before they both turned away. When her father set the bowl of soup in front of Thane, she saw how slowly Papa moved. He couldn't have known one moment's peace since her mother's arrest more than a week ago. "Remember, I'm standing the vigil tonight," Sienna said to her father, putting her hand on his. "I can do it," Thane said. "Someone has to stay awake until dawn, that's right, isn't it? If so, it ought to be me." Papa, apparently assuming the matter was settled, kissed Sienna on the cheek and went to his room without another word. She hoped he would lie down and fall asleep immediately, both because he obviously needed the rest, and because she didn't want him to overhear anything she and Thane were about to say. They remained silent until her father's door had closed. Sienna's knees felt watery as she took her place on the cushion next to Thane's. Being that close to him reminded her so powerfully of the one night they had spent together. He'd lost the last of his boyhood's softness, and instead had become almost aggressively masculine broad shoulders, solid muscles, and a thick shadow of reddish stubble along the strong line of his jaw. But she turned until she could not see his face and said only, "You know it's dangerous for you here." "I've been careful," he said. "I didn't leave my transport until after dark. Rented a ridge crawler under a fake name. Came straight here. I'll leave at night too. So I'm not going to see anyone who doesn't come into this house. I'm safe, unless you turn me in. By now you know I'm not going to, because I'm owed the protection of the house," Thane asked. "The obvious subtext, or do you have another reason?" She gave him no direct answer. Wrapping her arms around herself in a hug, she said, "I'll keep the vigil tonight." "You're exhausted. It's obvious," he said. So harshly it seemed like a judgment. "I slept on the transport, so I've got a few hours in me. I can't let you do that. It's not a ritual thing, is it? If it were, your father would have said so. So why?" She was tired enough to tell him the truth. "Because I don't want to owe you anything." He laughed, not in humor but surprise. Thane hadn't expected her to be this angry. Obviously, he'd had no idea she knew the truth about his involvement with the Rebel Alliance, though he probably suspected it now. But he seemed to be nearly as angry with Hurd, despite the fact that the last time they'd seen each other, they'd had to tear themselves apart. Look at it this way. Thane spoke very quietly, and almost against her will, Sienna looked up at him again. "I already owe you one, for faking my suicide instead of turning me in. So if I keep the vigil tonight, we'll be even. Nobody will owe anyone anything. Okay?" In her childhood, Sienna had read horrible stories of the cruel, barbarous punishments used in the old times, back before her people had ever left their original planet or knew that others lived among the stars. She'd had nightmares about one in particular, where a person's four limbs would be tied to four separate beasts, which would then be driven in opposite directions until the victim's body was torn apart. That torture had haunted her, and she had given thanks that it could never happen to her. Now it was happening, not to her body, but to her soul. She had sworn an oath of loyalty to the Empire, had made friends there who would be with her for a lifetime, and had served with distinction. Yet the shadows she had glimpsed long ago had lengthened and darkened. The useless deaths of so many pilots, the increasing pressure to put aside everything she had been, the corruption and devastation here on Jalukan. And above all, she could not forget Alderaan, a world destroyed in an effort to prevent a war, an effort that had utterly failed. None of that divided her heart as brutally as simply being with Thane again. Not only had he abandoned his duty in her, but he had also joined the rebellion, the people responsible for Jude's death and this wretched war. It was the most complete betrayal she could imagine. But when everyone else had failed her, Thane had risked his life to stand by her side, Gurbad. Sienna rose from the table. "Good night, Thane." She didn't thank him for keeping the vigil. She simply walked to her bedroom and closed the door behind her without looking back. In her exhaustion, she thought she would fall asleep instantly. But instead she lay awake for nearly an hour, listening for the faint sounds Thane made as he moved about the house. Sienna knew he would not come to her, nor did she want him to. But she couldn't stop wanting to hear him, to know where he was, and be sure he was near. The next morning, when Perrin rose, Thane excused himself for a quick nap. By that time he was tired enough to sleep despite the questions burning in his mind, the same ones that had plagued him all night long. Such as, why is Sienna furious with me? He suspected she'd learned he had joined the rebellion, which was bad news. Did that mean the Empire had a dossier on him? They couldn't unless the Rebel Alliance had intelligence leaks of its own. Maybe Sienna had been punished for covering up his desertion. That too would explain why she seemed to find it difficult to look at him. Another, will I be able to rejoin my squadron when I return? Thane had reported his upcoming absence to General Riakan, but had given no details and been given none in return. Probably his relays for the Liberty's current coordinates would still be good when he left, but if the rebellion got even a hint that the Empire might be coming after the ship, they would move on. Then Thane would have to go through the laborious process of reconnecting with the Rebel Alliance from scratch, sounding out pilots in various spaceports, traveling to worlds known to be sympathetic in hopes of hearing the right whispers, and so on. It could be a lengthy process, and would certainly be a dangerous one. But the question truly tearing Thane apart was, what am I doing here? Thane had told himself Kendi was right. The Empire wanted not only its officers' service, but also their souls. Years of thought control and moral compromise would have worn away everything he'd loved about Sienna, leaving only one of Palpatine's creations behind. Then he'd seen the news report about Sienna's mother. Instantly, he'd known Sienna would return to Jalukan. And just that quickly he'd known he had come back too, and face her one more time. Too, if the Empire had hollowed her out, left nothing behind but a cold, empty shell, then Thane could finally let go. If she'd still been the exact same girl he remembered, then Thane would have turned into the most zealous recruiter the rebellion ever had. Neither of those extremes had come to pass. He knew that much. But he could look no further into Sienna's heart. She had become a mystery to him, one he didn't know how to solve. He rose from his nap in what he thought must be mid-morning. It was hard to tell now that the pollution in the air had become so thick. When he walked into the main room, Sienna lifted her head to look at him. She sat on one of the floor cushions, in leggings and a white tunic. She hadn't braided her hair, so the curls fluffed around her face like a cloud. That was how she'd worn her hair the night they danced together at the Imperial Palace. He'd been so sure that years of Imperial service would have hardened her, had tried to envision her only as a stiff, sharp-edged Imperial officer. Instead, Sienna remained graceful, gentle, even delicate, though Thane knew that was appearance rather than reality. He remembered the Firmna, limbs and her back, just as he remembered what it had felt like to gaze into her dark brown eyes as she lay beneath him. Snap out of it, he told himself. No good morning seemed to be forthcoming, so Thane didn't offer one either. Where's your father? At work, she said, motioning to some bread and cheese that must have been meant for his breakfast. Papa's an administrator at the garrison. He doesn't get time off because his wife is in danger, and his heart is broken. He can't even be late. Was that anger with the Empire he heard? Thane wanted to feel hopeful, but Sienna remained as still and unreadable as she'd been the night before. He helped himself to some bread and managed to sit at the damnably short table. What does the ritual require of us today? Nothing much. Someone should be here constantly, watching the house. But since only one person stands with us, that rule doesn't matter. Sienna hesitated, then added, I requested a meeting with the local magistrate yesterday, then again this morning. There's been no reply. I don't expect one. You're telling me we could leave, but we have no place to go. No response. Her gaze was fixed on the one round window in front, where his makeshift red flag flapped in the wind. The soot in the air would stain it dark. Soon. He'd followed Jellikin's degeneration over the years, but that didn't make it easier to witness firsthand. If only they could travel back in time to when they were kids, when their world still felt like home, and they understood each other without words. Then he knew exactly what he wanted to do, exactly how he would know if she was still his Sienna. He said, Fly with me. She turned to look at him. You want to fly? Now? Today? We can take the ridge crawlers to my family's hangar. I bet the old V-17 one's still in there. If your parents saw you... I checked before I left the spaceport. They're halfway across the planet on business. We're clear. Sienna looked doubtful. The V-171 might not be skyworthy any longer. It's been a few years. So we check her out. If she's broken down, okay, we're done. But maybe she isn't. Thane watched her struggle to find a reason to say no. Finally, she sighed. Okay. He grabbed his dark blue jacket and cap with more dread than optimism. Sienna remained closed off to him, and Thane wasn't sure things weren't better. That way, yet they had rarely been closer than when they were in the air together. That was where they had taught each other, learned about each other, and explored their world as one. So that was where he'd finally see whether they could still communicate at all. The ride to the hangar provided more suspense than Thane had expected. While the trails to that area had been obscure years ago, they'd come into common use. Each time they passed another ridge crawler, his gut tightened. He half expected each driver to be a stormtrooper who would draw a blaster at any moment. But nobody gave them a second glance. He and Sienna were just two more figures climbing the mountain, shrouded in morning fog and gritty mining ash. Her ridge crawler traveled in front of his. He felt like her shadow in years. Whatever Dalvin was up to these days, he wasn't visiting home. Or at least he hadn't been by the hangar. The doors had almost rusted shut, and when Thane and Sienna tugged them open, clouds of dust swirled out and made them cough. Unsurprisingly, the V-171 was dusty, but when he hit the control panels, they lit up, glowing green. He patted the side of the ship, absurdly proud. All systems say go. Then we go. Sienna held out her hand for lizard-toed snake before she consciously recognized what she was doing to, judge by her sudden embarrassment. Thane simply held out his hand as well. 1, 2, 3. He went for Toad, but she chose Snake, and Snake ate Toad. You always were luckier with this than I was, he muttered. That won him a smile, fleeting but real. Too bad, Carell. She sounded like herself again. Your co-pilot today. The familiar rhythms of preparation and takeoff came as a relief. They knew how to talk to each other again, and what to do. Within moments, the V-171 had hovered off the ground. As Sienna eased them out of the hangar, he said, "Come on, let's grab some sky. You got it?" And they soared up toward the sun. They fell into sync immediately, perfectly. Thane knew which way she'd want to turn before she did it. Sienna responded to every move he made almost before he was finished. It shocked him how much they hadn't changed in this one way, even as the rest of their lives had been turned upside down. They still knew how to fly as one. Several thousand meters up, the pollution thinned until they were surrounded by the same brightness he remembered from when they were children. The clouds shone white. The rugged peaks of the highest mountains rose through them, looking like islands in snow. Those altitudes couldn't be mined. They remained pristine, untouched. From here, he could almost believe Jellicoe was still beautiful. Sienna wanted to linger in the sky as much as he did. Thane knew that without having to be told. Together, they drew loops in the air, circled the familiar mountain ranges, caught the upwinds that still blew from wavers, peak. When she tilted the wings to catch that drift, Thane had already begun to lean with her, and he laughed. You love this. So do you. He could hear the smile in her voice. This isn't a truce. You're still with the rebellion. She's still a loyal Imperial officer. We can never share anything more than a stolen hour, one flight. So Thane told himself. Yet he couldn't make himself believe it. Even when a storm began to blow in, they postponed coming down as long as they could. Once the winds picked up enough chop, though, they wordlessly agreed on the moment when the V-171 had to descend. In the tiny craft, they could even feel the way each other's weight shifted as they responded to the shear. He still knew how she moved. Through Come On. They were 10, and Sienna wanted to weave the stalactites for the first time. We can do it. He sent them spiraling down toward their goal, the sudden dizziness sweeping over them both at the same moment and making them laugh. Their speeder bikes were locked together as they soared through Coruscant, each of them leaning toward the other as they aimed for the exact center of the final Reitgen hoop. And victory. Like this? He could feel the warm breath of Sienna's whisper against his bare shoulder. Too overcome to speak, Thane had only been able to nod. They took the V-171 in before the rains began. Sienna powered down in silence. Whatever rapport they'd regained in the air had disappeared. As they disembarked and left the hangar, they might have been any two co-workers in a commercial spaceport. But Sienna didn't return to her ridge crawler. Instead, she walked to the far edge of the hangar's terrace, toward the narrow, rocky path that led away from the main road toward the fortress. She paused for a moment to look over her shoulder, clearly daring Thane to follow. He never could resist a dare. Neither of them spoke until they had climbed inside the fortress itself. When Sienna turned on one of the old lights they'd left up there, Thane looked. Around, blinking in surprise. He'd expected a dusty ruin. Instead, the surfaces were clean, the blankets beaten. A few of their toy spaceships still dangled from the wire mobile they'd built when they were 9. He said, "This place held up well." "I came here yesterday," she said. "My ship landed before my father could leave work, and Valentia, I couldn't bear to stay there long. This was the only place I wanted to be. It needed some cleaning, but less than you'd think." Sienna turned to face him then, and in the approaching dark of the storm, he could not read her expression. So much had stayed the same. Thane took a step toward her. "Sienna, you joined the rebellion." The words burst out of her, like water after a dam broke. "How could you do that? They're terrorists. They killed Jude." "We are not terrorists. If anyone's a terrorist, it's Palpatine himself, because he rules by fear." "You said you weren't going to the rebels. You told Face me that, to my." "That was before I realized just how bad the Empire really is." "The rebels might not be perfect, but somebody's got to do something. Asset benevens. So you decided you hate the Empire. You're willing to kill the people you went to school with, your fellow officers, your friends." Sienna took a step closer to him, her hands in fists at her sides. "You're even willing to kill me. Don't you think that nearly destroys me every single time I go into battle? Don't know I'd rather die first. But I can't stand aside and do nothing, Sienna. I can't." "You," she shook her head. "You had to stop being a cynic now." Thane wanted to shake her. He wanted to plead with her to listen. More than anything, he wanted to be back in the air, where they still understood each other. But the storm was on them now. "That's all you say? You dragged me up here just to yell at me? Have to? No. Then what?" Sienna pulled his face down to hers and kissed him, hard. The next few moments were a feverish blur, her small hands reaching beneath his jacket to splay across his chest. The feel of her in his arms, the taste of her lips. He couldn't be close enough to her. Even now, entwined together, they were too far apart. Thane embraced her tightly enough to lift her feet from the ground, then backed her against the wall, pinning her there with the weight of his body. He covered her open mouth with his. When they parted long enough to gasp for breath, Sienna whispered, "Don't you dare stop." He didn't. 8 hours later, Sienna sat at the mouth of the fortress cave, wrapped in a blanket as she watched the last of the storm. The winds had died down a while ago, but the rain still fell across the lower ranges in silvery sheets. How had she forgotten the view could be so beautiful? This had always been the place where she went to dream. Imperial service allowed so little time for that no hours in which to let your mind wander, to imagine anything you liked. Sienna rose and walked back inside the fortress on legs that still felt pleasantly wobbly. The furs and blankets were piled in the back, near the old heater they'd dragged up there 10 years before, and only the faintest light shone back that far. She paused for a moment, to take in the sight of Thane sprawled face down, more asleep than awake, almost completely uncovered. She leaned one shoulder against the wall as she whispered, "Look through my eyes." That made him stir. Thane rolled over and smiled drowsily. "You're showing your sister this? I'm supposed to show her the most beautiful and extraordinary moments of my life. This qualifies." He held one arm out to her, and she curled by his side, draping her blanket over them both. Despite the small heater, the air inside the fortress remained cool, but Thane kept her warm. Sienna wished they never had to acknowledge the world beyond the fortress, that it could always be the two of them together, inseparable. "You probably know this," she said, "but I still love you. And I love you. Everything else might change, but not that." Sienna rolled over to look at him. It was so hard to say this without anger, but she had to speak. "If you could join the rebellion, you've changed more than I would have thought possible. CLTD, do you still buy the imperial dogma that they're terrorists? They're idealists, really. They believe the new republic will be all the grand and glorious things. The old republic never was. I'm not that kind of fool. Never will be. But the empire must fall. You took an oath. Enough with the oath, Sienna." Thane paused until he had a handle on his temper again. "I'm sorry. I know what your honor means to you. But this isn't about whether or not we've kept faith with the Empire. It's about whether the Empire has kept faith with us." Too many of her own doubts responded to those words. In Sienna's mind, she saw the officers dying in vain, heard Penry's last scream, watched Alderaan explode again. And now, even her mother had to suffer. She buried her face against Thane's chest. It felt safer to speak within the warmth of his arms. "I see the darkness within the Empire. How could I not?" He wound one of her curls around his finger, his playful touches contrasting with the gravity of what he said. "If you see that, then I don't understand how you can keep serving the Empire just because of a promise you made years ago. Well, you didn't know the whole truth. Nobody ever knows the whole truth. That's why promises mean something. Otherwise, they'd be too easy, don't you see? We look toward the unknown future and promise to be faithful no matter what comes." Sienna sighed. "My oath matters to me, but that's not the only reason I stay." "Then why?" "Because the Empire is more than corruption and brutality." It cost her to say those words, but Thane forced her to be honest with herself. It's also the structure that keeps the galaxy from collapsing into chaos again, like it did during the Clone Wars. And for every petty bureaucrat making himself rich by skimming profits, there's also someone like Nash Windrider, who's genuinely trying to do the right thing. If the good people leave, doesn't that make everything worse? Don't we have a responsibility to stand our ground and change the Empire if we can?" Still an optimist, Thane hesitated before he asked, "How is Nash?" "He's doing better now. The first year after Alderaan was hard, but he came through. I think he's still lonely sometimes." Sienna remembered the night Nash had propositioned her in front of the door to her bunk. But she had said no, and it was nothing Thane needed to hear. He talks about you from time to time. I hate that he has to keep thinking you're dead. Me too. They lay together in silence for a while after that, her head pillowed against Thane's chest. Sienna thought. Back to those first few months at the academy, when they'd all been so trusting, so sure of their place in the galaxy. Could that have been only 6 years ago? It felt like another lifetime. Sienna? Thane sounded wary. I want to ask you a question that you might not like. Hear me out, okay? She figured that if she hadn't killed Thane for joining the rebellion, he was safe no matter what. Ask. What's happening to your mother? Have you asked yourself whether this is all a test? Another of the mind games the Empire plays on its troops. If only she could still believe those tests were meant to strengthen them, that they served a greater purpose. Had she really once been angry with Thane for suggesting otherwise? The memory of her naivety embarrassed her. In the years since, Sienna had learned that the Empire administered extreme tests of loyalty sometimes. Maybe for personnel being considered for sensitive positions, those tests could be justified. But to toy with the friendship between two young cadets, only to divorce them from any ties to their homeworld, that had been almost childish in its cruelty. Maybe the Empire was testing her by putting her mother on trial, but Sienna doubted it. What was happening to Mama was more likely simple, stupid provincial corruption. Everyone involved knew it, and no one would say so because they were all too afraid of what the imperial officials would do to them. From the emperor down to the lowliest administrator, so much had to be transformed. Where could they even begin? Part, I don't think what's happening to Mama is of any larger plot, she said, and left it at that. Do you trust your superiors in the Rebel Alliance? She expected Thane to say no immediately. He put his trust in so few people, and surely the dregs that ran the rebellion wouldn't qualify for the honor. Sienna was shocked when he said, some of them. Most of them, actually. You know I didn't even have to ask permission to come here? They trusted that I'd only leave for a good reason, and believed I'd return. Sure, they dream some crazy dreams about this perfect galaxy they think they can build. But at least they respect the people who serve. Sienna could hardly believe what she'd heard. Thane Kyrell had finally found authority figures he didn't hate, and they were rebels. Surely he was talking like this in an effort to convince her to leave the Empire. She thought he might have said even wilder things if they would keep her with him. How long have you been with them? I joined up several months ago. His thumb brushed along her cheekbone. The tiniest possible caress. At first I did supply runs, but as the war intensified, I'm in combat more often now. I recognized you at Hoth, you know. You were there? Thane's face paled almost to white. I told myself, the fleet is so huge. I thought the chances that I'd fight against you were... I didn't think it would happen. I was never in danger, she said, sitting up and tucking the blanket around herself. Seeing his fear at the thought of hurting her, she couldn't bear it. It was that move of yours when you spun through the AT-AT's legs. I knew that instant it could only be you, the one person in the entire fleet who could have identified me by how I flew. Maybe the Force is guiding this, bringing us together, even though we ought to be apart. That made him grimace. Thane hadn't changed enough to become religious, it seemed. I seem to remember using my own fake identification to cross the galaxy and reach you. No force involved. She held up one hand. All right, all right. Thane sat up beside her and slid his arms around her waist. The sky outside the fortress had nearly turned dark. Listen, he said, I know you're not ready to come with me today, and maybe you won't consider joining the rebellion. Never. But if I thought you might leave the Empire someday, even if it's just to come back here, or start your life over on another world, was he promising to leave the rebels and join her? If only she would desert. Sienna didn't want to know. I'm not going to leave, at least not before my tour of duty ends. If there's any chance that the good in the Empire can outweigh the bad, then it's our duty to preserve it. The Empire's rotten to the core. It's our duty to destroy it. They were still at odds and always would be, it seemed. Sienna knew that, yet the hard facts seemed so distant as he embraced her again, and she leaned her head against him. She and Thane had never been more in love or further apart. Trial. That word sounded far too official and grand for the hasty, sordid proceedings. Sienna sat in the semicircular stands around the judicial chamber, wearing her uniform with its red and blue rank squares proclaiming her an imperial lieutenant commander. Next to her, Papa kept his head bent, as if he could not bear to see Mama standing in the dock with her wrists cuffed. The prosecutor, a man with small hands and oiled hair, officiously read the evidence line by line, entering it all into the record. He had not one bit of proof that couldn't have been doctored by a halfway competent data engineer, a point that would no doubt have been made by the defense if her mother had been allowed a defense. But now that was allowed only in civil cases, never in trials for crimes against the Empire. Sienna could hear Thane's voice in her head, asking if the Empire had kept faith with her. She did not dare answer him even in her own thoughts. He had left late the night before to catch a red-eye shuttle. To where, she would never know. Thane had bid her father a formal, correct farewell. Papa had been wise enough to let Sienna walk Thane out to the ridge crawler on her own. They had kissed each other so long and so fiercely that her lips remained swollen, the discomfort welcome because it was proof he'd really been with her. Whatever else becomes of us, she had said, thank you for standing with my family. You took a tremendous risk to be here when I needed you the most. It was an act of the truest loyalty and friendship. His smile had been so sad. Actually, I came here thinking I'd finally get over you. Should have known better. Sienna tried to catch her mother's eye, hoping to give some comfort just by being there. Yet Mama wouldn't even look at her directly. It was as if she were ashamed, even though by now everyone in this sham of a trial had to know the charges were false. Then the realization pierced her through. Her mother wouldn't look at her because she didn't want to endanger Sienna any further by making her show sympathy to someone accused by the Empire. Imperial rule wasn't as cruel to every world as it had been to Jelucan. Sienna's travels had told her that much. But it didn't matter, because the cruelty was there, now, destroying her family and her home. You realize we can't ever meet again, Sienna had said as Thane held her close. He'd already started his ridge crawler, the motor's hum almost lost in the fierce winds. We said that last time. It's different now. You shouldn't have come back this time, and I don't know if I'll ever return again. We keep telling each other goodbye, Thane had whispered into her ear. When am I finally going to believe it? She didn't answer because she couldn't. Even if she and Thane never saw each other again, she knew that in some ways their bond would endure. He was too much a part of her to be completely lost, not as long as she lived. It was some consolation, but not much. The magistrate didn't even look up from his screens as he pronounced judgment. Guilty of embezzlement and fraud against representatives of the emperor. Sentenced to 6 years. Labor in the mines. Sienna felt the verdict like poison injected into her veins, agonizing down to the bone. Hard labor? Jellicoe had banned that as a punishment nearly a century ago, and even then had limited it to those accused of violent crimes. Her mother was a middle-aged woman, never particularly tall or strong. How was she supposed to endure long days of hauling heavy ore? With modern mine droids, there was no need for anyone to do that kind of back-breaking work. The sentence was both primitive and punitive, and had been levied against a woman the judge had to know was innocent. Baron Ree didn't even glance at her husband and daughter as she was led away. Sienna realized they wouldn't be given a chance to say goodbye. "This is impossible," she whispered as everyone else filed out of the courtroom, leaving only Sienna and her father behind. A mockery of justice. Say nothing more. Of course. There were probably recording devices somewhere in the room. We can't have more trouble. No, Sienna. You should not speak against your government, ever, under any circumstances. Papa, how can you say that today? Baron Ree folded his hands together as solemnly as a village elder. Because we gave our loyalty to the Empire on the day Jellican was annexed. Because we do not betray our word, even when we are betrayed in return. Otherwise we are no better than they are. His eyes blazed, but his voice remained low and calm. This life has never been one made for fairness or justice. We endure, and we prevail not as crude matter, but in the realm of the spirit. She had grown up believing that so devoutly, and now the words sounded hollow. Sienna could not take comfort in anger or in faith. All she could do was put her arms around her father and hope his beliefs sustained him more than they did her. And was justice done on Jellicoe, Lieutenant Commander Ree? Sir. Yes, sir. Sienna stood at attention in ISB Officer Ronadum's office, staring past him at the small circle of Starfield. Revealed through his one window, her hands were clasped tightly behind her back, palms sweaty. Captain Ronadum studied her for what seemed to be too long a time. His thin mustache twitched once, but she could not tell whether he felt amusement or irritation. Your mother was guilty, then. The evidence presented was very clear, sir. You surprised me, Ree. His tone made it impossible to know whether that was a good thing, and his eyes were narrow. He held her in contempt for doing the very thing he had forced her to do. Did he recognize his own hypocrisy? Probably not. Very well. You have used 2 weeks. Leave. But otherwise your record remains unblemished. I believe we can expect a promotion in your near future. Ronadum honestly thought she would betray her own mother just for the sake of advancement. Sienna dug her fingernails into her palms, using the pain to steady herself. Thank you, sir. Do your duty. Keep the course. There is good here in so many of the people who serve. I owe it to them to fulfill my oath and learn how I can help save the Empire from its own corruption. They were noble sentiments, and she meant them. Yet in her mind she imagined saying all this to Thane, and he only shook his head. Tehane made it back to the Liberty just in time. Corona Squadron was already preparing to move, not in the frenzy that followed any threat of imminent attack, but quickly enough that he would have missed them if he'd returned a few hours later. "Mr. Cairo, how kind of you to join us," said the Contessa as she walked through the hangar, where pilots busily loaded astromech droids and checked ration packs. He nodded at her but didn't slow his steps until he'd walked straight to General Rieken. "Tyrell?" Rieken hardly looked away from his tablet. He stood in the center of the activity. A fireworks spray of blue-white sparks rose from a nearby welding torch. The air smelled of rubber and fuel. "Excellent. You've got 2 hours until takeoff." Thane stood at attention with his chin slightly lifted, the way he'd learned at the academy. The old training had kicked in the first moment he'd acknowledged he might have screwed up. "Sir, I need to report my movements during my absence. This is a volunteer army, remember? You're free to come and go as you please, as long as you observe all security protocols." "I returned to my homeworld of Jellicon to assist a friend in trouble," Thane said. Rieken didn't glance up until Thane added, "My friend is an officer in the Imperial Starfleet. Bad Tiama." That did it. Rieken stared, and all around him the buzz of work began falling silent. Thane could almost feel the eyes on him, as hot as searchlights. General Rieken's decibel level rose markedly. "You made contact with an enemy officer?" Yes, sir." Thane offered nothing more. He knew he had to report it, but he'd be damned if he'd apologize for seeing Sienna. "Babenhausk Doen." "That's highly irregular, Kyrell," Rieken said. "But you concealed your activities with the Rebel Alliance from this officer." "Tybook." Lieutenant Commander Ree was already aware I had joined the rebellion. "Sir, add." Murmurs rose around him. By then he'd drawn a crowd. From the corner of his eye Thane could see shocked expressions on the faces of Yendor, Smikes, and Kendi. However, he never turned away from Rieken. How the hell did she know that? Rieken's alarm was very real. "Do we have a double agent feeding them intel?" "No, sir, not regarding this. She had identified me based on Imperial battle footage. Nobody would believe it if he confessed that Sienna had known him only by the way he flew. They were the only two people who could ever understand that." Rieken accepted this explanation, which was a relief, but Thane wasn't out of trouble yet. "Are you absolutely sure this officer lacked any opportunity to place a tracking device on your vehicle or your person?" "It didn't happen, sir. He wasn't going to get into the many things Sienna had had an opportunity to do to person." "I guarantee that. At no point did I share any information about rebellion members, bases, or activities. Nor did she ask. This was a personal matter." "You personal?" Rieken shook his head. "We'll scan and your ship. If those scans check out, we'll let this drop." "Thank you, sir. And we can take it as a given that you're not going Pfizer again?" Thane remembered their final moments together in front of her house, the way her fingers had tightened around the collar of his jacket as if she could hold him there by will alone. "Yes, sir," Ledad's wall. "Very well. Just for the record, Karel, the galaxy is full of women who don't fight for the enemy." With that, Rieken walked off. A couple of the droids zoomed in on Thane's X-Wing to search it. That left him to finally face the rest of Corona Squadron. The other pilots had already gathered around, their expressions displaying everything from disbelief to outrage. Smike spoke first. "You abandoned your post to bang your ex? The lieutenant commander in the Imperial Starfleet X?" Thane refused to be cowed. "They're about to promote her to commander." People groaned. Obviously, he was going to be the least popular member of Corona Squadron for some time to come. A loose cannon, someone who would take risks for no reason. Fine by him. As long as they didn't doubt his allegiance, Thane didn't give a damn what they thought of his choices. "We all have to put our pasts behind us. All of us. That includes even the people on our side, much less Imperial loyalists." The Contessa had never showed anger before, but she did now. "That doesn't mean we're never supposed to acknowledge the people we love ever again," he retorted.
"Oh, great," Smikes moaned. "He's talking about love. This is going nowhere fast."
Yendor, more calmly than the others, leaned against the strut of the nearest starfighter and said, "You realize this Imperial woman of yours would kill us all, right?" "That did it." Thane got in Yendor's face. "You don't know Sienna. I do. I made a choice based on that knowledge. None of you were endangered or even affected, so it's none of your damned business." In the silence that followed, he backed away from Yendor, whose hands were raised in the gesture that meant, on every planet, "Hey man, simmer down." Thane figured the only productive thing he could do right then was report to 2-1B for the scans. But as he turned to go, Kendi spoke almost under her breath. "You're going to tear yourself apart." She wasn't wrong. Thane said only, "She's still Sienna," and walked off. Kendi would understand that, probably. Nobody else would. He didn't care. It was his own business if he crossed the galaxy, or broke his heart, or steered his X-Wing straight into the core of a star. The Rebel fleet's new base was on an uninhabited planet so small and obscure it had no name. Only the numerical designation 5,251,977. This world's rotation moved slowly, meaning days and nights each lasted the equivalent of several weeks on most planets. For now, the rebellion hid in the enduring darkness. Thane's first thought as he took his X-Wing into land was that they'd built a much larger hangar than usual this time. The scale of the structure reminded him more of Imperial facilities than the hasty makeshift setups the Rebel Alliance had to rely on. When he came in through the shield doors, however, he realized why the building was so enormous. It had to be. In the previous 2 months, the size of the Rebel Armada seemed to have doubled. "What happened?" Thane asked, flight helmet under one arm, as Corona Squadron went to report in. He wondered if the Empire had destroyed another world, or committed another atrocity so horrific that a huge swath of the galaxy had finally had enough. Most of the others ignored him, but Yendor replied, "Usually they don't bring the whole fleet together like this. A couple divisions stay separate just in case, you know." "Not anymore. Rumor has it something big is planned," said, pointing to several non-regulation ships that stood around them. While these kinds of ships had always been a part of the fleet, there were definitely more than usual and more people milling around who had no uniforms, only rebellion patches hastily applied to their coveralls. Even as the war grew more pitched and more deadly, recruits continued to flock to the rebel cause. If that kept up, Thane thought they might actually have a shot. He could see several individual starfighters, a few Dornian gunships, and one freighter that seemed to have been put together out of the parts of at least a dozen other ships. A broad smile spread across Thane's face as he yelled, "The mighty Oak Apocalypse!" The rest of Corona Squadron turned to him with expressions suggesting that he had well and truly lost his mind. He didn't care, because now people were spilling out of the ship to run toward him. Brill grinning through her pink fur, JJH-2 rolling toward him and whistling, Methwat wearing his version of a smile, and behind the rest, roaring her welcome, Logara. "About time you guys showed up," Thane said, laughing, as he submitted to a woolly Wookiee hug. Logara growled plaintively, and Thane somehow resisted rolling his eyes. "I am not too thin. We refitted the whole ship," Brill said with pride. "New shields, new dampeners. She's toting guns from more kinds of fighters than you can count on both hands. Or claws. Tentacles. Whatever you have. Are ready for action, huh?" Now that he'd had moment to think about it, he wasn't surprised Logara and the Moa had joined the rebellion at last. Still, there was something great about knowing that so many of the people he cared about now stood by his side. It took him back to the moment he'd chosen to join the rebellion in the first place, and reminded him why when he needed that memory the most. Aboard the Superstar Destroyer Executor, all officers and stormtroopers were expected to keep their combat skills honed. But the number of certifications required lessened at higher ranks. Now that Sienna had made commander, she no longer had to spend at least 1 hour a week practicing hand-to-hand combat. However, that just meant she spent more time on the few skills still remaining. "I could live without using this thing ever again," Sienna grumbled as she shouldered the practice flamethrower. "If we ever need this on the bridge, I'm guessing we're already done for." "Regs, don't want to do this. You've got days left to fulfill your... We should take advantage of being out in the middle of nowhere." Technically, the ship was still in hyperspace on its way to the middle of nowhere, but Bareese's point stood. Since they were being called on to do nothing but go to an uninhabited system and sit and wait, all junior officers had more free time than usual. "We could see if Nash and some of the other guys are free. Head to one of the cantinas, let our hair down. I'm staying here. If you want to go party, nobody's stopping you." Okay. You've been in a mood for almost 3 weeks straight. Isn't it time you snapped out of it?" Reese didn't know the reasons for Sienna's temper, and no doubt had not guessed it was the shield behind which Sienna was hiding her wretchedness. Once Sienna had felt free to confide nearly everything in Barrisand, she longed to hear her advice now. Bareese was so practical, so matter-of-fact, that she'd listen to the whole story without blinking, and probably come up with the perfect words to help Sienna cope. But that was the rub, probably. Bareese could be irreverent, and wasn't above bending a regulation for practicality's sake, but Sienna had never doubted her friend's fundamental loyalty to the Empire. If Sienna spoke about the injustice of the verdict against her mother, Bareese might sympathize. On the other hand, she might well report the conversation to Ronadam. Of course, Sienna couldn't admit the truth about Thane to anyone. That heartbreak was one she had to carry alone. Still, carrying that weight would have felt less terrible if she could have shared the rest with someone. Instead, she was forced to admit that she had not one friend in the entire world she could entirely trust. Let's just torch some junk, okay? Sienna pulled on the flame trooper mask and readied the controls. Baris, obviously knowing better than to interrupt, began the holographic part of the simulator. Attackers made of shadowy green light began running toward them, and Sienna pulled the trigger. Explosive fire shot out, incinerating her enemies. Again, then again. She had never relished combat duty. Flying was her joy and her passion, but today Sienna poured all her bottled up sorrow and fury into every blast. When the first simulation ended, she immediately signaled for Baris to start another, then another. The featureless green holograms simply vanished when they took a fatal hit. Sienna found herself wishing the programming were more honest and graphic. She wanted to see her kills for once. I am really glad we don't room together anymore, Baris muttered when the final holo faded. Because I do not want to be the next person you're mad at. You're right. You don't. Sienna slid up her face mask and wiped her wrist across her forehead. Even though she'd remained in firing position the entire time, and the flamethrower wasn't unbearably heavy, exhaustion already racked her body. Sleep had been elusive since her return to the Executor. Despite her weariness, she might have gone for another round had she not felt the subtle shift in the vibration beneath their feet. "We've left hyperspace," she said to Baris. "Never ceases to amaze me how you can feel that." Baris sighed. "So much for free time, huh? Even sitting out in the middle of nowhere, namely, the Hudala system, notable only for its largest, massively ringed planet, required everyone back at duty stations." Sienna was relieved. Nothing helped but keeping busy. As the two of them walked out of their simulation room, however, Sienna glanced through the triangular windows into space beyond. What she saw stopped her where she stood. Instead of the planet Hudala or the void of space, the view showed countless Imperial ships, star destroyers, attack cruisers, light cruisers, almost as many TIE fighters as stars. "What the hell?" Baris said. "Did we get called back to Coruscant instead?" Sienna shook her head. Only captains, admirals, and Lord Vader himself knew plans very far in advance, so she couldn't say exactly why the Hudala system had suddenly become a meeting spot for nearly the entire Imperial Starfleet. But she only had to look at the assembled ships to know whatever was happening was important and would affect them all. Corona Squadron had received their next intelligence mission only 10 hours after reaching 5,251,977. For the first time, they had received their orders not from Riikan, but from Admiral Ackbar of the Mon Calamari. Remote sensors detected an unusual level of Imperial activity in the Hudala system, he had said, pacing in front of them. Ackbar was an imposing man taller than any human, and with protruding, wizened eyes, so the entire squadron remained far more rigid and silent than usual. Nothing in that area should be of interest to the Empire or to anyone else. Why then is the Empire establishing a presence there? Corona Squadron, you will go to Hudala, observe the Imperial ships, and obtain as much data as possible. They were supposed to stroll into an isolated system and take readings on the Imperial Starfleet, then get out alive? Thane wasn't sure whether Ackbar was a deluded optimist, or someone who didn't mind putting lives at risk for uncertain gain. Then Ackbar had dismissed them by saying, "May the Force be with you," So, deluded. As Thane checked the sensors on his X-Wing's panel, he gave thanks for Hudala's enormous ring. The gas giant swirled in shades of red and violet, but the most notable aspect of this world was its planetary rings, which were some of the largest in the galaxy. Those rings comprised several million pieces of debris, most of them smaller than the average asteroid, and yet just large enough to hide a ship behind. Like every other member of Corona Squadron, he'd tethered his ship to one of the larger rocks on Hudala's outer ring. Their X-Wings floated through the gradual rotation of the countless pieces of debris in the field. The soft violet glow of that system's distant star, casting strange shadows. The slow orbit of the ring had allowed them to take their positions far enough away to avoid detection. Now they were within scanning distance and could take all the readings and hollows they needed, and they didn't even have to worry about being scanned in return. With their ships running on minimum power and well concealed by the ring's debris, there was almost no chance of their being spotted. Almost. Thane hated that word. He knew how thorough Imperial officers were trained to be. Still, the odds were on their side for a change. He'd take it. This is almost as large as the attack fleet they sent to Hoth, Yendor said, his voice crackling over the comms. Do you think they got some bad intel telling them we put a base on one of Hudala's moons? Thane answered. If so, you'd think they would have figured out the mistake by now. But they've been here for days, with more ships coming in all the time. What were they up to? Thane kept trying to come up with an answer and failing. If a new hyperlane had been discovered in this area of space, their sensors would have detected it by now. If the Empire were planning an attack, it wouldn't need this much time to assemble. Nobelium critical elements could be mined from any of the planets or moons in this Terry seemed complete. System. The mice. He'd asked for the job of tallying single-star fighters, an enormously detailed and irritating task, so the squadron had been happy enough to let Thane handle it. The work kept him too occupied to think much about the odds of Sienna being part of a fleet that large, or to find out which specific star destroyers had gathered there. It's like they brought all these ships together just to show off, Thane thought sourly as he continued his calculations, adding in new pieces of data as his sensors provided it. Why show off in the middle of nowhere, without anybody around to see you? What could call for a display this ostentatious, a concentration of the Imperial firepower in a place where it could do no good? Then his hands froze, allowing long scrolls of numbers to spill by. Thane cursed under his breath as he realized what this was. The Empire displayed its power often, with a degree of theatricality he'd found absurd even when he'd been a part of it. But it never did so without reason. Most often, a show of strength was meant to intimidate the people who lived under Imperial control. But sometimes officers and ships made a point of displaying their power to impress their superiors. The greater the number of men or ships put at a commander's disposal, the more important that commander was. This fleet had been assembled to prove someone's importance. Only one person in the galaxy would merit this much attention, firepower, and awe. He whispered, "The Emperor, Chapter 23. Iena had not regularly flown TIE fighters during the past couple of years, so when she received a summons to report to the main docking bay, she was both surprised and pleased. Maybe she needed to spend some time flying through the stars, then she might feel like herself again. When she'd suited up in the black armor, Sienna walked into the bay with her helmet under one arm to see the other three pilots she'd be flying with. Two strangers and Nash Windrider. He grinned like a boy when he recognized her. "What a delight to be flying with you again, Commander Ree. I hadn't thought you would still lower yourself to serving alongside the likes of us." "Hush!" She risked a smile. Nash seemed to be teasing her as a friend, not as a would-be lover. The sooner they skated past that, the better. "You know, I've always wondered how you manage to pilot ties at all. How do you fit? I'll have you know that I am fully 1 centimeter below the maximum height for tie pilots. Ties are more cramped than a warship, I admit. But what isn't? You, on the other hand, are far more compact and should fold up nicely. I'm not that short. No matter how many times Sienna protested about this, nobody ever seemed to believe her, or their own eyes." Nash opened his mouth for his next jab, then straightened as Admiral Piet strode toward them. They all came to attention, helmets facing out. Piet didn't bother with preamble. "Scans have picked up some strange readings on the outer edge of Hudala's ring, including life forms. Possibly it's no more than metal ores and Minox. However, if we have some spies lurking out there, well, you know what to do. Ishai Dan Boss Ringer." "Aye, sir," they said in unison. Everyone saluted and turned on the beat, ready to board their ships. But Piet said, "Ree, I need to have a word with you." She turned back, again at attention. Why would Piet need to speak with her specifically? Her imagination. Conjured visions of psychological interrogations, they whispered that the questioners could sense the moment anyone began to turn traitor. Had they picked up on her doubt? Instead, Piet said, "You have an additional assignment on this flight." "Yes, sir." "Those aren't Minox in the planetary ring. They're almost certainly rebel spies." Sienna nodded, hiding her consternation. It made no sense for him to give her this intel and conceal it from Nash and the other TIE pilots. "We'll take care of it, sir." Piet held up one warning finger. "One of the rebels must escape. You're to see to it that at least one of the pilots manages to make it to hyperspace. Beyond that, it's irrelevant whether the rest live or die." She was confused for a moment, but then she understood. Senior Fleet Command wanted the Rebel Alliance to know that a large portion of the Imperial Starfleet was assembling. Why Sienna couldn't yet, it didn't matter. She'd been entrusted with a difficult and demanding task, and a secret one. That meant her superiors didn't doubt her. If anything, they held her in higher esteem than ever. Guess. All she'd had to do was deny her mother's innocence. Sienna tried to cast that thought from her head. "Consider it handled, Admiral Piet." "Yed Snovno." He nodded, dismissing her, and she headed to her ship. Climbing into the pilot's seat came as a relief. She didn't have to think about her mother any longer. She wouldn't be haunted by her growing doubts about the Empire. Sensors needed to be checked, the hatch sealed, weapons readied. Soon she could fly and forget all her troubles in doing what she did best, Essek. Nash's voice came over the comm. "Prepared for takeoff, LP-888. Sienna lowered the black helmet over her head. Now she had no face, no identity. Now nothing remained of her but her duty to the Empire. "Ready." Among the many problems with flying on minimum power, heat inside the cabin dropped severely. Not enough to endanger anyone's life, but enough to be extremely uncomfortable. Thane's breath had begun to make small frost crystals on the edge of his helmet's visor. As if he could read Thane's mind, Smike said over comms, "We should have worn winter uniforms for this trip." "Affirmative, Corona 3, Yendor replied. "I could do with my old Hoth parka right around now," the Contessa added, "and I miss my fur coats. But hold steady. In about an hour, we'll orbit far enough from the Imperial convoy to slip out of here." "Holding steady, Corona leader," Thane said. He had not yet shared his theory about the Emperor with the rest of Corona Squadron. If true, it was information too sensitive for any open comm channel. And after only a few minutes' consideration, he felt positive his hunch was right. Yet knowing that these ships had been massed to form a convoy for the Emperor raised another host of questions. It had been many years since Palpatine was last seen off Coruscant. What would draw him away from the seat of galactic power, and where was he going? And if this many ships had massed in one place, that meant elsewhere in the galaxy the Imperial fleet might be stretched thin. Widely dispersed at any rate. Thane's adrenaline spiked as he realized the Empire's useless show of strength here might have created weaknesses elsewhere. Weaknesses the rebellion could turn to its advantage. His sensors began to flash, and he swore, "We've got TIE fighters incoming." "I count 4. Any chance it's a random patrol?" Kendi asked. "Possible, but not probable." The TIE fighters came closer every second. Thane said, "I've got a bad feeling about this." "Do you see what I see?" Nash sounded delighted, as if they were headed toward a party instead of into combat. Sienna bit her lower lip as she studied her readings. "I read 5 ships, probably starfighters. So far I can't ID ship models, but I'd guess we're looking at X-wings or Y-wings. While a handful of those starfighters remained in civilian hands, by now X-wings and Y-wings were used almost solely by the Rebel Alliance. Piet's intel had been correct. The TIE Patrol would move into attack mode at any moment. Out of 5 ships, she needed at least 1 survivor. That would be most easily accomplished by having 5 survivors and avoiding combat altogether. Nash and the other pilots were too smart to mistake what they were seeing for something else, which meant if she wanted to avoid a dogfight, her best bet was to flush out the rebels in time for them to escape L. She said, "If I break up one of the larger asteroids in the planetary ring, we could get better readings." One of the other pilots objected. "Then they'll know we're here." 10 to 1 they know it by now. Their sensors are nearly as advanced as ours. Sienna put her black-gloved hands on the controls, feeling the red trigger button under her thumb. "It's a bad idea," Nash said. "We don't need further readings, and at this distance, they'd have time to make the jump into hyperspace before we could engage them. So much for that plan. Now at least one of the rebel ships, and possibly 4 of them, would have to be destroyed, all for the sake of some tactical masquerade. They might well lose a TIE fighter in the process. More useless death, more futility, more waste. The TIE fighters were unquestionably zeroing in on their location. Combat seemed certain. The Contessa ordered, "All wings, disengage tethers and return to full power." "Don't think we can escape from this position, Corona leader," Yendor said, even as sensors showed him complying. "We can't. They're coming in for a fight." Thane pressed the controls that brought his ship back to full life, the cockpit lighting up in red and gold. "Weapons ready?" Yendor reported in first. Corona 2 ready. Corona 3 ready, Smikes confirmed. Corona 4 ready. Thane kept his eyes on the sensors as he spoke, in case the ties accelerated into attack mode. Bind acid BR, and Kendi finished. Corona 5. Ready. Thane braced himself as the Contessa said, "All we have now is the element of surprise. Let's take the fight to them." Sienna had expected the rebel starfighters to remain hidden as long as they possibly could in hope of avoiding detection, which was why she was astonished when 5 X-Wings burst out of the planetary ring and headed straight for the TIE fighters. "Evasive action," she shouted, swinging her tie around to avoid their main weapons range. The rebels had them outnumbered. No doubt, by Piet's design. That imbalance would give one or more of the rebel ships a good chance to escape. She couldn't stand the unfairness of asking TIE pilots to risk their lives in an attempt to kill people the Empire wanted to keep alive. How could she possibly delay a dogfight on the verge of happening this second? Sienna adjusted her comms until she hit broadcast mode, a multi-frequency signal that would supersede Ignal. All others in the area, projecting her voice into every ship close enough to hear, including those X-Wings. "Unidentified vessels," she said. "You are not authorized to fly in this sector. Please report your ship's identification codes and the system under which you are licensed, or you will be taken into custody. Resist, and you will be destroyed." She could imagine Nash's consternation, but she hadn't violated protocol. Instead, she had followed the procedure for unknown vessels, usually small-time smugglers or pleasure cruisers gone astray. If the rebels had the good sense to lie, the dogfight might be stalled for a minute or two, long enough for them to get away. Except Nash was already bringing his TIE interceptor up and around to cut off their most likely escape route, and her plan was ruined. "Damn," Sienna thought before another voice came over the comms and turned her anger into horror. Thane said, "This galaxy isn't big enough." Maybe Sienna was right. Maybe the Force was bringing them together, over and over. If so, Thane decided, the Force had a sick sense of humor. He had no idea how Sienna would answer, whether she'd stick to official procedure or she'd speak to him. As a human, the way he'd spoken to her. When the comm unit crackled, he tensed. But the familiar voice coming through wasn't Sienna's. "Thane Carell?" Nash Windrider's incredulity came through loud and clear. "You're alive?" "Hello, old friend." Thane refused to let himself be overwhelmed. Sienna was right there, and one of those TIE fighters soaring toward him, and Nash was there too, and this was the last fight he ever wanted to be in. Kendi had to be beside herself, but unlike the rest of them, she had the good sense to keep her mouth shut. But Sienna surely felt the same way. Nash would too. Maybe this confusion would buy Corona Squadron the time they needed to get away. Thane's viewfinder blurred with movement, and his eyes widened as he realized someone had just accelerated a TIE fighter to top speed. "I thought you were dead," Nash said, each word lower and more ragged. "You would have been better off that way. So much for the reunion. One of the rebels gets to live." Sienna seized on to that fact like a tow line that could take her to safety. Saving Thane's life didn't violate her. Duty, it was her duty. One of the rebels had to make it out of there, and she intended to use everything she had to make sure he was the survivor. But that meant she had to stop Nash without his realizing it. Nash had violated protocol by initiating battle without her order, but no one would reprimand him for targeting rebel ships at any time, in any way. Already the other two ties had accelerated to swoop in right on his tail. Sienna threw her own tie into maximum speed and set her course. If I come in from above, it will look like I'm triangulating our weapons. If I choose the right angle, though, I can get in Nash's way and stop his fire. It didn't occur to Sienna to worry about Thane getting blasted before she had a chance to intervene. In a dogfight, superior piloting kept you alive and nobody could ever outfly him. Nobody besides her. The engine's roar filled the cockpit, even penetrating her thick black helmet. Sienna soared up high enough that the viewfinder showed her the X-wings and the debris of the planetary ring as so much glowing confetti on screen, but as she dived down toward them, the shapes took form again. All the X-wings were now in full evasive action, but one of them moved with more agility, executing a perfect spin that threaded through the outer edge of the ring. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Her job was clear now that she knew which ship belonged to Thane. But Nash had to know it too. Thane wove his way through the planetary ring, trusting in the asteroids to take a few of the blasts for him. Incoming from Vector 82128 Smikes sounded desperate. Heavy fire! A green blaster bolt shattered a rock so close to Thane's X-wing that some of the debris sprayed the cockpit. For one instant, he imagined it shattering, exposing him to the fatal vacuum of space. It held. Everyone moved to pre-established hyperdrive coordinates. The Contessa ordered. Thane added, "Forget formations. Get there however you can." Formation flying sometimes provided protection, but in a situation like this, scattering would give them a chance to get at least a couple of people to safety. Green blaster fire surrounded him, and he felt the telltale jolt that meant he'd been hit. Thane held his breath for the seconds it took to see the control panels holding steady non-critical Dan 100, the port time he. "Rebel scum!" Nash snarled. "I can't believe you'd ever stoop so low." "I can't believe you're still with the Empire," Thane retorted. "They destroyed your planet, Nash. They killed your entire family. How can you—" "Never speak of Alderaan to me." By now Nash's fury had driven his voice halfway to a scream. "Never." On Thane's view screen he saw the other members of Corona Squadron locked in battle with two of the TIE fighters. But they had the Imperials well outnumbered, because two of the TIEs were only coming after Thane. He must have been wrongly identified as the leader. Which one of the green blurs on his screen was Sienna's ship? Would he kill her, or see someone else do it in front of his eyes? Or maybe this was the day she would finally choose the Empire over him by taking his life. Then a TIE fighter came down from above. So close Thane saw it through the cockpit as clearly as through his targeting device flying between him and Nash. The knowledge hit him so hard his chest hurt. Sienna was trying to save him. "Get out of my way!" Nash shouted at Sienna. "I don't take orders from you, Lieutenant." She fired in the general direction of Thane's ship, but fired to miss. On her screen she saw one of the TIE fighters vanish. Another pilot lost for no reason, and then the quick blur that indicated at least two of the rebel ships had leaped into hyperspace. Then one of the X-wings vanished as well. The Empire had its first kill of the battle. Thane would be heading directly to the coordinates where the first X-wings had gone into hyperspace. Sienna quickly shifted trajectory again, into a believable angle for attack, but one that yet again would interfere with Nash's targeting. She was between them again, shielding Thane with her own ship. Nash fired anyway. He didn't hit her, but the bolts came close enough to set off every warning signal. The lights in her cockpit flashed red. Sienna swore to'd. Was Nash angry enough at Thane to kill him even if he had to go through Sienna first? Thane saw the opportunity Sienna had given him and took it. At full power, he sped toward the coordinate, saw the last of the other X-Wings shudder into hyperspace just in front of him, and prepared for the jump to lightspeed. He yearned to say something to Sienna before he left. Anything. She needed to know that he realized what she had done for him and what it meant. But saying anything would only expose her to Nash and the other TIE pilot. Sienna had protected him. It was his turn to protect her by remaining silent. Bolts raked his X-Wing, and this time he'd taken damage, but not to life support or hyperdrive, so to hell with it. Thane set coordinates, put his hand on the control, and went for it. The stars elongated into an infinite tunnel as he sped away, leaving Sienna behind. Thane allowed himself a few moments of silence afterward before checking in with Corona Squadron. Corona 4 reporting in. How are we doing? Confirmed, Corona 4, the Contessa answered, her voice heavy. We lost Smikes. Smikes, wary, pessimistic, and yet so courageous. Thane realized he had never made it clear how much he admired the man, despite his curmudgeonly demeanor. Now he would never have the chance. Hey, Yendor said quietly. That was your Sienna back there, wasn't it? Yeah, I saw what she did for you, so I get why you went to Jalukyan now. Kendi added, You were right, Thane. She's still Sienna. It was the closest thing to an apology Thane would ever get for the way the others had shunned him, and it was more than he deserved. Was Sienna in trouble now? Would they question her? Thane wondered if she would have to face the Empire's interrogators. The thought horrified him. But if anyone was smart enough to come up with an explanation and save herself, it was Sienna. He had to believe in her. Sienna took her TIE fighter in without exchanging one more word with Nash Windrider. No doubt he would be livid. He would report her to Piet immediately. Thankfully, she could say she had been acting under orders, and Piet would never know the difference. It occurred to her, however, that Piet might not acknowledge the orders he'd given her. If the mission's objective had to remain completely secret, would she be sacrificed too? Would the Empire execute a loyal officer for her loyalty if it furthered their ends? Once Sienna would have believed that to be impossible. Not any longer. Root Hib. She removed her Elmet took done breath, and unlocked her hatch. Whatever would befall her next, she had no choice but to face it. As she hopped down from the TIE, she saw Nash striding toward her, his eyes blazing with anger. Sienna found herself wishing for a blaster. Instead, she stood her ground as Nash came up to her, looked her in the face, and gathered her in his arms. I can't believe he did that to you, Nash said. Knowing you loved him, to leave you like that, to fake his death and put you through years of anguish beneath contempt. Sienna simply hugged Nash back as well as she could manage with both of them still wearing armor. She was grateful for the chance to hide her face against his chest. Forgive me for shouting at you. I realize now you must have been so shaken, so heartbroken. Well, it would affect anyone's flying, even yours. You were even more eager to kill Thane than I was. Nash sighed as he pulled back far enough to look her in the face. The anger she'd seen before had melted into pity. I should have let you do the honors. If I'd been thinking straight, I would have. I just can't believe it, Sienna said, which was both true and safe. That lowlife. We never really knew him at all, did we? Nash straightened up. Right then. We'll have to report in. This won't go well. It didn't. They were shouted at for some time about their failure to destroy all the rebel ships. Piet acknowledged Sienna's secret success, with only a nod at the end, when nobody else was looking. Afterward, Sienna stripped off her armor, took a quick shower, and tried to calm her thoughts. Thane could have died today. Nash would have killed him. Shaken as she was to have encountered Thane in combat, Sienna was comforted by the knowledge that he'd gotten away safely. If they never met again, his last memory of her would be the moment she'd saved his life. As she stood there beneath the warm water, hands braced against the metal-tiled walls, she decided she could bear that. But Nash? How could he have been so homicidally furious at Thane? She understood the sense of betrayal. She had felt it too, the day she'd realized Thane had joined the Rebel Alliance. Even when she had almost hated him, though, she had still loved him too. Whereas Nash had mourned his friend for years, discovered he was alive, and instantly been ready to kill him. That wasn't loyalty to the Empire. That was fanaticism. The engines shifted again, changing the slight vibration beneath her feet. They'd just come out of hyperspace. Sienna was chagrined to realize she'd been so caught up in her own thoughts that she hadn't even noticed when they went to hyperspace in the first place. She toweled off and tugged on her off-shift jumpsuit so she could get a look at what was going on. A row of triangular windows lined the wall closest to the head, so Sienna could simply look outside for herself. No other ships had made the journey with them, it seemed. Why would they ever leave the Imperial convoy? To make something ready for the Emperor's arrival. That was the obvious answer. But what? Sienna turned her head, studying the entire star field, and saw that they were drawing near a planet, one orbited by a large moon so green and cloudy that she assumed it was rich with forest life. And yet something seemed to be orbiting that moon, something vast and dark. Then she realized what she was looking at and gasped. It can't be. They would never do that again. But they had. Sienna couldn't deny what she saw, a second Death Star. Diana's hands had gone numb, but still she stood there, palms against the window, staring at the new Death Star. Why would they ever build another one? It was only to stop the war before it began. And it failed, so why? She knew the answer, but could not yet accept it. Instead, she stared at the massive hulk of the space station, which only seemed to grow larger as the executor drew close. Sienna had often wondered how such a gargantuan structure could be built in the first place. Even the enormous resources of the Empire had to be strained by the construction of something the size of a large moon. Now she could see the process for herself, because this Death Star had not yet been completed. Great sections remained unfinished, and she could stare into the guts of the thing, an ugly crosshatch of beams and struts surrounding deep hollow darkness. Her own words in a Valentia cantina echoed in her memory, haunting her. The Emperor and the Moffs have to see. Now that destroying Alderaan did no good. It didn't stop the rebellion. The only reason to attack Alderaan was to prevent an even more devastating war. The war has begun anyway. It's too late to save the galaxy from that. No other reason could ever justify the destruction of an entire planet, or the deaths of billions of people. Only by restoring galactic peace could the Empire redeem those deaths. Aya's aiming D'Boo's, but now more worlds would be destroyed for no reason, except to cause pain and fear. Maybe they're doing this to finally end the war, Sienna thought, but the excuse was too feeble for her to believe even for an instant. If the rebellion hadn't been cowed by the destruction of Alderaan, then the deaths of other planets wouldn't stop it either. Instead, this would incite more people to join the rebel cause. This wouldn't end the war. It would intensify it beyond all imagining. Whenever Sienna had a nightmare about Alderaan, she scoured away her doubts by remembering Jude. Her friend's loss had always helped Sienna balance the scales in her mind. To recall that massive death and destruction had been caused by both sides in the conflict. Today, however, she could only think that if Jude had seen the second Death Star, she would have recoiled from it. She would never have wanted this done in her name. Never? The cold had leached through to Sienna's bones. Finally, she pulled her aching hands back from the window, rubbing them in hopes of restoring blood flow. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get warm again. Once her shuttle from the Executor had docked on the Death Star, Sienna could see for herself how much had in fact been completed. From the outside, the enormous unfinished hemisphere dominated the view. Inside, however, they were anchored by a wholly functional tractor beam, disembarked onto a deck that was not only finished but polished, and walked into a space station as advanced as any other in the Imperial Starfleet. They had prepared well for the Emperor's arrival. So we're finally senior enough to get to see the Emperor himself. Maurice covered her mouth with her fingers, trying and failing to conceal a smile. I don't know what I'm so excited about. We'll be crowded in with another few thousand officers. Probably we'll have a worse view than the back row at a pod racing arena. Nash had, as usual, fallen in step beside them. Ever since the dogfight in the Hudala system, he had been more attentive to Sienna than ever. Still, we'll be able to tell our grandchildren about the day we saw Palpatine for ourselves. And a big ceremony, well, it makes a welcome change, doesn't it? Just what you needed, Sienna. Something to cheer you up. She'd been hearing variations on that ever since Hudala. The irony was that she did have a broken heart, just not for the reasons he believed. Yet that minor irritation hardly mattered next to Sienna's consternation. How can they talk about the ceremony for the Emperor? How does any of that matter compared with the fact we're standing inside a Death Star? Then she checked herself. Yes, they were standing inside a Death Star, surrounded by hundreds of other officers. Some stationed there, others from the advance vessels sent to ready an appropriate ceremony for the Emperor's arrival. Surely some of them shared her doubts, but others would not. Publicly voicing her opposition would send her straight to the brig. She could learn from her friends self-control. So Sienna remained quiet until the three of them miraculously wound alone in a lift. Her command track training had taught her that listening devices up. Changes, so talking there was likely safe. As soon as the doors slid shut, she said, I can't believe they built another Death Star. Maurice shrugged as she leaned against the wall, no longer military proper. I can't believe they did it this soon. How long does it take to construct one of these? They must have started right after the Battle of Yavin. Good for them. Sienna refused to believe she'd heard that right. Good for them? Well, we had to rebuild the Death Star. I mean, come on. Maurice's frown revealed how confused she was by Sienna's reaction. the single biggest and most powerful station ever constructed in galactic history, and it gets blown up by rebel scum? Creating the Death Star is the only way we could ever honor our people who died at Yavin. If we hadn't rebuilt it, then the terrorists would have won. You don't seem to agree, Sienna. Nash's tone was light, but she could see how intently he was looking at her. What do you think? She realized she'd begun to sweat. I think that if we've built a Death Star, we plan to use it. That another world will die, just like Alderaan did. Bareese scoffed. No way. Once the stations come out, nobody will ever defy the Emperor like that again. The rebellion's going to melt away. Wait and see. Even amidst Sienna's most painful doubts about imperial tactics, she had believed that rule of law was always better than chaos, even when that law was harsh. But the future Bareese described was not rule of law. It was ruled by fear, and therefore tyranny. Even the darkest atrocities of the Clone Wars did not compare with the destruction of an inhabited world. And what did it mean that Sienna was afraid to say that out loud, even to her closest friends? She tried to find the right words to make them understand. When Alderaan was destroyed, we thought it would force the rebellion to surrender, that we could prevent this war. But we've been at war for 3 years anyway. And if someone as cynical as Thane can find rebel leaders to follow and admire, the rebel alliance won't vanish as easily as you think. Don't you see? Those tactics didn't work. If this station isn't used to protect the Empire's citizens from war, then how can we justify it? Nash stood up straighter, his eyes narrowing. When he answered her, his voice gave her chills. Are you saying that Alderaan was destroyed in vain? For nothing? Sienna held up her hands. Nash, please, I don't mean to Empire's true power to be acknowledged. My homeworld's end was also the end of the Imperial Senate, the end of the countless petty power struggles that had plagued Palpatine's early reign. Only then was the Empire's true strength revealed. His gaze had become glazed, almost unfocused, like that of someone suffering from a fever. This was what his face must have looked like during the Hudala dogfight. Nash continued. This war is only the aftermath of the conflicts that have racked the galaxy during the past century. The final useless gasp of those who would oppose us. Through sheer stupid luck, the rebels managed to destroy the first Death Star. By rebuilding the Death Star, and using it as many times as necessary to restore order, we prove that their luck only goes so far. We prove that we are the only galactic authority and always will be. The lift door slid open to the deck of the smaller docking bay that would soon welcome the Emperor. Countless officers filled the corridors, a crush that precluded any hope of speaking freely. Sienna felt vulnerable. Any of these people could and would expose her as a traitor, even her two best friends. Then Nash's hands closed gently around her shoulders. You're still not yourself, he said. After learning how Thane lied to you, of course you're second-guessing you can trust, maybe even what's real. That dogfight was one of the worst moments of life, she said. At least she could say that with total honesty. My, trust in your service. Trust in us. Above all, trust in the oath you took when we graduated from the academy. Your integrity defines you, Sienna. You won't go wrong if you only stay true. Nash smiled down at her in the way that usually made her think up an excuse to leave the room. The same crush she'd tried so hard to discourage had become her best shield against a charge of treason. Boris, meanwhile, had already moved on. What are we waiting for? The Emperor's shuttle will be here soon. Let's get it together. During the next couple of hours of instructions and formations, Sienna stood separately from her friends. Commanders had a marginally better position, though hundreds of captains, admirals, and top gunners still stood in front of her. Numbly, she did whatever was asked of her, shifting position as the organizers thought better of it. At least it was something to do. She tried to occupy her mind by observing the power play among the various members of the top brass, but even that didn't help. Seeing how petty their concerns were, and how often they betrayed fear of Lord Vader's anger, only reminded Sienna that the Imperial Starfleet she'd served was not the one she'd believed in all this time. Finally, the hour came. Lord Vader strode out, black cape billowing behind him. From a distance, the white shuttlecraft looked like a star. As it came closer, Sienna could see the distinctive gray stripe on its nose, the marking that informed everyone this was truly the Emperor arriving. To Sienna's surprise, Lord Vader bowed as figures began to descend from the shuttle. None of the other officers were required to bow. What could that mean? But the question was wiped from her mind as Emperor Palpatine came into view. Palpatine's face appeared on countless hollows every single day. Like anyone else in the Empire, she could have described him as well as she could members of her own family. Hair almost entirely gray but still thick, face betraying only the slightest lines of care and time, his posture straight, his eyes sharp. In other words, the face shown to the world had nothing to do with the reality. Sienna's eyes widened as she took in the face. His heavy hood did not entirely conceal the unnatural paleness of his skin, the inhuman folds and wrinkles. He walked through the bay with his back hunched, and without so much as a word, or glance toward the hundreds of loyal officers assembled to greet him. Don't be petty. So he's grown older. That's only natural. And surely the Emperor has other things on his mind than some silly ceremony. The rationalizations didn't work. What shook Sienna wasn't merely the Emperor's appearance, it was the sense of almost depthless malice that radiated from him, so strongly she could have reeled. Even from a distance, Palpatine awakened in her a physical dread, primitive instincts telling her to escape or fight. Only one other person had ever made her feel that way: Darth Vader. Sienna had always told herself that Vader was an aberration, unique in the Empire. So far as it went, that was true. But the most terrifying thing about him, the constant sense of malevolence and danger he inspired that was shared by the most powerful person in the galaxy. Is this who I've been serving all along? This is a bad dream. Didn't work. Thane could feel the iron bench beneath him, smell the grease and ozone scent of the repair bay. Every mundane detail made it clear he was wide awake. This is a test, a drill. The Alliance leaders want to find out what we do when confronted with the worst-case scenario. No way. They wouldn't risk pulling together the entire rebel armada for a mere drill. But if it wasn't a nightmare, and it wasn't a drill, it was the undeniable, horrible truth. The Empire had built a second Death Star. Thane could think of words from 36 worlds to describe how he felt, each epithet more obscene than the last. But he lacked the breath to speak of them. He could only stare at the rotating holo in front of the X-Wing squadrons as they received their briefing from General Medine. Any. Exactly how are they going to take care of the shield generator? Kenty asked. They'll have dozens of troopers down on the forest moon of Endor, if not hundreds. General Solo will take over from Major Locke Marca, who was killed in action. Solo's team on the moon of Endor will handle the shield generator. Each person involved in this assault has enough to do on their own without worrying about someone else's job, Corona 5, Medine said sternly. Thane whispered to Yendor, who the hell is General Solo? You know, Han Solo? Captain of the Millennium Falcon? The ship name sounded vaguely familiar, but Thane couldn't quite place it. Yendor's eyes widened with disbelief. Come on! He's one of the guys who rescued Princess Leia from the first Death Star. You remember that, right? I wasn't with the rebellion then. I didn't join until right before Hoth. Oh, I guess Captain Solo got captured by a bounty hunter right after Hoth. Yendor's Leku drooped. So you wouldn't know him. But hey, he's one of the best. Indeed he is, interrupted General Medine, who had apparently overheard their entire conversation. Both Thane and Yendor faced forward and sat up straight. General Solo will be joined on the Forest Moon strike team by Princess Leia Organa and Luke Skywalker. They'll have that shield down. Luke Skywalker, again. Thane managed to keep from rolling his eyes. But Princess Leia he admired. If he could trust anyone, he could trust her. And General Medine continued. Meanwhile, General Calrissian will be leading the starfighters diving into the core of the Death Star. The dispersal of the Imperial fleet gives us this unprecedented chance to strike, due to the unfinished construction, the stations. Main reactor remains exposed and vulnerable. A strike team should be able to penetrate the Death Star and fire into that reactor, setting off a chain reaction that will destroy the station before it ever has a chance to become operational. And who is this General Calrissian? Thane decided not to ask that question out loud. If the Rebel Alliance was happy turning over its two most critical missions of all time to a bunch of brand new generals, okay, fine. Corona Squadron, your mission is to cover General Calrissian in the Millennium Falcon and the other starfighters in the gold, red, green, and gray squadrons as they penetrate the Death Star, Medine continued. The fewer TIE fighters they have to fight on their way in, the better their chances of a clean hit and a getaway for the entire fleet. This means you'll be dealing with TIE fire from both inside and outside the space station, as well as potential long-range fire from any larger ships the Empire can deploy. At some point in the near future, Thane figured he would completely freak out at the thought of going into battle against a Death Star. Right now, he could hardly comprehend the existence of the damned thing. He had believed Ciena naive for arguing that the Empire would never again try to destroy another world. Only now did Thane realize that, on some level, he had believed it too. The thought of another Alderaan was too much to wrap his mind around. No matter how long the odds against them, the rebellion had to attack. From now on, this was not only the most important battle they had to fight, it was the only battle that would ever matter. After the briefing, he walked through the main hangar, which had become a frenzy of activity. Although many pilots were checking out their ships, others were making a point of hugging friends, shaking hands, saying goodbye, just in case. Thane stopped by the Moe first, where he shook Brill's paw and Methwat's long-fingered hand, and for once hugged Logara as tightly as she hugged him. But one member of the Moa's crew turned out to be with Corona Squadron. "I've needed a new astromech for a while," Yendor said as JJH-2 was lowered into position aboard the X-Wing. "You said this guy is the best." JJH-2 beeped inquisitively, and Thane smiled at the little droid despite himself. "Yeah, I said it, and I meant it. Take care of each other out there, okay?" As Yendor and JJH-2 checked out systems together, Thane climbed into his ship. He'd already given his X-Wing a thorough going over after the Hudala. Dogfight, he had nothing to do but sit in his cockpit and wait for the order to fly into combat against a Death Star, which sounded a lot like committing suicide. The Rebel Alliance had managed to destroy the first Death Star, but they'd gotten lucky, and they had to know it. A design flaw with an exhaust port. What were the odds? Thane shook his head as he imagined it. As a former Imperial officer, he knew very well how that kind of oversight would be punished. No engineer who had worked on the second Death Star would make a similar mistake. This station would be even stronger than the first. For a moment he remembered being a brand new graduate of the Royal Academy on Coruscant, flying toward his posting on the Death Star. When he had first seen the station, the sheer scale of it had awed him like nothing before. He still found it difficult to believe that the first Death Star had fallen, or that the second one ever could. The old, cynical voice in his head whispered, "You know, you could cut out of here. All volunteer military, remember?" But Thane didn't listen to that voice much anymore. The other members of Corona Squadron and the crew of the Moe were as close as he had to a family. Now, maybe the closest he'd ever had. He might not share his comrades' wishful thinking, but he'd be damned if he'd abandon them on the eve of the most dangerous battle they'd ever faced. And if the Empire won, condemning the galaxy to an eternity of its harsh, corrupt rule? Thane decided he'd rather go down fighting. It had been 2 days since Sienna had first seen the Death Star and the Emperor, and those 2 days had all but destroyed her. Each horrifying realization struck her at a different moment, and no sooner had she thought she could bear one than another would undermine her completely. The Emperor's horrifying presence, the unjust conviction of her mother Nash, and Bareese's unquestioning acceptance of genocide as a military tactic, the many pilots who had died for no reason, their lives wasted by a command that didn't care, and Thane, even now at risk from the Empire every day of his life. He was right about so many things, she thought dully as she went through the motions of her monthly physical. The medical droid's cold sensors allowed her to excuse her shuddering as a shiver. I wish I could tell him that. Death. Nor did she believe it offered any hope of effective government. However, while she would never contemplate joining the rebels herself, she now understood how Thane could have done so. This isn't about whether or not we've kept faith with the Empire, Thane had said to her as he held her close in the fortress. It's about whether the Empire has kept faith with us. 99. An oath of loyalty remained binding even when the subject proved unworthy. It simply became more bitter. Just as Sienna slipped back into her uniform, an alert began to echo through the ship. All pilots to TIE fighters immediately. What was that about? Sienna didn't think the rebels could possibly know about the station yet, if the secret had been kept so effectively that even high-ranking officers on the Executor had not known. Probably it was a drill or some other display of firepower to show off for Palpatine. It made no difference, she wanted to be a part of it. More than anything else, She needed to fly. By now, Siena's duties rarely required her to pilot anything smaller than a transport shuttle, and those only rarely. But she'd always kept her skills sharp, and she could volunteer for TIE duty at any point. Immediately, she went to the ship's flight commander, who seemed strangely smug. "I see, Commander," he said, his thin smile snaking across his face. "Of course you want to be part of this. Something to tell the grandchildren, huh?" "Yeah. One time I showed off for the loathsome, repellent emperor who blew up entire planets." Sienna said only, "My next duty shift is 6 hours away, sir. I'm ready to serve now." "Your courage will not go unrecognized, Commander Ree. Report to launching Bay 9 immediately." As Sienna strapped on the black armor of a TIE pilot, she told herself it would all be okay soon, because she'd be flying. Flight remained her greatest joy and her only escape. Once she was aloft, soaring through space, she'd be free of all her crushing doubts. If only for those few minutes, she would be herself again. In the melee of preparation, she caught a glimpse of Nash, who gave her a roguish smile. He still believed in her, but the pang of guilt had faded before Sienna had even climbed into her cockpit. Whatever else happened in the future, she intended to keep her distance from anyone she'd known before. Perhaps she could put in for some isolated backwater posting, the kind of job nobody wanted, something easy for her to get, and maybe a place where she could actually do some good. Helmet locked, engines full power. Sienna waited for her squadron's signal, then flew up and out of the docking bay. Hundreds of other fighters surrounded her, making precision flying necessary. Yet she found it soothing, even the vibration and roar within the cockpit. Takeoff always felt like casting off shackles and breaking free. For a moment she thought of soaring over the Jellicani Mountains in the old V-171, Thane behind her, the two of them flying as one. Then she shifted to wider sensors and gasped. Sienna had known hundreds of TIE fighters were taking flight. What she had not guessed was that countless other Imperial craft were massed nearby as well, including several Star Destroyers. It was beyond anything she'd expected, even greater than the attack force sent to Hoth. Then the pieces came together. We're expecting major action, and soon. That means the rebels are coming. If the rebels are coming, they know about the Death Star and the Emperor. And if we have this tremendous a force waiting for them, we wanted them to know. That's why Piet ordered me to make sure one of the X-Wings got away. He needed someone to report the Emperor's movements to the rebellion. We were setting a trap all along. She'd always understood that on some level, why else let the rebels go free, if not to fill their heads with, cover the Emperor's location. Yet the trap the Empire had laid must have been larger and more elaborate. She'd been only one tiny part of it. This wasn't ordinary military action. This was the day the Empire planned to destroy the rebellion for good. Even as Sienna's hands tightened on the controls, her screen went crazy, spilling out so much data she could hardly take it all in. In the space surrounding the Death Star and Endor's moon, thousands of ships had materialized in an instant. The Rebel Alliance had come, and the Empire was ready for them. "May the Force be with us." Admiral Akbar's voice crackled over the comm unit as the Rebel Armada headed toward the Death Star. Now that Thane saw it for himself, he had to believe, but he also saw how incomplete it still was. They weren't going up against a Death Star, just the shell of one. Thinking of it that way helped. Okay, it didn't help that much. At the moment, however, Thane would take what he could get. The shield generator should be down by now, he told himself as he checked his sensors. We'll get the order to proceed any second now. The order didn't come, and he wasn't getting any reading on the shield at all, up or down. Thane frowned as he tapped his. Controls. This would be a bad time to develop a systems failure. Then General Calrissian's voice cut through sharply. Break off the attack. The shield is still up. Thane swore under his breath. What had happened to the Endor team? Pull up, Calrissian continued. All craft pull up. As they curved away from the Death Star, Thane prepared to leap back into hyperspace for the humiliating but necessary escape. Then he heard Admiral Akbar's voice again. Take evasive action. Kendi spoke next. Sector 47, they're here. Thane went cold as he saw what awaited them. It looked like half the Imperial fleet, including dozens of star destroyers. The Rebel Alliance had just arrived at its own execution. Sienna thought, at least it will be quick. Her TIE fighter rushed forward with the rest to engage the Rebel fleet. The incredible disparity in strength convinced her the Empire could win this battle within minutes. Even as she obeyed orders to target the medical frigate, however, she noticed the star. Destroyers were making no move to join the combat. Why amass this much firepower and hold back? Then she saw the Death Star's laser begin to glow and had her answer. Green. She tensed, expecting Endor or its moon to explode. Instead, the laser hit one of the larger Rebel cruisers. Instantly, the ship was obliterated. If the station is fully operational, why bother sending us out to fight? Once again, it was only theater, only a show. TIE pilots would die by the dozens, if not hundreds, when not one of them was truly needed here. The Death Star could have eliminated the rebels on its own. But Palpatine wanted every admiral and general to witness this moment and believe their emperor unstoppable. We die for his glory, she thought bitterly. Which means we die for nothing. Again, flying into a battle with no hope of survival turned out to be the secret to kicking ass. Thane's mind set had kept him from losing his cool when they'd realized the shield generator was still operational. And when he'd seen how much of the Imperial Starfleet had been brought together for the express purpose of blasting the Rebel Alliance to atoms. He'd even been able to hold steady when the Death Star destroyed the Liberty. The ship Corona Squadron had called home for months. Thane remembered the friendly Mon Calamari who had welcomed them. Every single one had been killed in an instant. Not that Thane's chances of survival were much better. The way he saw it, the Empire was going to kill him today no matter what he did. His only goal was to make the Imperials pay for it, with blood. Over the speaker, General Calrissian ordered the smaller ships to get in close on the Star Destroyers presumably, because that would keep them safe from the Death Star. Thane could have laughed. Like you were any safer next to a Star Destroyer. Still, he was glad for the chance to see the damage he had caused. I'm going in close on the engines, the Contessa said over comms. Who's with me? Thane braced himself. Corona 4, right behind you. Corona 5, too. Let's do it. That was Kendi, who sounded almost cheerful about the chance to wreak some mayhem. Yendor didn't even answer out loud. But sensors showed him accelerating so fast he was going to get to the destroyer before Thane did. Or at least he would have if Thane hadn't taken the engines all the way to. maximum, and dived straight toward the rear of the ship. The mammoth shielding of a Star Destroyer could take intense levels of weapons fire without damage. The engines, however, you could get at those. They were too deeply encased within the impregnable ship to be destroyed, but even slowing the ship down or denying the crew full power would help in a battle. Let's see how they like being stranded in space for a while. Thane grinned as he swooped around the back, the rest of Corona Squadron just behind him. His old academy training returned. It was as if the schematics hollows from large vessel design glowed in front of him again, showing him the exact spots to hit. Thane zeroed in and fired, again and again. At that rate, he'd run his power down too far to jump into hyperspace for a retreat, but that didn't matter any longer. It looked like the entire rebellion would die today. Thane only hoped to go out fighting. He made his hits, but Kendi did even better. She always was the best sharpshooter in the class, he thought, as he saw a small jet of sparks flare along the side of one Star Destroyer engine for the instant it took the vacuum of space to snuff it out. Formation. So close Thane glimpsed a flash of one through the cockpit. He didn't flinch, just pressed his finger down on the firing button. The Empire doesn't even give those pilots any shields. One hit and they blow. He fired twice and was rewarded with a spray of sparks and the blur of a TIE fighter spinning wildly out of control. The shield generator is down. Repeat, the shield generator is down. Thane had figured the Endor team for dead. Damn, he thought, those guys pulled it off. He found himself imagining Princess Leia as the lone victor. Probably she'd blown that shield generator away with a grin on her face. General Calrissian said to the fleet, "All fighters, follow me." "Let's go," the Contessa shouted over the comms. Nothing frosty about her now. She was ready for blood. "Corona Squadron, let's head in. Corona 4, ready?" He grinned as they regrouped into formation and headed straight for the enormous space station ahead. It looked and felt as if he was diving into a sea of black metal tiles. "Remember, everybody, this thing's so big you'll have to compensate for its gravitational pull." Thane banked sharply along the side of the Death Star, just under the gaping maw targeted by the Millennium Falcon's attack. Beneath him he saw endless black metal, solid surface, still broken by areas of construction. Above, explosions flared and burst like fireworks on feast days back home. 3 TIE fighters appeared over the Death Star's horizon, and Thane didn't even bother with evasive action. He accelerated, targeted, and fired and flew straight through the 3 fireballs left behind. He didn't have to wonder whether Sienna was in any of those ships. She would have been smarter, fired first. She wouldn't have let them get away with going after a Star Destroyer's engines either. No doubt she was safely on the bridge of one of those destroyers, but Thane halfway wished she'd be the one to finish him off. Then at least they'd be bound together in some way at the end. The Contessa reported, "We have entry. The Millennium Falcon Strike Team has entered the Death Star." It hit Thane then. They might actually win this thing. "Why aren't you covering the engines?" Sienna shouted at the idiot TIE pilots who had let some idiot rebel damage the subjugator. "Get back there! Move!" The rebels were trapped, and they knew it. But obviously they intended to kill as many Imperials as possible before they fell. Already space was littered with the debris of the enemy star cruisers targeted by the Death Star's laser. Sienna felt the same rush of futile anger at the waste of pilots, lives by callous commanders. But now her fury was directed at whatever rebel leader had dragged Thane back into this war. But she was angriest with herself. Thane was only one of the rebels who would die because of a trap she had unwittingly helped set. Both she and Thane had been victims of the Emperor's malignant scheming and the terrible slaughter it had begun. Sienna took her TIE interceptor up over the main bridge area of the Annihilator, just in case some rebel pilot decided to fly directly into it and go out in a blaze of glory. The other TIEs stuck rigidly to established attack patterns. But her rank gave her the freedom and responsibility to judge the battle for herself and go wherever she was needed most. As she cleared the top of the Star Destroyer, she wheeled her ship around, checking sensors to establish which targets would come next, then stopped cold. Their garrison on Ender's moon had failed. The shield generator had come down. Her sensors showed the rebel fleet becoming aware of their change in luck. Flight vectors instantly shifted, and the cloud of starfighters around her turned into darts headed straight for the most vulnerable part of the gaping, unfinished Death Star, the large shaft that led straight to the main reactor. But what did they expect to accomplish? Yes, they could do some damage on their way in, but the maze of beams and cables would surely wreck any invading ships. Even now, Sienna saw TIE fighters closer to the space station zooming toward the same area to follow behind and finish the rebels off. It was all such a useless, meaningless waste. She turned her attention to the next nearest Star Destroyer, her own executor. It was only now beginning to engage the rebel ships directly. All the admirals had waited for the Death Star to strike first, another display of Palpatine's favoring theater over sound tactics. Then she saw a damaged rebel starfighter spinning out of control, straight for the bridge deflector shields of the executor. Cursing, she tried to get it in her target sights, but the starfighter was too distant and moving too fast. An orange flare marked its impact, and in horror, Sienna realized the extent of the damage. Neither that hit nor the earlier damage to the ship's engines. Combination proved fatal. Jaw agape, she watched the executor lose main power and begin to drift toward the nearest object with major gravitational pull, namely, the Death Star. Even a Star Destroyer can't wreck the Death Star on its own, she reminded herself. Stay on target. But the executor's destruction meant Bareese's death. Stay on target. Sienna's breaths were coming so quick and hard that the inner visor of her black helmet had begun to fog slightly. She attempted to calm herself by focusing on the flight. If she thought of her attacks as piloting challenges as an escape into the air, she could do this. She set coordinates for a massive Mon Calamari star cruiser. If she could take out its bridge deflectors, she could even the score, and I could fly into it just like that rebel starfighter did, but on purpose to end this battle. Maybe I could even end the war. That thought was tempting. Yet even as Sienna input her coordinates, the order came over comms. All vessels regroup at pre-battle coordinates. Regroup immediately. What the hell? She couldn't understand why anyone would give such an order. The pre-battle coordinates stood too far away from the rebels and the Death Star to be effective. Her fingers flew over the sensors, widening her view so she could get an idea of what was going on. And what she saw was the rebel fleet pulling away from the Death Star. Either they were retreating or... Sienna didn't finish that thought. Nothing mattered now but following orders. She had to empty herself out, refuse to think, only react. As she swooped away from the Annihilator, she saw a couple of TIE fighters moving more slowly than the rest. They'd taken damage, but could still fly. In training, TIE pilots were told that aiding fellow flyers was their lowest priority, a task only to be undertaken if nothing else needed to be done. Sienna decided to ignore the training. She took position behind them, covering them from any rebel fire as they headed toward the Imperial fleet and safety, but as the moments went on, they fell farther behind. By now she'd realized the rebels were retreating in another direction. Facing off had become less important than staying alive. "Come on," she whispered to the limping TIEs ahead of her. They needed to go so much faster. Thane's engine whined with strain as he pushed it to the limit. He and the rest of Corona Squadron had flown into the cloud of vessels following the Millennium Falcon from the Death Star at top speed. If only a way they could get on the far side of Endor, to shield themselves from that thing. Over comms, he heard the Contessa call out, "Brace for impact. Here it comes." Despite the almost irresistible urge to look back, Thane refused to turn his head. If that thing blew, the light would be blinding. He'd be damned if the last thing he ever saw was the Death Star. Instead, he gripped his controls and stared at the ships in front of him. The curved rear light of the Millennium Falcon arced just above the placid green surface of Endor's moon. Did they save us? Have we saved them? We made it, Kendi called jubilantly. We're out of the danger zone. Made it? Thane had given his life up for lost. He couldn't wrap his mind around the words. We made it? Then space itself lit up as if it were a sky. For the first instant, Thane could only think it was beautiful. But the shock wave was coming. The shock of the Death Star's explosion felt like crash. Control. All stabilizers gone. Desperately, she tried to aim for the nearest ship's docking bay. If she could land in one piece, she stood a chance. The Death Star was gone. Had the Empire itself fallen with it? But there was no time to guess, even to think. Her sensors and the world beyond were both incomprehensible blurs. Nausea swept through her as she tumbled over and over toward the rectangle of light that represented her only safety. The second impact was worse. Sienna knew her ship was skidding against solid metal, smashing into steel, and then the whole world vanished as pain cut her in two. From the surface of Endor's moon, the wreck of the Death Star glowed like a golden supernova in the night sky. All around Thane, drums and pipes played victory songs. People laughed, drank engine room jet juice, and embraced the friends they'd thought they would never see again. In the distance, by one of the bonfires, he could see Kendi dancing with someone who might have been General Calrissian. Yendor and Brill were doing a little patchwork on JJH-2, who had come through with only a few scratches. Logara seemed to be out drinking an entire squadron. To Methwat was making, he was, telling Wedge Antilles about some tricky maneuver. Thane sat at the very edge of the gathering, his back to a tree, mostly in the dark. Many ships of the Imperial Starfleet had escaped the Battle of Endor, and many had not. The Executor, Lord Vader's own ship, had been destroyed. He knew now it was the Star Destroyer they'd seen crashing into the Death Star. Sienna might not have been aboard, he told himself, but she was a senior officer. She would have been needed. Sienna would never have run from a fight, so she'd probably been on the Executor at its fiery end. If so, then the golden light slowly fading in the night sky was the only gravestone Sienna would ever have. He was consoled only by knowing how Sienna would have reacted when she learned of the existence of a second Death Star. If anything ever had the power to break her loyalty and her steadfast oath, that would be it. When Thane imagined how she must have felt the moment she realized the Emperor planned to destroy yet more worlds, that the obliteration of Alderaan had not been to end a war, but to make imperial power absolute, she would have felt so deeply betrayed. The Empire was never worthy of you, he thought. Thane saw another spray of shooting stars, evidence of yet more battle debris burning as it entered. The atmosphere. When they'd spotted shooting stars as children, Sienna had always said they should make a wish. He never had. He wasn't the type to believe in wishes deep. Tonight, though, he did. Thane didn't wish for Sienna to be alive that was already determined, set, beyond anyone's reach or knowledge. Instead, he wished for the new republic to be at least half as righteous as the rebels claimed it would be. If he had helped destroy the Empire's power so it could be replaced with something better, Thane could believe the whole war had been worthwhile, even if it had cost Sienna's life. Sienna would have wished for that too. Somehow that was the saddest part. Sienna remembered virtually nothing of her removal from the wreckage of the TIE fighter, only vague impressions of the screech of torn metal and the horrible wash of light as they pulled off her helmet. All she knew was the pain cleaving her in half. At one point, as droids pushed her hover stretcher toward the medical bay, Sienna strained to see her abdomen. One droid said, in a flat electronic voice, "It is inadvisable to visually inspect your wound at this time. Psychological indications are that a patient would find it distressing." Sienna looked down. A plate of metal jutted from her abdomen. It had shredded her flight suit and sunk in just under her rib cage. Deep. The image was so gruesome as to be surreal. Dully, she thought that no one could be injured like that and survive. The surgical droids were working at full capacity, handling the injured in order of rank. Lower ranks had to wait. As Sienna lay there, panting through the delay for the painkiller injection to take effect, a figure appeared by her side, still half-garbed in TIE pilot armor. "Oh, Sienna," Nash breathed. He took her hand. She was grateful for the gloves they wore, because it meant he couldn't actually touch her. "Hold on. You'll be in soon. Admirals, captains, and generals, they go first." Her voice cracked on the words. "Of course, but relatively few of them get seriously injured. You're one of the most gravely injured commanders, so you'll enter the operating bay any moment now." A rush of dizziness swept through Sienna. Either the painkiller was taking effect, or her blood loss had taken her to the brink of death. She forced herself to look into Nash's eyes. "I need my father, you'll tell my father." Nash shook his head as he cradled her hand against his chest. "No last words. Do you hear me? You're not going to give up. Gongo born Anzio." But Sienna persisted. "This was too important. Tell Papa I love him, and I should have stood by the one who stood by us. Her father would know to find Thane and tell him too. At least Thane would understand that she'd finally seen the truth of the Empire, and that she'd been thinking of him at the end." Nash said something to her in response, but she couldn't hear it. Dizziness washed over her again, stealing sound and light. Maybe she would be reunited with Winnet soon. Sienna? Why did someone want to talk to her? She didn't want to talk. All she wanted to do was sleep. Diesaville. Sienna, can you open your eyes? Please try. She obeyed, blinking against the light. As her vision cleared, she saw Nash by her bedside, now in off-shift coveralls, with a small bandage on his forehead. Circled around the foot of her bed were 3 medical droids, all of which beeped and hummed as they took readings. Good. Nash smiled the way people did when they were trying not to cry. You're back with us. Why am I... Sienna tried to prop herself up enough to see her midsection, but the movement sent terrible pain rippling through her. Breathing through her teeth, she sank back onto her medical bed. Nash spoke in low, soothing tones, like a trainer calming a wounded animal. You came through surgery, though they said it was a near thing, but they had to remove your liver. It was damaged beyond repair. Most limbs or organs could be replaced by top-level robotics. The liver was one of the only exceptions, its functions too delicate to be easily replicated. For now, they've hooked you to a life support belt, rather like Lord Vader's suit, though you need only wear it around your midsection. You'll have to undergo intensive Bacta therapy. It can take months to regrow a liver, the better part of a year, but it can be done. He tried to smile for her. Leave it to you to find a way to take months of leave time without a reprimand. Sienna swallowed, though her mouth and throat were too dry. What's happening with the fleet? Nash's smile vanished in an instant. The Death Star was destroyed. Emperor Palpatine, Lord Vader, and Moff Jerjerrod all perished, as did Bareese. He stumbled over the name of their friend. The rebellion is sending out mass communications claiming to be the new power in the galaxy. The Imperial Starfleet is regrouping to plan the next assault and name the next emperor. Another emperor? You can imagine the power grabs we're seeing. Civil unrest across the galaxy, even on Coruscant. But the strongest will prevail, and we'll have the leader we need for these difficult times. The most vicious and ruthless of the Moffs or admirals will take power. We won't have a better emperor who might be able to right our course. Instead, we'll sink further into the mire. Don't try, Nash said. You're tired. I shouldn't exhaust you by forcing you to talk. Go back to sleep. You need your rest. Sienna turned her head into the pillow instead of saying goodbye. QZ. She didn't realize she'd slipped back into unconsciousness until she awoke again. To judge by the low lighting and lack of human personnel around, it was the medical bay's version of night. The life. Support. Belt around her waist felt heavy and stiff, and the connector shunts jabbed into her flesh like needles in her belly. Probably they would continue to hurt as long as she had to wear the thing. Sienna lifted one hand, and a droid rolled promptly to her side with some water. After she'd sipped from the tube, she said, when my armor was removed, I had a small pouch of leather bracelet inside, braided. The items were destroyed, the droid said. It was one of the models without eyes. Non-regulation? It's not against regulation to carry something in your pocket. She wanted to protest, but she remained silent. Only now did she realize her bracelet had been her lone, wordless defiance of the Empire, the one way in which she had refused to become entirely their creation. Now they had snatched that away from her. More than that, they had taken away Winnet's window on the universe. Sienna lived her life for her sister no longer. Winnet had fallen into darkness forever. Sienna had no faith in the Empire. no loyalty, no friends, and not one possession to tie her to her homeworld. The galaxy was again slipping into chaos and anarchy, and she would never see Thane again. All she could do was lie there, helpless, as machines spent torturous months making her ready to serve again in a military force she now wanted no part of. She closed her eyes and slipped into the strange space between imagination and dream. In her mind, she took her TIE fighter in again, but this time she aimed for the deck. If she could slam into the deck hard enough, her ship would explode and she could stop worrying, stop hurting. She could just stop. A medical leave demanded absolutely nothing of Imperial officers, primarily because officers who could not make quick recoveries were most often declared unfit for service. Rumors said the medical droids also treated those with severe injuries that involved long recovery times last, to better dedicate their resources to those who could serve the Empire again sooner. Now Ciena was in the almost unique position of spending several months on medical leave with no responsibilities. She was assigned to the space station Wrath mostly because it had room for a completely extraneous person. Nash had teased her about the golden opportunity to read holonovels or watch Old Spice, world dramas, but Ciena didn't want that much free time. It would only force her to think. At least she got to undergo back to therapy. They submerged her in the gooey stuff for at least a couple of hours every day, sometimes longer. Sedatives were always administered first, the better to ward off the severe claustrophobia that sometimes led back to patients to panic and re-injure themselves. Ciena welcomed the moment the wretched life support belt was taken off her body. She liked it even more when the needles slid into her arm, and the resulting darkness from the sedatives. Sometimes the stupor afterward lasted for hours. During the brief periods when she was awake and cogent, however, she insisted on working. Bridge duty was beyond her, piloting was impossible. So Ciena volunteered for one of the messiest, most complicated tasks facing the Imperial Starfleet in the wake of Endor, and one of the only jobs she didn't mind doing. Her mission was to confirm which Imperial officers were alive or dead, learn the definite locations of all survivors, and inform family members of the deaths. Tubes no inum laravi gaith. In the wake of the Emperor's demise, the galaxy endured even greater chaos than Ciena had believed possible. Coruscant remained in turmoil. Grand Vizier Masameda tried to keep the Empire together, even as other forces threatened to tear it apart. Consolidating and confirming personnel information was hardly a top priority, so the Star Destroyers had only their own records to draw from. And even when that information was synthesized, the picture remained spotty at best. To further complicate the situation, neither Ciena nor any other Imperial officer could be certain exactly which person they served. Declarations of a new emperor were so frequent as to be meaningless. No one figure seemed able to consolidate power. Already the propaganda hollows spoke of skirmishes or mutinies. The truth would be emperors forced Imperial soldiers to fight one another, spilling their blood in the service, not of law and order, but of one man's naked ambition. They seemed willing to tear the Empire to shreds rather than give up their own standing, Ciena thought with contempt. Already the Anode sector had been cut off completely. What planets might fall next? Sounded were propaganda, too, simply coming from the other side. At least now there are entire systems safe for Thane, she sometimes thought. He's no longer a hunted man. Would he still be with the rebel armada? Sienna wasn't sure. It depended on whether he'd decided to trust this new republic as much as he'd trusted the rebellion, or whether he'd died in the Battle of Endor. The rebels might have won the day, but they'd taken terrible losses too. Sienna believed illogically but unshakably that she would have recognized Thane amid the melee. Didn't she know exactly how he flew? Wasn't that as unique to him as a fingerprint or a genetic code? Even if that were so, it meant only that she hadn't killed Thane herself. Any number of other TIE pilots could have killed him. Or he could have been flying too close to one of the Star Cruisers when the Death Star's lasers struck. Maybe he had been among the pilots who flew into the station and smashed against the metal framework inside. Don't think about that, she would tell herself as she sat at her portable data terminal, propped on a chaise. Lying down helped her bear the pincer grip of the life support belt, doing the work of her still healing liver. You have to believe he's alive somewhere. If you can't have faith in anything else, you can still believe in Thane. And yet sometimes Sienna felt that he must be dead. The galaxy could only feel that empty, meaningless, if he were no longer in it. So she buried herself in her work, patiently untangling every bureaucratic knot, locating and rescuing marooned ships and garrisons, and helping families mourn their dead. In that small way, she could uphold some measure of law and order amid the chaos. Nothing else seemed worth doing. Her only comforts were the sedation of the Bacta tank and sleep. Sienna could ignore everything else for days at a time, then weeks, then months. Thane hadn't expected the Empire to collapse overnight. Some of the cockeyed optimists around him had woken up the morning after the Death Star's destruction, talking about how they finally lived in a liberated galaxy, breathed free air, and other nonsense. He had patched up his X-Wing and awaited the inevitable call to the next battle. But he'd never expected to still be fighting a full-out war almost a year after the Battle of Endor. Incoming! Yendor shouted through the comms. Thane whipped his X-Wing around to see another phalanx of TIE fighters zooming toward them over the crest of the cliffs on Naboo. These must have been the very last stragglers of the attack force that had descended on the planet the day before. Luckily, the New Republic's fleet had received a tip from defectors. When the Imperial ships came out of hyperspace, Thane's squadron and several dozen other starfighters had been waiting. Since then, he'd been finishing them off, one by one, just like he was doing right now. He fired even as his ship sliced through the air sideways, and he took grim satisfaction in watching 3 of the TIEs explode. The others in Corona Squadron took care of the rest. The planet was clear now, or close to it. Kendi took a hit to her starboard wing, but still managed to land her starfighter smoothly alongside the others on the broad pavilion outside the Theed Royal Palace. Kendi burst out of her cockpit swearing, which made the others laugh. "Come on," Thane called. "You've taken worse than that." "Yeah, and I'm sick and tired of it." She grabbed her toolkit and got to work. The rest of them had a moment to breathe. Corona Squadron was different now the Contessa had left, returning to her homeworld to stand for the presidency. Yendor had taken over as Corona leader, and 2 new pilots had joined them, one a rookie from Neodagenum, the other an exile from Coruscant. But Thane liked them both and felt good about how the team had come together. He leaned against the side of his ship, relishing the warmth of the sun on his face. Moments of peace like this came too rarely. Naboo had been Palpatine's homeworld. As such, it had become a rallying point for Imperial sympathizers. Besides its symbolic importance, Naboo was a prosperous mid-rim world, its economy and environment far healthier than those of most planets that had been under Imperial rule. As such, it was one of the most contested spots in the entire galaxy. 3 times now, the Empire had sent troops to invade. 3 times they'd been beaten back. Thane wondered how long it would take them to come back for number 4. Hey, Yendor said, as he helped JJH-2 from his ship. Some of us were going into Oto Gunga tonight. If we don't get any more alerts, that is. Apparently there's this dessert they make there that takes at least 4 hominids to eat. They say it melts in your mouth and delivers you straight into a glorious sugar coma. You know you want a piece. No thanks, Thane answered, but with a smile. His friends tried hard to look after him, but some things you had to go through on your own. You guys have fun. I'll take night watch at the hangar. Yendor shook his head, his long blue lequeux swaying with the movement, but wandered off without further argument. Jellican had very specific morning rituals. At least the Valley Kindred did. Thane had learned about them from Sienna, and wasn't sure he remembered all the details correctly, but he was doing his best. Thane wanted to weave and wear a bracelet so Sienna could see through his eyes, but she'd told him that honor was reserved for family. As dimly as he recalled the customary rituals for friends, they seemed elaborate enough and lasted for a full year after a person's death. He wore a cloth tied around his upper arm and would not remove it until the entire year was up. At the 6-month mark, he'd prepared the customary meal of wine and bread to be left out at night for the spirits. He hoped it didn't have to be special bread, or some particular wine. He'd done the best he could with what he had. As Thane understood it, he didn't have to refrain from all leisure activity, but the ritual required him to spend several hours a week in meditation. Okay, he wasn't exactly good at the meditation thing, but he tried. Big symbolic gestures usually weren't Thane's style, but after Ender, he had needed to ground himself in some way, and had no idea where to begin. In his desperation, he had sought Sienna in the rituals of her people. To his surprise, he found the experience healing. He mourned for everyone who had been lost: Smikes, Doc Ralter, the kindly Mon Calamari of the Liberty, countless other pilots he'd known, and for Judette Avon and other cadets he'd known at the academy who had died on one of the Death Stars or in other battles. The Empire might have demanded that they sacrifice their souls, but at one point, the majority of those people had been no worse than any others. All that was good in them had been lost to the Empire and to the war. Surely that was worth grieving for. His meditations had led him to another unexpected place, a viewpoint he'd never expected to have. The New Republic truly had been worth the fight. Sure, the transition had been uneven. With the war still ongoing, Mon Mothma, Princess Leia Organa